viewers, welcome to the show live this morning. Good morning. Did you sleep well? You slept well, right? You see, everyone has their own morning rituals. Some like to catch up on the news and some like to have tea and some go for a morning walk. And others enjoy parathas or idlis. Now, generally, people enjoy their own rituals, but it feels best when someone cares for you. So let's start a new caring ritual today. Ask, did you sleep well? Well, ask you every day. You should ask the people around you too. Asim Munir threatens from United States soil. Addressing American audience, Munir says will destroy half the world if threatened. Karnataka, Haryana, Maharashtra election commissioners send notice to Rahul Gandhi, asked to provide documents to inquire into allegations made. India bloc MPs to march from Parliament to Election Commission over vote theft claims. Kishtwar anti-terror operation enters day 2. 2 to 3 terrorists likely trapped. Posters of 3 terrorists, including Hizbul commander Jahangir Saruri, put out by Kishtwar police. Australian Army Chief on an official visit to India will engage in high-level discussions with General Upendra Dwivedi, Chief of the Army Staff, Indian Army and other senior officials. After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has called out the bully Trump. Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has criticized countries that engage in dadagiri or bullying on the global stage, attributing their behavior to economic strength and technological superiority. He emphasized the need for India to boost its exports, reduce imports and strengthen its science and technology sector to become self-reliant. Further, he added that if India gets better technology and resources, we will not bully anyone because our culture teaches us that world welfare is paramount. So very, very strong statement coming in from Union Minister Nitin Gadkari. Thereafter, Prime Minister Modi and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has, of course, said the same against Donald Trump. Let's listen in to what exactly Nitin Gadkari had to say.
देश की प्रगति और विकास का जो दर है और 3 गुना बढ़ेगा और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो। हमारे कोई इसमें हमने ये नहीं कहा कि मेरा कल्याण पहले करो, बाद में विश्व का कल्याण करो।
More breaking news coming in, viewers. Karnataka, Maharashtra and Haryana poll bodies have sent fresh notice to Rahul Gandhi over his voter fraud claims. The poll bodies have given Rahul Gandhi a 10-day deadline to either show proof of his claims and sign a declaration under oath. Poll bodies have written to Rahul seeking documents to back his allegations on voter fraud during Lok Sabha elections. Big breaking news coming in where Rahul Gandhi constantly facing the ire of election commissions, state election commissions. And it is this time Karnataka, Maharashtra and the Haryana poll bodies who have sent fresh notice to Rahul Gandhi over his voter fraud claims, and that the bodies have in fact asked Rahul Gandhi to sign a declaration and show proof, and a deadline of 10 days in order to prove his claims under an oath and sign a declaration. They've also written to Rahul seeking documents to back his allegations on the voter fraud during Lok Sabha elections. So their 10-day deadline to Rahul Gandhi, will have to wait and watch the response coming in from Rahul Gandhi regarding the same. Remember, Election Commission of India had also doubled down its attack on Rahul Gandhi a few days ago, saying that Rahul must sign a declaration, or if he cannot back his claims, does not have proofs, then he must go ahead and apologize to the entire nation. All right, viewers, shifting our focus. Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir issues a nuclear threat to half of the world, including India. And this comes amid his second visit to the United States in less than 2 months. This has happened for the first time that any country has issued a nuclear threat from the United States soil to any third country. Watch this report.
Months after India's heroic victory over terror state Pakistan, its army chief issued nuclear threat to India and even extended the threat to half the world. This time, the threat was issued from American soil. While he was hosted to a private lunch at the White House by US President Donald Trump during his first visit, on his second visit, Munir issued the nuclear threat. This is the first ever nuclear threat known to have been delivered from the soil of the United States against a third country. Munir, who came out of the shadows amid soaring tensions between India and Pakistan, further raked up the Indus Waters Treaty issue. Munir said that we will wait for India to build a dam on Indus, and when it does, we will destroy the dams.
Our stance, government stance on Kashmir is absolutely clear. It was our jugular vein. It is our jugular vein. We will not forget it. And we will not leave our Kashmiri brethren in their heroic struggle, what they are waging against the Indian occupation.
Ziaul Haq gave form to this particular doctrine of 1,000 years war. And someone added that you should add this 1,000 cut into it. And similar kind of venom was spewed by General Asim Munir against India and Hindus. Speech just few days or weeks before what happened in Pahalgam.
The man behind Pahalgam attack, man who spewed venom against India, the man who is issuing nuclear threat not just to India but to half of the world. But Trump gave him a clean chit and praised him.
In your meeting today with the Chief of Staff of the Pakistani Army, did you talk about Iran? Did that come up? Is there anything you can share from that meeting?
Well, they know Iran very well, better than most. And they're not happy about anything. It's not that they're bad with Israel. They know them both, actually, but they probably, maybe they know Iran better. But they see what's going on, and he agreed with me. The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just, ending the war.
But in India, we set the record straight on how our forces decimated Pakistan's terror bases and air bases.
I'm talking about fighter aircraft from S-400. We have at least 5 fighters confirmed kills and 1 large aircraft, which could be either an Elint aircraft or an AWNC aircraft, which was taken on at a distance of about 300 kilometers. This is the actually largest ever recorded surface-to-air kill.
This time, I think, that is Pahalgam 25, it was wide and deep where we hit the heartland. This was the first time we hit the heartland. And of course, our target was the nursery and the masters. And like I told you, and this has never been done, and even Pakistan was not expecting that the heartland will be hit. And that's what came as a shocker to them.
India's Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi went a step further to troll Asim Munir's promotion.
If you ask to a Pakistani whether you lost or won, you say, my chief has become Field Marshal, we must have won only, that's why he's become Field Marshal.
Pakistan's economy has been in shambles for the past decade and is sustaining on global loans. And yet, US administration struck a deal with Pakistan in which Washington will work with Islamabad in developing the South Asian nation's oil reserves. Trump announced 50% tariffs on India, and not only this, Trump took a dead economy jibe on India. But setting the record straight, Prime Minister Modi gave a strong counter.
आज भारत दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी है। पिछले 11 इयर्स में हमारी इकोनॉमी 10वें नंबर से टॉप 5 में पहुंच गई। हम बहुत तेजी से टॉप 3 इकोनॉमी बनने की ओर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh took pot shots at Trump in a veiled attack.
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है।
Trump's vendetta with India is becoming personal, and his obsession with Nobel is getting real. Blinded by his zeal to match Obama's Nobel Peace Prize, Trump is hitting a wrecking ball at the India-US relationship. Will Trump's free hand to Munir for Peace Prize put half of the world's peace at stake?
All right, viewers, moving on. Breaking news coming in. And now in Trivandrum to Delhi, Air India flight carrying several MPs, including Congress MP KC Venugopal, made an emergency landing in Chennai and averted a runway tragedy. The flight was diverted to Chennai after a radar malfunction, but it also made an eventful landing at the Chennai airport. Congress MP KC Venugopal describes the experience to a harrowing and a close to tragedy. The situation was a dangerous one as the fuel was dumped and the pilot aborted landing since other flights landed on the same runway. The big breaking news coming in there, viewers. Air India flight has escaped a runway tragedy, and this particular flight was carrying 12 leaders, and what we understand that the flight was diverted to Chennai after a radar malfunction had taken place. This particular Air India flight, Trivandrum to Delhi, was carrying several MPs, which included Congress MP KC Venugopal, who went ahead and explained his experience to be a very harrowing one and close to tragedy. The situation was very dangerous as one of fuel was dumped and the pilot then aborted landing since other flight landed on the same runway. That is the big breaking news we are tracking in viewers this very morning. A Delhi-bound Air India flight from Trivandrum had made an emergency landing. This flight carried MPs including KC Venugopal, the Congress party. And as of now, on the other hand, everything is safe is what we understand. Shifting our focus, viewers, Prime Minister Modi took a veiled dig at United States President Donald Trump's description of India as a dead economy, asserting that the country was progressing towards becoming one of the world's top 3 economies. Addressing a public event in Bengaluru, Prime Minister said that the momentum India has gained stems from a spirit of reform, performance and transformation backed by clear intentions and honest efforts. Here is a report.
Days after US President Donald Trump described India a dead economy, and Rahul Gandhi agreed with him.
Yes, he's right. I mean, everybody knows this, except the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister. Everybody knows that the Indian economy is a dead economy. I'm glad that President Trump has stated a fact. पूरी दुनिया जानती है कि इंडियन इकोनॉमी इज अ डेड इकोनॉमी.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi hit back hard and hailed India's fast-paced growth.
आज भारत दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी है। पिछले 11 इयर्स में हमारी इकोनॉमी 10वें नंबर से टॉप 5 में पहुंच गई।
Addressing a public event in Bengaluru, Prime Minister Modi said that the momentum India has gained stems from a spirit of reform, performance and transformation backed by clear intentions and honest efforts. Prime Minister Modi also made a massive push for self-reliance and urged the youth to lead the zero-defect, zero-effect manufacturing vision.
और मेरा आग्रह है हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स जीरो डिफेक्ट, जीरो इफेक्ट के स्टैंडर्ड पर टॉप क्वालिटी के होने चाहिए। यानी बिना डिफेक्ट वाले प्रोडक्ट हो और उन्हें बनाने का नेगेटिव इफेक्ट पर्यावरण पर भी न पड़े। मेरी अपेक्षा है कर्नाटका का टैलेंट आत्मनिर्भर भारत के इस विजन को लीड करे।
Referring to the recent Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister said that the entire world has witnessed the new face of New India as the armed forces destroyed terrorist hideouts across the border.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में भारतीय सेनाओं की सफलता सीमा पार कई किलोमीटर भीतर आतंकवादी ठिकानों को नेस्त नाबूद करने की ताकत और आतंकवादियों के बचाव में उतरे पाकिस्तान को कुछ ही घंटों में घुटनों पर लाने की हमारी क्षमता पूरी दुनिया ने नए भारत के इस स्वरूप के दर्शन किए हैं।
He credited India's indigenous defense capabilities and the Make in India initiative for the swift success of Operation Sindoor.
हमें मेक इन इंडिया में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में भी बेंगलुरु और कर्नाटका की प्रेजेंस को और मजबूत करना है।
Prime Minister Modi's remarks come amid escalating trade tensions with the US. US President Donald Trump doubled tariffs on Indian goods to 50% last week.
Moving on, viewers, the Indian Army has initiated an anti-terror operation in Kishtwar district of Jammu and Kashmir in the early hours of Sunday, where two terrorists were believed to be trapped in a cave. Now, the terrorists trapped have been identified as Riaz Ahmed and Mudassir, both carrying rupees 10 lakh reward on them by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Here's the full story.
In the early hours of Sunday, the Indian Army initiated an anti-terror operation in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar. Two terrorists are believed to be trapped in the area as encounter is underway. With troops actively engaged and on the trail of terrorists, fierce gunfight took place on Sunday.
Right now we are reporting from the Kishtwar district where the encounter is underway, and as you have mentioned that yes, there is a direct connection between the terrorists that have been trapped and the terrorists that have surfaced in the posters. I'll request, right now we are at the upper Malipet checkpoint of the Kishtwar police. Here you will see the visible deployment that has been done to keep a tab on these hilly areas because the terrorists are active in the upper reaches.
In fact, one terrorist is reported to have been shot and the hunt to nab the second one is currently underway. Posters seeking information of three terrorists, including Hizbul commander Jehangir Saruri, Riaz Ahmed and Mudassir Hussain, were put up by Kishtwar police.
Now coming to the posters that have been surfaced, has been pasted here for the information by the Kishtwar police. These posters are surfacing these two terrorists because these are the ones who have been trapped. Mohammad Amin alias Jahangir Saruri is still at large. He's the longest surviving Hizbul Mujahideen commander over 3 decades. But these two, Riaz Ahmed alias Hazari and Mudassir Hussain, these are the two terrorists that are trapped in the ongoing encounter that is underway in the upper reaches of the Dool in the Kishtwar district.
The same terrorists are reportedly behind the killing of BJP leader Anil Parihar, father of Kishtwar MLA Shagun Parihar and his brother Ajit Parihar in 2018, and RSS leader Chandrakant Sharma and his security guard in 2019. The encounter in Kishtwar comes as Operation Akhal continues, one of the valley's longest running anti-terror offensives. Operation Akhal was launched on the 1st of August after specific intelligence inputs indicated the presence of terrorists in a forest area in Akhal of South Kashmir. Over 5 terrorists have been killed so far under the operation. The ongoing operations only reflect the commitment of Indian forces towards zero tolerance against terrorism.
The Joint Parliamentary Committee on One Nation, One Election Bill is scheduled to interact with a panel of experts today at 3 p.m. The meeting will be held at the main committee room of the Parliament House. The session will focus on the prospects and challenges of holding simultaneous elections to the Lok Sabha and state assemblies across India. The JPC will interact further with Justice Sanjeev Khanna, former Chief Justice of India, on the said bills on August 19. Amid a charged atmosphere over the special intensive revision of the electoral rolls in poll-bound Bihar and allegations of voter fraud during the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, Leader of Opposition in the Rajya Sabha and Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge will host a dinner for the Indie Bloc MPs today. Indie Bloc MPs will march from Parliament to Election Commission today as well. Since the start of the current monsoon session, both the houses of the Parliament have seen protest over the SIR. The Election Commission of India on Saturday has even asked Congress MP Rahul Gandhi to either give a declaration as per the rules or apologize to the country for his false allegations regarding the voter lists. The Indian Navy is reportedly preparing for the simultaneous commissioning of two advanced frontline frigates Udaygiri F-35 and Himgiri F-34 on August 26. This will be the first time that two major surface combatants from two prestigious Indian shipyards are being commissioned at the same time at Visakhapatnam. The Navy in the statement noted that event underscores India's accelerating naval modernization and its ability to deliver sophisticated warships from multiple shipyards. The milestone also showcases the success of Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat initiatives in the defense sector. A high-speed Toyota Fortuner crashed into multiple vehicles on Ranchi's Harmu Road near the BJP office, killing a woman and two children, and including several motorcyclists. The SUV reportedly first struck a small car, then a motorcycle, before fatally running over three pedestrians and finally stopping upon hitting another bike. Hatia DSP PK Mishra confirmed that the injured are receiving hospital treatment and the driver has been arrested.
तेजी और लापरवाही से एक फॉर्च्यूनर गाड़ी जो है चलाते हुए धक्का मार दिया है। इसमें एक महिला और दो बच्चियों की मृत्यु हुई है। दो आदमी इंजर्ड था जिसको रिम्स हॉस्पिटल भेजा गया है। ठीक है, हम लोग लीगल प्रोसीजर को फॉलो कर रहे हैं। फॉर्च्यूनर के ड्राइवर की गलती है। तेजी लापरवाही, अनियंत्रित क्या होना, इस रोड में अनियंत्रित क्या ना होता, तेजी बदमाशी कर रहा था वो। हम लोग उसको पनिश करेंगे, कोशिश करेंगे उसको इस केस में सजा दिलाएं।
Gurugram police arrested a 31-year-old man, Jai Prakash Pathak, impersonating as an IAS officer and duping people of money in the name of securing jobs or transfers for them. 2 ID cards, 1 fake arm license, 1 Ayushman Bharat card, 6 mobile phones, 1 laptop, 1 walkie-talkie set, 2 stamps, rupees 2.50 lakh in cash, 1 car and other things recovered from him. He was produced before the court and sent to a 2-day police remand. Because monsoon has caused massive destruction in Uttarakhand's Uttarkashi, with many villages and roads around Dharali and Harshil have been destroyed. The army is playing an important role in opening the blocked roads in the disaster-hit areas, rescuing people and providing all the possible help to the affected. Now, the government has also announced a reward of rupees 5 lakh and free ration to each affected families for the next 6 months. Here's a detailed report.
Monsoon is unleashing its fury on Uttarkashi, with many villages and roads around Dharali and Harshil destroyed. Several kilometers of roads have been damaged, electricity poles uprooted after a cloudburst triggered flash floods and mudslides in the area.
उत्तरकाशी के हर्षल और धराली में आई त्रासदी ने कई लोगों को देखिए मौत की नींद तो सुला दी, लेकिन इसके साथ ही साथ देखिए बड़े बड़े बिजली के प्लांट, ये जो फ्लाईओवर हम आपको चलते रास्तों से दिखा रहे हैं, ये देखिए ये बिजली के ये तार हैं जो देखिए यहाँ से होकर देखिए जा रहे हैं। बहुत खतरनाक ये रास्ते हो चुके हैं, कई सारे पुल, कई सारे फ्लाईओवर इसी तरह से देखिए यहाँ पर बह गए। ऐसे में अब यहाँ पर पूरी तरह से इन सब का निर्माण कैसे किया जाएगा, एक बड़ी चुनौती सरकार के सामने, प्रशासन के सामने है।
Rain on Sunday disrupted search operations in Dharali area of Uttarakhand's Uttarkashi, turning dried mud into swampy terrain, making rescue efforts significantly more challenging for agencies. The army is playing an important role in opening the blocked roads in the disaster-hit areas, rescuing people and providing all possible help to the affected. The army camp in Dharali has been badly damaged in the floods with debris scattered around.
जहां पर बादल फटा था वहीं देखिए आर्मी बेस कैंप था। उस बेस कैंप के अंदर कितनी देखिए तबाही हुई है। कई सारे कैंपों को खाली कर दिया गया। मलबा आपको दूर से दिखाई देगा कैंप के अंदर। यही नहीं, दूर तक जब आप देखेंगे वहां देखिए अभी भी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है कि कहीं कोई डेड बॉडी तो इस मलबे में नहीं फंसी है। आप देखेंगे जहां तक आपकी नजर जाएगी अभी भी आपको मलबा दिखाई देगा जो बादल फटने के बाद नीचे आया था। 3 से 4 आर्मी के जवान अपने खोजी कुत्तों के साथ ये तलाश कर रहे हैं कि आखिर कहीं जो डेड बॉडीज है, जो लोग वहां पर देखिए लापता हैं, कहीं यहां पर तो आकर नहीं उनकी बॉडी फंसी है।
The state government has announced an immediate assistance of 5 lakh rupees and free ration for the next 6 months to the each affected families.
हर एक जो संभव सहायता है वो करी जाए। उसके तहत लगभग अभी तक 1200 से अधिक लोगों को हेली सेवा के माध्यम से रेस्क्यू किया गया। 5 लाख रुपए की धनराशि का हमने फौरी तौर पर जो तत्काल सहायता होती है उस सहायता को भी जो है हमने जारी किया है कि वहाँ पर तत्काल लोगों को सहायता मिले। लगभग 107 परिवार हैं, उन सभी को जिनके मकान क्षतिग्रस्त हुए हैं, जिनके कोई लोग उसमें दिवंगत हुए हैं, उन सभी को ये सहायता हम लोग कर रहे हैं।
Army jawans along with their search dogs are also conducting search operations to rescue those who have lost their lives and those who are buried under the debris. Amid the ongoing extreme conditions, the assessment of the full extent of damage is still underway.
And viewers, coming up on the other side, Asim Munir threatens from the United States soil, addressing American audience. Munir says will destroy half the world if threatened. And also tracking the anti-terror operation in Kishtwar entering day 2, 2 to 3 terrorists likely trap, and posters of these terrorists including Hezbollah commander Jahangir Sururi put out by Kishtwar police.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Donald Trump turned transactional, turned tactical, turned mercurial, and changed minute by minute, hour by hour, become like a kaleidoscope, forever shifting, forever changing his tune. You see, if you understand the other countries' grand strategic design, the overall strategy, the American governments used to take out a strategy, national security strategy paper in every administration that laid out what it planned to do and what were its priorities, etc., etc., and it helped the rest of the world to cope or to either align itself or to protect itself from the consequence of such politics. But the simple fact is that how can you strategize in the long term if Donald Trump is going to turn everything topsy-turvy? Everything will be on a minute by minute mood, whim basis, whimsical basis. That would
After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari calls out bully Trump, says India will never bully countries. Delhi-bound Air India flight made emergency landing in Chennai. Several MPs aboard, calls it harrowing journey. Karnataka, Haryana, Maharashtra Election Commission sent notice to Rahul Gandhi, asked to provide documents to inquire into allegations made. Asim Munir threatens from the US soil. Addressing American audience, Munir says we'll destroy half the world if threatened. Kishtwar anti-terror operation enters day 2. 2 to 3 terrorists likely trapped. Posters of 3 terrorists, including Hizbul commander Jahangir Saruri, put out by the Kishtwar police. Earthquake of magnitude 6.1 strikes Turkey. About dozen buildings collapsed. Viewers, let's start with breaking news coming in. A magnitude 6.1 earthquake struck Turkey's northwestern province of Balıkesir, causing about a dozen buildings to collapse. At least one trapped in the debris of the collapsed building. Meanwhile, several people suffered minor injuries and are admitted to the hospital. That's the breaking news we are tracking for you at this hour. There has been a 6.1 magnitude earthquake that has struck Turkey's northwestern province of Balıkesir, causing about a dozen buildings to collapse. As per the visuals, also you can see the dramatic issue at the point of earthquake that has led to several buildings to collapse. At least reports coming in of one person to be trapped in the debris of the collapsed building, and meanwhile many people have suffered injuries. They are currently admitted to the hospital. They are receiving medical aid, but as per the visuals coming in, viewers, very, very dramatic visuals there of buildings collapse. A 6.1 earthquake that struck Turkey's northwestern province of Balıkesir. Shifting focus, unprecedented floods have devastated China's Gansu province. An entire village has been submerged, homes have been swept away, and the death toll has risen to at least 13, with over 30 people still missing. President Xi Jinping has ordered an all-out rescue and relief operation as emergency teams race against time. Here's a report.
China is reeling under devastating floods impacting its northwestern Gansu region. At least 10 people have lost their lives and dozens are missing. Chinese President Xi Jinping has called for an all-out rescue operation to locate the missing people. Rescuers deployed several high-tech devices to locate the stranded people. Among them is a drone equipped with aeromagnetic detection equipment. Rescuers believe that the likelihood of finding the missing is relatively high near metal structures. The heavy rain had triggered flash floods and at least one landslide in mountainous areas near Lanzhou city. The downpour damaged power and telecommunication lines, leaving over 4,000 residents across 4 villages stranded. According to media reports, over 54 hotels requisitioned and 14 centralized shelters, including schools and village administrative centers, have been set up to accommodate nearly 10,000 people displaced by the floods.
And shifting focus, all eyes are on high-stakes talks between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin expected next week. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he is counting on the results from the much-anticipated meeting as hopes rise for a possible breakthrough in the 3-year-long war. With the international community watching very closely, this could be a defining moment in the push for peace. Here's more.
As the talks between Trump and Putin are set to take place next week, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said he is counting on results from the discussions. The comments follow a meeting between European and Ukrainian officials and US Vice President J.D. Vance in England, where they discussed strategies to end the more than 3-year-long conflict. Zelensky said that Ukraine's position had been clearly communicated. He stressed that the path to peace must be determined together and only with Ukraine's full involvement.
Вже була щойно доповідь нашої команди з Британії Андрія Єрмака. Були перемовини безпекових представників Сполучених Штатів Америки та Європи. Україна, Сполучені Штати, віце-президент Венс, Британія, Франція, Німеччина, Італія, Фінляндія, Польща. Зустріч була конструктивною. Наші сигнали всі передали. Наші аргументи чують. Небезпеки враховують. Шлях до миру для України має визначатися разом і тільки разом з Україною. І це принципово. Важливо, щоб
The Ukrainian president further rejected the notion of giving up land to end the war after Trump suggested a peace deal could include some swapping of territories.
цю другу спробу поділу України Росії ми не дамо. Знаючи Росію, де друга, там і третя. Тому стоїмо міцно на чітких українських позиціях. Ми маємо закінчити війну достойним миром, який буде заснований на чіткій, надійній, безпековій архітектурі.
With a highly anticipated meeting between US President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin set in Alaska, the world watches closely to see if this could be a breakthrough for a ceasefire or yet another failed attempt at peace negotiations.
Viewers, a magnitude 6.1 earthquake struck Turkey's northwestern province of Balıkesir on Sunday, reportedly causing about a dozen buildings to collapse, and at least one person was trapped in the debris of a collapsed building. The earthquake, with an epicenter in the town of Sindirgi, sent shocks that were felt some 200 kilometers to the north in Istanbul, a city of more than 16 million people. Interior Minister Ali Yerlikaya said that 5 people, including an elderly woman, were rescued from a collapsed building while rescuers were trying to reach another person trapped in the structure. Several houses also collapsed in the nearby village. A Russian strike in southern Ukraine on Sunday reportedly injured at least a dozen people. The attack struck civilian infrastructure, including 2 infrastructure buildings, a central bus station, vehicles and nearby houses. Many were severely damaged or partially destroyed by the force of the blast and scattered the debris. Emergency responders were quick to act, pulling victims from the rubble and providing critical aid at the scene. A 75-foot Atlantis shuttle boat ran around near Cavallo Basin Harbor in Honolulu amid a high surf advisory that pushed the vessel into shallow reef and the jetty. There were 2 experienced crew members on board, but no passengers were on the boat at the time and no injuries or leaks were reported. The US Coast Guard and the Ocean Safety responded to the incident, and the boat is currently under the jurisdiction of the Coast Guard. The company expects to have the boat safely removed and inspected before returning it to service. Firefighters continued to battle a blaze in Vesuvius National Park in southern Italy. Hot temperatures and winds fueled a fire that has been burning since Friday. Aircraft and helicopters are being used to dump water on the flames. Now, dozens of civil protection volunteers and vehicles and mechanical equipment from the army are also being used. The fire broke out late Friday afternoon in the woods of Terzigno and spread to slopes of Mount Soma, reaching an altitude of 1050 meters. A severe storm hit neighborhoods in Washington County, Nebraska, with the residents clearing away debris after it passed. High winds caused widespread damage across eastern Nebraska, toppling trees, damaging roofs and pulling down electric lines. Thousands of people were left without power in the immediate aftermath, and in the state capital of Lincoln, the storms reportedly damaged 2 housing units at the Nebraska State Penitentiary, displacing 387 prisoners. And viewers, coming up on the other side, Relatives of Israeli hostages held in Gaza on Sunday called out Israeli companies to strike next week as an attempt to pressure the government to reverse its decision to take over Gaza City.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Joining us today from Mumbai is Ratun Lahiri. Ratun will help us decode the ongoing trade war, so to say, between India and the US. Ratun, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV.
Thank you, Pranav. A pleasure to be here.
Okay. Ratun, as we speak, Donald Trump has earlier today announced that there will be no further negotiations, or he has said that the negotiations have been called off as of now, as we speak. What do you make of this?
I think it's rather unfortunate. It is also unfortunate that we should find ourselves, in this situation, with the United
Welcome back from the break, viewers. Now, the relatives of Israeli hostages held in Gaza on Sunday called on the Israeli companies to strike next week as an attempt to pressure the government to reverse its decision to take over the Gaza city. Now, they believed it could mean a death sentence for the remaining hostages still held up by Hamas in Gaza. Take a look at the full story.
Relatives of Israeli hostages held in Gaza on Sunday called on Israeli companies to strike next week. This is an attempt to put pressure on the government to reverse its decision to take over Gaza City. Lishay Miran Lavi, the wife of hostage Omri Miran, pleaded the US President and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff to bring an end to Israel-Hamas war.
We are here today to call on Israel's largest companies, trade union and the tech sector to stop everything in order to save our hostages and our soldiers. We are doing this because we have no choice. My husband and the other hostages are facing extreme danger. The decision to send the army deeper into Gaza is a danger to my husband, Omri. But we can still stop this disaster.
They want an end to the war before more Israeli hostages and soldiers are killed.
From here, I again want to ask President Trump and Mr. Witkoff, we don't need more war, more dead hostage, more dead soldiers. We need a deal to end this war and save them. Please, you are the ones who can make it happen.
Israel's decision to take over Gaza City was met with fear and anger from many Israelis, worried it could be a death sentence for the hostages held in Gaza.
משפחתי ואני עשינו כל שביכולתנו. הגענו לבית הלבן, צעדנו מאות קילומטרים, זעקנו בגבול עזה, נפגשתי עם כל שר אפשרי בארץ ובעולם. אבל מתן שלי עדיין לא פה. הוא נשאר מאחור במנהרות החמאס כשהוא פצוע קשה, עובר חקירות ועינויים אלימים. מצבו הרפואי קריטי. אני לא יודעת מתי הוא אכל בפעם האחרונה. מתי הוא ראה אור יום. הממשלה החליטה לכבוש את רצועת עזה, לשלוח חיילים להתקרב למתן. הם נלחמים להחזיר אותו, אבל בפועל מסכנים אותו. את עצמם ואת חייו.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced on Friday that Israel would intensify its 22-month war with Hamas by taking over the Gaza city. He said that military pressure is key to achieving Israel's war goals of returning all hostages and destroying Hamas. Hostages' families pressured the Netanyahu government amid new fears for the 50 remaining hostages, and with 20 of them thought to be alive and struggling.
הקריאה היא לכל אזרח ואזרחית שצופים בי. אני יודעת שזה לא פשוט, אבל אני מבקשת, מתחננת אליכם, תעזרו לי להציל את הילד שלי. אל תגיעו לעבודה ביום ראשון בעוד שבוע. בואו נעצור את המשק יחד ליום אחד. תהיו איתי למען הצלת החיילים והחטופים.
Hamas-led militants abducted 251 people in October 7, 2023, attack that started the war and killed around 1,200 people, mostly civilians. The most of the hostages have been released in ceasefires or other deals. 50 are still in Gaza, with less than half of them believed by Israel to be alive.
India secured a historic berth in AFC Under-20 Women's Asia Cup after 2 decades.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
Donald Trump turned transactional, turned tactical, turned mercurial, and changed minute by minute, hour by hour, become like a kaleidoscope, forever shifting, forever changing his tune. You see, if you understand the other countries' grand strategic design, the overall strategy, the American governments used to take out a strategy, national security strategy paper in every administration that laid out what it planned to do and what were its priorities, etc., etc., and it helped the rest of the world to cope or to either align itself or to protect itself from the consequence of such politics. But the simple fact is that how can you strategize in the long term if Donald Trump is going to turn everything topsy-turvy? Everything will be on a minute by minute mood, whim basis, whimsical basis. That would breed international anarchy at the time of a multipolar order. And this instability, this lack of long-term planning, strategic planning, etc., would be very disruptive of the global order. Extremely disruptive. It could lead to massive long-term conflicts. Whatever it is, we found Donald Trump almost pushing India into the Russia-India-China triangle. Pushing, literally kicking India that side, because 25% tariffs on India, he singled out India for humiliation. 25% tariffs, 25% more, 50% tariffs now because you are buying oil and gas and you are buying weapons from Russia. For God's sake, give us a break, because we get them cheap. They are useful for our economy. You are also buying uranium and rare earths from Russia. Does that not help the Russian war?
Determined to earn a recall to Australia's Ashes squad, the resilient Marnus Labuschagne is leaving no stone unturned in his quest to find a way back and silence the doubters, even volunteering to open the innings against England. Labuschagne was omitted from the Test side of the first time since 2019 ahead of the recent West Indies series, following a dip in form that saw him average just 27.82 with a solitary century over the past 2 years. Rather than playing county cricket or featuring for Australia, he chose to spend his time away from the national setup, training intensively with the coaching staff at home. India secured a historic berth in the AFC Under-20 Women's Asia Cup after 2 decades, clinching qualification with a narrow 1-0 victory over Myanmar in their final Group D qualifier. Pooja netted the match-winning goal in the 27th minute at the Tuvuna Stadium, helping India top the group with 7 points and book their place in the 2026 tournament in Thailand. India controlled the first half while Myanmar took charge in the second, but the visitors held firm to seal the win. Amid speculation over a potential exit from Rajasthan Royals, skipper Sanju Samson reflected on his long-standing association with the franchise. Having represented Rajasthan Royals across 2 separate stints, Samson has reportedly sought a trade or release ahead of IPL 2026. Amid the uncertainty, he acknowledged the pivotal role the team played in shaping his early career. India bagged 14 medals at the Asian Under-19 Boxing Championships, highlighted by golds from Nisha, Muskan and Rahul Kundu. The team also claimed 7 silver and 4 bronzes. 9 of the 10 Indian women boxers returned with medals, 2 gold, 5 silver and 2 bronze, showcasing their strength against top contenders from Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan and China. Johnny Bairstow, despite a match-winning 86 for a Welsh fire in the 100, has cast doubt on his England comeback. The 35-year-old last played for England in the T20 World Cup semi-final against India in June 2024, with his final ODI and Test appearances coming in the 2023 World Cup and his 100th Test against India in Dharamsala respectively, making him only the 17th Englishman to reach the century mark in the Tests. Viewers, coming up after the break, Prime Minister Modi and Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari now calls out bully Trump, says India will never bully countries. Also, we'll be bringing you the updates from the Kishtwar anti-terror operation that has entered day 2. 2 to 3 terrorists likely trapped.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार, क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Joining us today from Mumbai is Ratun Lahiri. Ratun will help us decode the ongoing trade war, so to say, between India and the US. Ratun, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV.
Thank you, Pranav. A pleasure to be here.
Okay. Ratun, as we speak, Donald Trump has earlier today announced that there will be no further negotiations, or he has said that the negotiations have been called off as of now, as we speak. What do you make of this?
I think it's rather unfortunate. It is also unfortunate that we should find ourselves, in this situation, with the United States. Actually, one of India's greatest allies, and the United States should consider India to be one of its greatest allies. A bustling democracy, a country on the rise, 1.4 billion people, the diaspora, the Indian American diaspora in the US contributing so much, to their educational, their business and their political life. And to, if you had even asked me a month back, I couldn't even in my dreams have imagined a scenario as we are seeing today. It's very, very unfortunate.
True.
And very short-sighted, if I may add.
Absolutely. I mean, is Trump in any way jeopardizing the historic ties that India and America had developed over years prior to post the MTCR, the Missile Technology Control Regime, wherein we actually saw that US denied missiles to India, US was closer to Pakistan, and then we had this amazing decades wherein India and US were closer, getting closer as allies. Is he jeopardizing the historic ties?
I would think so. But, today, as I look back at the history of the India in the Indo-US relationship, I really must ask myself, has the United States ever, been a true partner to India? India was a champion of the non-aligned movement in those days. And even through the 1971 war, prior to that, India has never really been helped at any crucial juncture in India's history. India has never really been helped by the US, in that way. But over the last couple of years, over the last couple of decades, as you very rightly pointed out, there were closer ties. I think there was an understanding within the American political leadership, particularly starting in the Clinton years, or what the Indian diaspora adds to America, and what India as a nation, and how India as a nation can be a true partner to America. And I think it took decades, to build, because there was distrust on both sides. America has always been worried about India being closer to Russia than America. And India has always, in a way, not liked the fact, that America has, in the past, always sided, with Pakistan. Though at the moment, there is no link between India and Pakistan, to couple the two, even during the recent Operation Sindoor, I think was very unfortunate. And then, of course, things have just taken a downfall since then.
When we're talking about Russia, he specifically mentioned that India is trading with Russia, and as a result of which the additional 25% tariffs have been slapped. Is he singling out India? Why is he not doing anything against China? Why is he not doing anything against EU, who are also, and he himself is in fact importing several, items from Russia? Why is he not punishing any other countries but India?
I think this is... I think this is this is primarily two things. One is that, he's punishing India, because he thinks he can get away with it, and he thinks India will capitulate the way, frankly, the UK has and the European Union has. He has not reckoned with the strength of India. He has not reckoned with thousands of years of civilization. He has not reckoned with a proud people and a country on the rise, and on the rise in a significant way. This moment in time had to come, Pranav, because India, is rising. And when you are under when you're under the radar, people don't consider you. But the moment you raise your head above the parapet, people look at you. And I think this moment had to come, but I think it has come sooner than one expected. And as regards the question of why he's singling out India,
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. You are watching live this morning on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. The top story that we are tracking is from Jammu and Kashmir. It is the day 2 of the Kishtwar encounter, and 2 to 3 terrorists are believed to be still trapped there. All the details on that big story and much more coming up ahead. Let's start with the headlines. After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari calls out bully Donald Trump, says India will never bully countries. Delhi-bound Air India flight made emergency landing in Chennai. Several MPs aboard call it a harrowing journey. Karnataka, Haryana, Maharashtra election commissions send a notice to Rahul Gandhi, ask him to provide documents to inquire into the allegations made. Asim Munir threatens from the US soil. Addressing American audience, Munir says, we destroy half the world if threatened. Kishtwar anti-terror operations enter day 2. 2 to 3 terrorists likely trapped. Posters of 3 terrorists, including Hizbul terrorist Jahangir Saruri, put out by the Kishtwar police. An earthquake of magnitude 6.1 strikes Turkey. About a dozen buildings collapse. Viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. It is the day 2 of the anti-terror operations in Kishtwar, and they have entered day 2. Now, Republic has accessed an exclusive footage of forces exploding open the cave in Dhul. Now, this is the cave in which the terrorists are hiding, and now it has been exploded by the security forces. And the terrorists were hiding in a 20 feet long cave in the area. So this is the day 2 of the anti-terror operations today, and in Kishtwar, and we have gotten access of the exclusive footage of the forces trying to open this cave in Dhul. This is the cave in which the terrorists were hiding, and now it has been exploded by the security forces. And this is the 20 feet long cave that we are talking about, and the terrorists were hiding here. And it is believed that 2 to 3 terrorists are there. Meanwhile, the police have also sent out posters, and these are the Hizbul terrorists that are hiding. And the army has launched anti-terror operations there. Let's get all the updates. Gursimran, our colleague, is now joining us live. Gursimran, we saw those visuals there that Republic TV has accessed, we are opening the cave there, and we still understand that there are 2 to 3 terrorists that are in the hiding. What more details do you have?
See, the security forces have destroyed the opening of this very cave where the terrorists are hiding. It was since yesterday that the security forces have cornered in this very area where the terrorists were hiding, and now in the Dhul area, this opening has been blown. It has been exploded using the IED, the visuals of which are with Republic. Now what we are getting to know that the terrorists are still holed up. That is what the security forces are saying. Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army and the CRPF are operating in the area, and they are trying to ensure that these terrorists are neutralized at an earlier reason being that these are the terrorists believed to be from the terror group Hizbul Mujahideen, and they are the one who have a long experience of operating in the areas. So they are well aware of this very dynamics and especially the topography and the demography of the area. So they know that where they can have a safe shelter, and that is why the security forces are trying to intensify the operation. They want to neutralize these terrorists at an earliest, because these group which has Riaz Ahmed and Mudassir Hussain, 2 of the Hizbul commanders carrying 10 lakh reward, they are the ones who have carried out the attacks in the past as well, and now also they were in a bid to carry out an attack but were intercepted by the security forces. Since this is a day 2nd of the operation, the forces are trying to wind up the operation with the killing of these terrorists at an earliest, because we have seen that the prolonged operations are ending in the result in the casualties to the security forces. That is what we have witnessed in the ongoing operation in the Akhal area of Kulgam as well. So here the forces do not want this operation operation to linger on. They want this operation to be concluded at an earliest with the elimination of both the terrorists that have been trapped in the area. The senior officials, including the Deputy Inspector General of the Doda Kiswat Ramban, they have also arrived at the operation site. The senior officials, they all are at the operation site so that this operation orders can be given at an earliest, and whatsoever is needed that can be provided at real time to conclude the operation.
All right, there. Thank you so much, Agur Simran, for all those details on the Kishtwar encounter. We'll keep coming back to you. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in after Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has called out to bully Donald Trump. The Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has criticized the countries that engaged in dadagiri, that is bullying, on the global stage, attributing their behavior to economic strength and technological superiority. Now, he emphasized the need for India to boost its export, reduce imports and strengthen its science and technology sector to become self-reliant. Further, he added that if India gets better technology and resources, we will not bully anyone because our culture teaches us that world welfare is paramount. So, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari calling out bully Donald Trump. Let's listen in.
हमारे देश की प्रगति और विकास का जो दर है और 3 गुना बढ़ेगा, और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो। हमारे कोई इसमें हमने ये नहीं कहा कि मेरा कल्याण पहले करो, बाद में विश्व का कल्याण करो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। और बहुतों के द्वारा यह कोशिश की जा रही है कुछ ऐसा किया जाए ताकि भारत में भारतवासियों के हाथों से जो चीजें तैयार होती हैं वह दुनिया के देशों में जाएं तो उन देशों में बनने वाली चीजों से वह महंगी हो जाएं, ताकि भारत की धरती पर भारतवासियों के हाथों से बनी हुई चीजें जब महंगी हो जाएंगी तो दुनिया के लोग उसे नहीं खरीदेंगे। यह कोशिश की जा रही है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. A major scare aboard an Air India flight from Trivandrum to Delhi. Now, this aircraft carrying several passengers, including Congress MP KC Venugopal, was forced to make an emergency landing in Chennai, narrowly averting a runway tragedy. The flight was diverted to Chennai following a radar malfunction, but the situation escalated further during the landing as well. Now, sources say that fuel had to be dumped mid-air and the pilot aborted the first landing attempt after another aircraft was reportedly on the same runway. Now, Congress MP KC Venugopal has described the incident as harrowing and said that it came dangerously close to a tragedy. So, Air India flight with KC Venugopal making an emergency diversion. This is the Trivandrum to Delhi flight and it landed in Chennai. So, this is the Air India flight from Trivandrum to Delhi, diverted to Chennai. And this after the detection of some technical fault. And the flight landed safely in Chennai. However, it was a harrowing moment for all the passengers, including Congress MP KC Venugopal, who was on board that flight. And Air India has issued a statement now after the flight scare. So, Air India admits the technical problem in the flight on which the Congress leader was travelling. The airline admits technical fault on the flight that caused chaos yesterday. So, this is the Air India flight from Thiruvananthapuram to Delhi. It was diverted to Chennai. And now Air India has given a statement and it said, indeed, there was a technical fault that led to the entire situation escalating. So this flight made a precautionary diversion to Chennai due to this suspected technical issue. All right, so it was a harrowing moment really for all the passengers of Air India flight from Thiruvananthapuram to Delhi, AI 2455. All right, let's move on. Well, Republic is proud to launch R4 Sports, a nationwide campaign dedicated to discovering, celebrating and nurturing India's sporting spirit. Now, this initiative shines a spotlight on the unsung heroes and also the rising stars who carry the nation's hopes, one match, one moment at a time. And from grassroots talent to emerging champions, R4 Sports brings their inspiring journeys to the forefront and driven a powerful mission, that is sports first, nation first. So it's part of this special campaign. Our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami sat down with Mr. Partho Banerjee, who's a senior executive officer marketing and sales at Maruti Suzuki India Limited, for an exclusive conversation. Listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so personally delighted here to be having a small role in promoting R4 Sports, Republic for Sports, our new initiative, which aims at taking the competitive spirit of sports, all sports, the discipline of sports, the resilience of sports, to all parts of the country, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 cities across the entire country, and helping us do that. And we are very grateful for them is the great company Maruti Suzuki India Limited. And we are so happy at this association with Maruti Suzuki and happy to have Partho Banerjee, who's the Senior Executive Officer of Marketing and Sales. He looks after marketing and sales for this super brand Maruti. And he's with us on this recording. Partho Banerjee. Partho, thank you very much. First of all, let me tell you, the Republic Media Network is so excited to be working with Maruti Suzuki to be doing this. So thank you very much at the start.
Thank you, Arnab, and thanks to Republic TV for inviting me for this discussion. I'm looking forward for this discussion.
Thank you, Partho. Partho, everyone knows Maruti and Maruti Suzuki, household brand for decades. Can you start by saying a little bit about how you think Maruti Suzuki's support for R4 Sports, particularly in nurturing ambition in small towns of the country, complement your existing youth skill development programs? How does it complement with your own priorities?
Arnab, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Republic TV for coming up with this excellent initiative, Republic for Sports. So, Arnab, I would like to say our commitment to youth development is foundational. That is built on initiatives like our Maruti Suzuki driving schools, skill development centers, which have already trained millions of people. And I think the Republic for Sports is a natural and strategic extension of this. While our existing programs focus on vocational skill, I think the Republic for Sports addresses another critical dimension: nurturing talent, ambition, especially in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. And this aligns with our deep penetration in these markets where we understand the pulse of the emerging India. Also, by fostering discipline, resilience, and a competitive spirit through sports, we are building a more holistic foundation for young Indians. It's about empowering them, whether in factory or in the field, for a stronger India.
That's so well said, Partho. Partho, our focus in the Republic Media Network, we always say, we don't say news first. Of course, we want to bring the news first, but we say nation first. Everything for us begins and ends with nation first, nation building. And I always want every initiative of Republic to be in that direction. So from your perspective, this beautiful partnership between Maruti Suzuki and Republic, how does this represent a new chapter in your great company's long-standing legacy of nation building?
I think Maruti Suzuki always has been a partner in the India's growth story for the last 42 years. From revolutionizing the personal mobility to contributing significantly to the economy, I think the national building is in our DNA. And I think this partnership with Republic for Sports will mark a new exciting chapter in the history of Maruti Suzuki. We have consistently supported national development through innovative and community initiatives. Now we are going to leverage the power of sports as a vehicle for social change and national pride. It's about expanding our impact beyond the traditional sectors, recognizing that sports can unite, inspire, and develop the nation character.
Now that's true, and also the focus on the youth, Partho, because we have to look beyond sports. How do you see this initiative reinforcing your fundamental belief that investing in youth and youth potential is critical for a stronger India?
Absolutely. I think, Arnav, the Gen Z today constitute the majority of the population of India.
Yes.
So if we are not appealing to the Gen Z and we are not connecting with them, then we are lost. I totally agree with you.
Yeah. And you know, Maruti is known as the people's car, Partho.
Absolutely.
And so how important is it for you, for your brand, to celebrate everyday heroes of sports? Because our focus in R4 Sports are not just the big celebrities of sports. They're already recognized, Partho. Everybody knows them. But the future stars and the people who build the foundation have to be everyday heroes who often go without recognition.
Arnav, you have yourself answered this question actually in an interesting way, that Maruti is known as the people's car. So by people's car, what we mean is this: we are deeply connected to the aspirations and the realities of every Indian. Everybody believes that Maruti is a brand which I can associate with. So just like as our vehicles are an integral part of their lives, we believe it is crucial to celebrate the everyday heroes also of sports, those who dedicate themselves to their craft, often without significant recognition or limelight. And I think this Republic for Sports platform is going to provide that vital platform to amplify their stories. And I think, Arnav, this your channel can only do. I think that will be a big achievement for these people who have never been in the limelight. Yeah. It's about recognizing the true heroism. Isn't it always on the biggest stage, but often in the quiet and the consistent effort? So we feel that this aligns perfectly with the Maruti Suzuki identity and the commitment to celebrate the spirit of the common person, the people's car guy. We are going to make them the heroes.
Yeah, and from a brand perspective, of course, you're a mobility brand. You are the top mobility brand in the country. So how does Maruti Suzuki see its role in physically enabling athletes, the people who will be the beneficiaries of the visibility that R4 Sports is going to bring, will be the athletes who wish to pursue their dreams? And what impact do you as a mobility brand, with your focus on mobility, hope to make in the lives of these athletes?
Our mission as a mobility brand is to bring the joy of mobility to every Indian. However, in this case, we understand that the access and connectivity are the fundamental enablers. And for an athlete, mobility is very critical, whether reaching to the training facility, traveling for the competition, or accessing some specialized coaching. While our primary role in this program will be to provide reliable transportation, but our support for Republic for Sports highlights the broader ecosystem where mobility is going to play a crucial role in unlocking the sports potential. We hope to make an impact by drawing attention to the need for better infrastructure and accessibility, ensuring that talent is not only constrained by geographical limitations, and our involvement underscores the idea of seamless mobility that can bridge the critical gaps, allowing more athletes to pursue and realize their dreams.
And lastly, Partho, you know, we've seen Indian athletes do so well at the Paralympics. Wherever you feel an individual has some challenges, it's so beautiful to see athletes, overcome all such challenges. And I think our focus has to be a great deal, and Republic for Sports is going to focus a great deal on the spirit of inclusivity in sport. So how would this partnership reflect your broader philosophy? Because Maruti Suzuki also has a broader philosophy of inclusive development across all segments. Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
No, inclusivity is the cornerstone of Maruti Suzuki philosophy. You rightly mentioned that. Our business model and the CSR initiatives are built on the principle of inclusive development, reaching across diverse geographies, genders, and economic segments. While Republic for Sports perfectly mirrors this commitment by featuring para-athletes, women athletes, and talents from remote regions, it champions the idea that potential is universal. I think that's a great initiative. Once again, I would salute the thought process which has come out. The partnership is going to reinforce our belief that true progress comes from empowering everyone, ensuring that opportunities are accessible to all. And finally, it's all about building a more equitable society where talent is recognized and nurtured, irrespective of the background, which is a core value for Maruti Suzuki also, and I think for Republic TV also.
Partho, in conclusion, I would say that, we are two different but great brands. We're all committed to nation building, inclusivity, and enabling people to pursue their dreams. I am personally grateful that Maruti has come forward to support us in this initiative. And I look forward to having you along with many of those who are participating and those who will be featured in our series across the entire year to the Republic campus. So we look forward to meeting you and meeting all the stars of R4 Sports. From all of us here at the Republic Media Network, Partho, to you and to the team at Maruti Suzuki, thank you very much. Thank you, Partho.
Thank you. Thank you, Arnav. My best wishes to the Team Republic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
चल रही है सांसें मेरी, जल रहा जुनून है, ये मिट्टी है मेरी, मैं मिट्टी का हूँ, ये छाँव ये धूप में बारिशों की बूंद हूँ, कोई रोक ना सके, मैं भारत हूँ, मैं भारत हूँ, मैं भारत हूँ, मैं भारत हूँ, भारत हूँ। मैं गिरता हूँ, गिर कर फिर संभलता हूँ, मैं चांद को भी मुट्ठी में तारों सा चमकता हूँ, मैं भारत 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 हूँ।
Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, Indian Navy all set to conduct drills at the Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. Also coming up ahead, earthquake of magnitude 6.1 strikes Turkey. About a dozen buildings collapse. Those big stories and much more coming up after a short break. Stay tuned.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Donald Trump turned transactional, turned tactical, turned mercurial, and changed minute by minute, hour by hour, become like a kaleidoscope, forever shifting, forever changing his tune. You see, if you understand the other countries' grand strategic design, the overall strategy, the American governments used to take out a strategy, national security strategy paper in every administration that laid out what it planned to do and what were its priorities, etc., and it helped the rest of the world to cope or to either align itself or to protect itself from the consequence of such politics. But the simple fact is that how can you
After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari calls out bully Donald Trump, says India will never bully countries. Delhi-bound Air India flight made emergency landing in Chennai. Several MPs aboard call it a harrowing journey. Karnataka, Haryana, Maharashtra election commissions send notice to Rahul Gandhi, ask him to provide documents to inquire into the allegations that he's made. Asim Munir threatens from the US soil. Addressing American audience, Munir says will destroy half the world if threatened. Kishtwar anti-terror operations enter day 2. 2 to 3 terrorists likely trapped. Posters of 3 terrorists, including Hizbul commander Jahangir Saruri, put out by the Kishtwar police. An earthquake of magnitude 6.1 strikes Turkey. About a dozen buildings collapse. Alright viewers, let's take a look at the biggest news stories from India and across the world. It's over to my colleague Tanisha.
Well, absolutely. There's a breaking news that's coming in. This
Monday morning at 8:30 a.m., ladies and gentlemen, where the stray dog menace has continued to cause havoc. And this time, this incident is from Bengaluru, where there's a case that has come to light where there is a stray dog that has attacked a child. This stray dog menace has been captured on the CCTV cameras. No injuries to the boy have been reported yet, but what we do know is that the stray dog menace continues to be in a locality. This one is from the state of Karnataka, this one specifically from Bengaluru. There's an attempt by the minor to throw stones at the dog, I believe, and then soon after which is when the dog pounces on the little boy. He attacks him, pins him to the ground, and then tries to bite him. Soon at that moment is when the little boy tries to retaliate. There are two elderly who come running to save the little boy, and that is exactly at the moment when the dog runs away. But this is a case that has been a national issue now, where the stray dog menace has completely taken over all the states of India. All right, shifting our focus to some more breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the India and Pakistan displaying its naval might. Today, remember, India and Pakistan will be conducting joint naval drills. A NOTAM has been issued as well by Pakistan and India. Now, this will be conducted at a time when India and Pakistan, remember, are at loggerheads. The Indian Navy will conduct naval drills in the Arabian Sea. And at the same time, it is Pakistan Navy as well that has issued a NOTAM announcing its own exercises in its territorial waters. The overlapping schedules points to heightened military activity in the strategically significant Arabian Sea, a key route for maritime trade and crucial to region security. Now, the exercises are positioned approximately 60 nautical miles from each other. Indian Navy is all set to display its naval might today at the Arabian Sea. As per the NOTAM issue, the Indian Navy will conduct its maritime drills of the coast of Porbandar and Okha in Gujarat. So this is something that India will be keeping a watch on. Remember, India and Pakistan will be at loggerheads again. At the same time, when India is scheduled to take on the Navy drills, Pakistan has also issued a NOTAM. But India's military might, India's Navy might is on display today, and the whole world is going to see that. All right, Major General Rajan Kochar is joining us on the phone line, defense expert. General, good morning to you. Thank you very much for speaking to Republic this Monday morning. Sir, the naval drills are pointing towards how India is showing its strength not just to Pakistan but to the whole world. And at the same time, when India is doing it, it is Pakistan as well that has issued a NOTAM trying to conduct naval drills in the Arabian Sea. And clearly, one thing is for sure, when it comes to India versus Pakistan, India certainly has the edge, sir. What do you think about that?
You see, Indian Navy is far more superior than the Pakistan Navy. Even if you look at the capabilities of both the navies, look at the aircraft carriers. Pakistan Navy does not have an aircraft carrier. We have two of them. And in terms of submarines, in terms of nuclear submarines also, we are almost double the number with Pakistan. And in terms of frigates and corvettes and the entire gunships, we are a far superior navy than Pakistan. As a matter of fact, at any point of time in the Indian Ocean as well as the other seas, we have almost 30 to 32 ships on sea at any point of time. And we are the first responders anywhere. If you would have seen in the Indian Ocean or Red Sea or the Arabian Sea, we are always the first responders. So the Indian Navy is, of course, far superior in terms of technology, in terms of strength than the Pakistan Navy. And these naval exercises have a great significance because this is the time when we try to test our own strength. We hone our drills in these exercises. We match our frequencies, and many a times we are also holding exercises with the in other navies of the world. And in the Quad countries especially, every year we have joint exercises with the Australian Navy, Japanese Navy, and the French Navy. So we are all the time trying to make sure that whatever new technology is coming in, the Indian Navy also gets into it. And one important aspect is that shipbuilding has increased manifold in India today. A great deal of indigenization is now taking place. And if you see the Goa shipyard, the Cochin and the Mazikon docks, we are now making our own ships, our own corvettes, our own warships with a greater percentage of indigenization. That today there is almost 75 to 80% indigenization in our manufacture of our shipbuilding activity.
Right, sir. General Kocher, thank you very much again for sharing those insights. All eyes will be now on the naval drills that will be conducted by India. With that, we move on to some other stories that we are tracking. Karnataka, Maharashtra and Haryana poll bodies have altogether sent fresh notice to the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi over his quote-unquote voter fraud claims. Now, the poll bodies have given Rahul Gandhi a 10-day ultimatum, a deadline to either show proof of his claims and sign the declaration under the oath or apologize to the nation. The poll bodies have written to Rahul Gandhi seeking documents to back his allegations on the voter fraud during the Lok Sabha elections. The poll body have now given ultimatum, all three poll bodies together of different states, writing to Rahul Gandhi, asking him to either prove the allegations, prove the claims that he has put on the poll body of India of voter fraud, or apologize to the nation for doubting the poll body. That's the recent face-off between the Election Commission and Rahul Gandhi. So the same issue has been raised in the Parliament as well. A heated discussion is awaited in the Parliament today, which starts sharp at 11 a.m. Will be seen whether Rahul Gandhi will be able to furbish any proof, or will the false allegations continue. There have only been tall claims and no proof. Maharashtra, Haryana elections were stolen through voter manipulation is what Rahul Gandhi alleges. Remember, just a few days back, he had a full-fledged press conference. He got a notebook which had nearly 40,000 pages saying that these are the number of fake voters that have been registered via the Election Commission. And he alleged that the Election Commission is siding with the BJP to make them win certain elections. He talked the same about the 2024 elections as well. The poll body have now come heavily on the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi. And moving on to some other breaking news that's coming in, as the much anticipated talks between Donald Trump and Putin is set to be held next week. Ukraine President Zelensky says he is counting on the results from these high-stake negotiations. As the international community watches this peace talks closely, it is to be seen if the meetup will end in the 3-year-old long war or not. Here's a report on that.
As the talks between Trump and Putin are set to take place next week, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said he is counting on results from the discussions. The comments follow a meeting between European and Ukrainian officials and US Vice President J.D. Vance in England, where they discussed strategies to end the more than 3-year-long conflict. Zelensky said that Ukraine's position had been clearly communicated. He stressed that the path to peace must be determined together and only with Ukraine's full involvement.
Вже була щойно доповідь нашої команди з Британії Андрія Єрмака. Були перемовини безпекових представників Сполучених Штатів Америки та Європи. Україна, Сполучені Штати, віце-президент Венс, Британія, Франція, Німеччина, Італія, Фінляндія, Польща. Зустріч була конструктивною. Наші сигнали всі передали. Наші аргументи чують. Небезпеки враховують. Шлях до миру для України має визначатися разом І тільки разом з Україною. І це принципово. Важливо, щоб
The Ukrainian president further rejected the notion of giving up land to end the war after Trump suggested a peace deal could include some swapping of territories.
цю другу спробу поділу України Росії ми не дамо. Знаючи Росію, де друга, там і третя. Тому стоїмо міцно на чітких українських позиціях. Ми маємо закінчити війну достойним миром, який буде заснований на чіткій, надійній, безпековій архітектурі.
With a highly anticipated meeting between US President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin set in Alaska, the world watches closely to see if this could be a breakthrough for a ceasefire or yet another failed attempt at peace negotiations.
Shifting our focus to some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the earthquake that has struck Turkey. A magnitude of 6.1 earthquake struck Turkey's northwestern province of Balyasar, causing about a dozen buildings to collapse. At least one person is trapped in the debris of a collapsed building, we learn. Meanwhile, several people have also suffered minor injuries and are admitted to the hospital. One person has also been killed in this regard. All right, so these are the recent visuals that we have on your screen. 6.1 magnitude earthquake that we had on the Richter scale that had struck Turkey. The devastation is huge, ladies and gentlemen, because 6.1 is the magnitude that we're talking about right now. And one person has been killed. The death toll is likely to mount. Buildings have gone into dust. There are people that are trapped under the debris. This happened in the northwestern province of Turkey. The epicenter of the earthquake is yet to be ascertained, but that's the latest visual that you have on your screen. There are many teams that have been rushed for the rescue operations. And with that, it's time for us to slip into a short break, ladies and gentlemen. But after the break, we'll get you more international stories. This one specifically about how the floods have devastated China's Gansu province.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान
इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान
इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
Joining us today from Mumbai is Ratun Lahiri. Ratun will help us decode the ongoing trade war, so to say, between India and the US. Ratun, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV.
Thank you, Pranav. A pleasure to be here.
Okay. Ratun, as we speak, Donald Trump has earlier today announced that there will be no further negotiations, or he has said that the negotiations have been called off as of now, as we speak. What do you make of this?
I think it's rather unfortunate. It is also unfortunate that we should find ourselves, in this situation, with the United States. Actually, one of India's greatest allies, and the United States should consider India to be one of its greatest allies. A bustling democracy, a country on the rise, 1.4 billion people, the diaspora.
Unprecedented floods have devastated China's Gansu province. Entire villages are submerged, homes have been swept away, and the death toll has risen to at least 30, with over 30 people still missing. President Xi Jinping has ordered an all-out rescue and relief operations as the emergency teams race against time. Here's a report on that.
China is reeling under devastating floods impacting its northwestern Gansu region. At least 10 people have lost their lives and dozens are missing. Chinese President Xi Jinping has called for an all-out rescue operation to locate the missing people. Rescuers deployed several high-tech devices to locate the stranded people. Among them is a drone equipped with aeromagnetic detection equipment. Rescuers believe that the likelihood of finding the missing is relatively high near metal structures. The heavy rain had triggered flash floods and at least one landslide in mountainous areas near Lanzhou city. The downpour damaged power and telecommunication lines, leaving over 4,000 residents across 4 villages stranded. According to media reports, over 54 hotels requisitioned and 14 centralized shelters, including schools and village administrative centers, have been set up to accommodate nearly 10,000 people displaced by the floods.
Let's also now have a quick check of the other stories that we are tracking that have made international headlines, ladies and gentlemen. Here's a quick check of that. A magnitude 6.1 earthquake struck Turkey's northwestern province of Baliskor on Sunday, reportedly causing about a dozen buildings to collapse. At least one person was trapped in the debris of a collapsed building. The earthquake, with an epicenter in the town of Sindgiri, sent shockwaves that were felt some 200 kilometers to the north in Istanbul, a city of more than 16 million people. Interior Minister Ali Yarkarala has said that 5 people, including an elderly woman, was rescued from a collapsed building while rescuers were trying to reach another person trapped in the structure. Several houses have collapsed in a nearby village as well. A Russian strike in southern Ukraine on Sunday reportedly injured at least a dozen people. The attack struck civilian infrastructure, including 2 infrastructural buildings, a central bus station, vehicles and nearby houses. Many were severely damaged or partially destroyed by the force of the blast and scattered debris. Emergency responders were quick to act, pulling victims from the rubble and providing critical aid at the scene. A 75-foot Atlantis shuttle boat ran aground near Cavallo Basin Harbour in Honolulu amid a high surf advisory that pushed the vessel into shallow reef and the jetty. There were 2 experienced crew members on board, but no passengers were on the boat at that time and no injuries or leaks were reported. The United States Coast Guard and Ocean Safety responded to the incident, and the boat is currently under the jurisdiction of the Coast Guard. The company expects to have the boat safely removed and inspected before returning it to service. Firefighters continued to battle a blaze in the national park in the southern Italy. Hot temperatures and winds fueled a fire that has been burning since Friday. Aircraft and helicopters are being used to dump water on the flames. Dozens of civilian protection vehicles and volunteers and also mechanical equipment from the army are also being used. The fire broke out late Friday afternoon in the woods of Terzingo and spread to the slopes of Mount Soma, reaching an altitude of nearly 1,050 meters. A severe storm hit neighborhoods in Washington County, Nebraska, with residents clearly running away after the debris were seen. High winds caused widespread damage across eastern Nebraska, toppling trees, damaging roofs, and pulling down electrical lines. Thousands of people were left without power in the immediate aftermath. In the state capital of Lincoln, the storms reportedly damaged 2 housing units at the Nebraska state, displacing 387 prisoners. And
And there's some breaking news that's coming in where we learn a horrifying incident has now come to light from a daycare in Noida. A 15-month-old was allegedly beaten and bitten at the daycare by the lady that you see on your screen. The bite marks were found on the child's leg and the doctors confirmed the injury as well. The CCTV had captured the assault in which the daycare staff is seen slapping the 15-month-old child, hitting her with plastic belts and biting her. We are yet to ascertain the reason on why this was done, whether the daycare lady was mentally unstable to have done that to a 15-month-old baby, or was there any ulterior motive to that? That is yet to be known. But on your screen are the visuals on how the woman throws the 15-year-old baby on the floor, and this is without, remember, any provocation. We are yet to ascertain the reasons on why this was done. The doctor has confirmed the injuries. There are bite marks that have been seen on the toddler's leg. Akhil is joining me live on the broadcast on that story. Akhil, this seems to be a very horrific case that has come to light from Noida. Tell us exactly on, has there any formal complaint been registered during the course of time? And what are the reasons that we know about why the woman conducted such act? Was she mentally unstable?
Well, that's right, Tanisha. If you see, a 15-year-old toddler was allegedly beaten and bitten as well at a daycare in Noida's prominent society. If you just talk about Sector 137, there are 5 or 6 prominent societies in that region, which include Paras, Tiara, Logic, Blossom County, Purvanchal, and Exotica Fresca as well. So out of those, what we have got to learn that in Paras, Tiara, there is one daycare where this unfortunate incident took place, where a 15-month-old toddler was beaten by the daycare staff. And if you just go by the visuals, we have accessed the CCTV cameras from the Paras Tiara daycare as well. And in that CCTV footage, it's pretty clear that the daycare staff can be easily seen in that visual beating that 15-month-old girl. So and after the incident, she was taken to a nearby hospital, which is the Phoenix Hospital, where the doctors have confirmed that this is the injury of a bite. And in this case, what we have seen that the parents of the victim, the parents of the toddler, has went to the police station in connection with the case. An FIR has formally been lodged at the Sector 142 police station. And if you see the latest development that we have got from the Gautam Budh Nagar police team, that the main accused in connection with the case has already been arrested by the Gautam Budh Nagar police team. Back to you, Tanisha.
Right, Akhil, thank you very much for getting us those details. A very horrendous case that has come to light from Delhi NCR region. More details on the case are awaited. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's time for us to now slip into a very short commercial break. And on the other side, we'll get you the details on how there are back-to-back union ministers taking on Trump, taking on the bully that they say. Details of statement about Union Minister Nitin Gadkari after Rajnath Singh coming up after the break. Also after the break, Air India is in another huge controversy after Congress Member of Parliament's claim that they had a near close to death experience while they were on the Air India flight due to a technical issue. Air India has now admitted to the technical failure.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला स्टर करो पुदीना चटनी तैयार MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Donald Trump turned transactional, turned tactical, turned mercurial, and changed minute by minute, hour by hour, become like a kaleidoscope, forever shifting, forever changing his tune. You see, if you understand the other countries' grand strategic design, the overall strategy, the American governments used to take out a strategy, national security strategy paper in every.
Alright, continuing with our coverage of the horrendous case that has come to light from Delhi NCR, specifically in Noida. These are the visuals of a daycare that has come to light. This in a society near Paras Tiara, and this happened in Noida. The case was about how a 15-month-old, when admitted to a daycare hospital, the lady who takes care of him, the nanny there, assaults him, bites him and throws him on the floor. Exact visuals of that are on your screen right now. The motive is not clear yet. However, the complaint has been registered by the parents. Look how horrifically the woman takes the child on her arms, throws her on the floor. This is a 15-year-old toddler, ladies and gentlemen. The mental condition of the woman is yet to be ascertained on why she's done this act, but a formal complaint has already been registered in this regard. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, time for us to slip into another very short break. But after the break, we'll get you the details of how there has been another Air India flight scare, and this time it is with the Congress member of Parliament, where they have gone on to allege that they had near-death experience, ladies and gentlemen, and Air India in that regard has admitted to the technical fault.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना
अपने देश का सामान
इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना
अपने देश का सामान
इंडिया सोना
India Zona. Joining us today from Mumbai is Ratun Lahiri. Ratun will help us decode the ongoing trade war, so to say, between India and the US. Ratun, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV.
Thank you, Pranav. A pleasure to be here.
Okay. Ratun, as we speak, Donald Trump has earlier today announced that there will be no further negotiations, or he has said that the negotiations have been called off as of now, as we speak. What do you make of this?
I think it's rather unfortunate. It is also unfortunate that we should find ourselves, in this situation, with the United States. Actually, one of India's greatest allies, and the United States should consider India to be one of its greatest allies. A bustling democracy, a country on the rise, 1.4 billion people, the diaspora.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Well, hello and welcome, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I am Riyanka Chaudhary, and we will be, of course, tracking minute-to-minute details, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has called out bully Trump and said India will never bully any other country. More on this, but after the headlines. After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari calls out bully Trump, says India will never bully countries. Delhi-bound Air India flight made emergency landing in Chennai. Several MPs aboard, calls it harrowing journey. Karnataka. Karnataka, Haryana, Maharashtra election commissions send notice to Rahul Gandhi, asked to provide documents to inquire into allegations made. Asim Munir threatens from US soil. Addressing American audience, Munir says, "Will destroy half the world if threatened." Kishtwar anti-terror operation enters day 2. 2 to 3 terrorists likely trapped. Posters of 3 terrorists, including Hizbul commander Jahangir Sururi, put out by Kishtwar cops. Earthquake of magnitude 6.1 strikes Turkey. About a dozen buildings have collapsed. Here's breaking news coming in as we begin this edition. Karnataka, Maharashtra and Haryana poll bodies have sent fresh notice to Rahul Gandhi over his voter fraud claims. The poll bodies have given Rahul Gandhi a 10-day deadline to either show proof of his claims and sign declaration under oath. The poll bodies have written to Rahul seeking documents to back his allegations on voter fraud during Lok Sabha elections. That is the latest breaking news we are tracking for our viewers. There, the state poll bodies doubling down their action on Rahul Gandhi, seeking documents to back his allegations on voter fraud during Lok Sabha elections. Remember, Election Commission of India had also hit out at Rahul Gandhi, asking him to apologize in front of the entire nation if he cannot give proofs for the claims that he's made regarding the fake voters. There, Rahul Gandhi once again facing the ire of election commissions, state election commissions coming forward, and it is a fresh face-off between Rahul Gandhi and the election commissions, who are seeking documents from him so that he can back his allegations, and if he cannot provide those documents, he must apologize in front of the nation. That is the words coming from the Election Commission of India, and followed by that, state poll bodies of Karnataka, of Haryana and Maharashtra, they have sent fresh notice to Rahul Gandhi over his voter fraud claims. My colleague Shambhavi is joining us live on the broadcast to give us some more details on it. Shambhavi, it's a fresh face-off between Rahul Gandhi and the Election Commission, and now the state election commissions from Karnataka, from Haryana and Maharashtra, they have issued fresh notice to Rahul Gandhi to give proofs for the voter fraud claims. What else do we have on this?
Well, absolutely. Rahul Gandhi has been repeatedly claiming that there was a large-scale voter fraud during 2024 Lok Sabha elections, and he has also claimed that even in Karnataka's Mahadevpur segment, there were around a voter fraud of around 1 lakh votes. And now the state bodies, the state poll bodies have now taken this action where they have sent a fresh notice to Rahul Gandhi saying that you have to show proof to support your claims, some kind of proof to show that your claims are authentic, and you also have to sign the oath claiming that whatever this voter fraud claim that you are making is actually authentic. And even today, in fact, there is going to be a protest march by the India bloc where around 300 MPs of around 25 parties are going to walk from Makar Dwar to the Election Commission of India, showing their protest to their alleged voting.
Shambhavi, stay on with me. Stay on with me. I'll come back to you. But at this point in time, Mr. Gopal Krishna Agarwal is the BJP spokesperson. Is joining us. Mr. Agarwal, how do you see the development? Because Rahul Gandhi once again in the back foot, because not just the Election Commission of India, but state election commissions are coming forward, issuing a fresh notice to him to back his voter fraud claims.
Gandhi is a perpetual liar. He has been creating false narrative on anything which is not conducive to the national interest. One after another, we are seeing that he is undermining democratic institutions of the country. creating false narrative at the global level about India's democracy and India's institutions. And this has been at several points of time reprimanded by our such an higher authority as Supreme Court. But he has not stopped from doing these things. He wants to create false narrative. That is the only intention he has. And he is not giving any proof. Whatever he is telling in the public platforms, when the institutions ask for those proof, he doesn't have any documents to support that, or he doesn't go to them. They call him for the meeting. So this is bad for the institution's image. And they are asking for his proof. If he has anything, they will investigate and then come. But simply public statement cannot lead to some concrete outcomes that he wants to get at. But this clearly shows that he has no intention to get to the truth, only create false narratives.
Right. Mr. Agarwal, appreciate you joining us and giving your piece of thought on that information coming in. But viewers, time to get in more breaking developments. At this point, the Election Commission has given Congress leader Jairam Ramesh an appointment at 12 p.m. on August 11. The meeting will be held on the 7th floor of the Nirvachan Sadan in New Delhi. The Commission had asked for the names and the vehicle numbers of up to 30 attendees in advance. Jairam Ramesh will be meeting the Election Commission today. There has been an appointment given to Jairam Ramesh, Congress leader, and the meeting is all slated to happen at 12 p.m. today, is what we understand. Let's also bring in more breaking developments, back-to-back breaking developments coming in the middle of the escalating vote chori row. Senior Congress leader P. Chidambaram has taken aim at the Election Commission. He says that the ECI is behaving like a court. Something it is not. And Chidambaram accused the poll body of overstepping its mandate while acting on complaints against Rahul Gandhi's allegation. Several updates coming in, viewers, on the entire row of fake voters and vote chori claims made by Rahul Gandhi. And in a fresh development coming in, senior Congress leader P. Chidambaram has taken aim at the Election Commission. He has rather slammed the ECI, calling it behaving like a court, something it is not. He also accused the poll body of overstepping its mandate while acting on complaints against Rahul Gandhi's allegations. So there, continuous breaking news, viewers, on Republic TV. 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties, including Congress, TMC, Aam Aadmi Party, DMK, Left, RJD and others, are all planning to march from the Parliament's Makar Dwar to the Election Commission at the Nirvachan Sadan today. They are protesting against the special intensive revision of the voter rolls and allegations of vote chori. However, Delhi police have revealed that no permission has been sought for this protest, raising the question of how the march will unfold. So we are awaiting a huge dramatics that is going to be taking place at that point.
दो बार वोट किया है, ऐसे इन्होंने अपने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में राहुल गांधी ने बताया है. So इसलिए now ECI has given him a notice, whereas whatever has been now at public domain, it is clearly shows that the claim of Mr. Rahul Gandhi is totally false. It is bogus. But in spite of that, Chief Electoral Officer has given a notice to him. Now, if at all whatever he has said, if he believes that it is true and fact, then he should immediately, whatever document is being asked by the Chief Electoral Officer of Karnataka, that he should place before it.
Shifting focus, viewers, the Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav has launched a sharp attack on the BJP and Election Commission over alleged voter fraud, responding to RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav's claim that Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Vijay Sinha holds two epic numbers. Akhilesh alleged that the Bihar Chief Minister facilitated booth loot. He also accused officials in Ayodhya and Mirapur of preventing people from voting, claiming a revolver was even aimed at women voters. Listen in to this soundbite of Akhilesh Yadav.
अगर वहाँ 2 वोट है डिप्टी सीएम के, यहाँ तो सीएम वोट लुटवा रहे थे, वहाँ तो डिप्टी सीएम के 2 ही वोट तो नकली निकले, यहाँ तो सीएम बूथ लुटवा रहे थे। कोई कल्पना कर सकता है कि बूथ लूटा जाएगा आपका, और वो भी सीएम कहेंगे तब बूथ लूटा जाएगा? आप बताइए, अयोध्या में जो शिक्षा विभाग के अधिकारी अपॉइंट करे थे, जो दूसरों को ड्यूटी दे रहे थे, वो कौन थे? इसी तरह मीरापुर में, कुंदरकी में जो कमिश्नर हैं, डीएम हैं, एसएसपी हैं, एसएसपी के अब वोट बढ़वाने के लिए अपनी फौज लेके घूम रहे थे। वो एसएसपी घूम रहे थे कि वोट बाहर मत निकलना घर से। क्या हमने आपने वो रिवॉल्वर नहीं देखी जिसमें महिलाओं पे रिवॉल्वर तान दी? तो इलेक्शन कमीशन सो रहा था क्या? भाई इलेक्शन कमीशन के इसीलिए तो हम सफ़ेद चादर देने गए थे। क्यों देने गए थे? तो जब अधिकारी ही अपराधी बन जाएंगे, जब अधिकारी ही अपराधी बन जाएंगे वोट छीनने के लिए, तो ये कार्रवाई कौन करेगा? सरकार को कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए, इलेक्शन कमीशन को कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए। अधिकारियों को अपराधी न बनने दें। इलेक्शन कमीशन से हमारा निवेदन है और सरकार से भी ये निवेदन है।
And as we know, viewers, it's an all-out war between the Election Commission and the opposition. While the opposition steps up its attacks, the Election Commission is striking back with a series of fact checks. The BJP, meanwhile, has slammed Rahul Gandhi for what it calls a direct attack on constitutional body. Here's a detailed report.
The political controversy over Rahul Gandhi's voter fraud allegations is getting bigger. The opposition parties have planned a march to Election Commission from the Parliament.
इलेक्शन कमीशन ने कह दिया कि इतने लोग मर गए। अरे कौन मर गए उसकी सूची तो दे दो, वो नहीं देंगे। राहुल गांधी जी के साथ पूरे इंडिया अलायंस पार्टनर्स इकट्ठे हैं और कल पूरे सांसद लोग जो भाजपा को छोड़ के एनडीए के पार्टी को छोड़कर हम लोग चुनाव आयोग, संसद से लेकर चुनाव आयोग के दफ्तर तक हम लोग मार्च करेंगे।
Rahul Gandhi, as a leader of opposition, clearly asked the 5 pertinent questions to the Election Commission of India with evidence. Instead of giving the replies to that 5 questions, they are now issuing a notice to Rahul Gandhi. We are not afraid of any notice from the Election Commission of India.
Congress party says that Rahul will approach CEC on Monday. Till now, Rahul Gandhi has not submitted any signed declaration or oath to support his allegations. On the other hand, Chief Electoral Officer of Karnataka has given a notice to Rahul Gandhi and asked him to provide documents related to the allegations made by him during a press conference. Haryana Chief Electoral Officer has also written to Rahul Gandhi requesting him to return the signed declaration or oath to the office within 10 days. Amid the ongoing controversy, Election Commission has also filed an affidavit in the top court. Election Commission of India put forth a firm stand for special intensive revision. Election Commission said that it has shared the booth-level list of individuals whose enumeration forms were not received with all the political parties. ECI clarified that the persons not included in the draft have the option of submitting a declaration for inclusion. ECI opposed the application filed by the Association for Democratic Rights, which sought the publication of a list of persons not included in the draft roll and also demanded the furnishing of reasons for the non-inclusion. Meanwhile, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi launched a fresh attack on the poll body and reiterated the demand to release digital voter rolls so that people and parties can audit them. This even as Rahul Gandhi is yet to give a signed declaration or oath of the allegations made by him against the Election Commission.
चुनाव आयोग ने कई बार आप ईवीएम को हैक करके दिखाइए ऐसा ओपन चैलेंज थ्रो किया था। 8-8 दिन तक कोई भी आए और ईवीएम को हैक करके दिखाए, कोई कर नहीं पाया। आपके पास है कोई तो ले जाइए इलेक्शन कमीशन में। पर ये सब झूठी बातें बोलकर जनता ने जो हमें विजय दिया है, जो जनता ने हमको मैंडेट दिया है, उस मैंडेट को और जनता को अपमानित करना बंद कीजिए।
As Congress escalates its attack, BJP isn't holding back either.
A perpetual youth of Indian politics who is consistently demeaning and degrading all the constitutional institution, a new avatar of Goebbels, is now trying to put forth his frustration of losing power by making an unnecessary, uncalled for and totally false allegation on Election Commission.
Responding to Rahul's allegations, BJP Sudhanshu Trivedi leveled serious allegations against him.
विदेश में जाकर भारत विरोधी एनजीओ और भारत विरोधी नेताओं से मिलने के प्रमाण तो राहुल गांधी जी के पहले से ही थे। 6 मार्च 2023 को सीधे विदेश के भारत में हस्तक्षेप की गुहार लगाते हुए आप पहले देखे जा चुके हैं। अब विदेशी घुसपैठियों के द्वारा भारत के लोकतंत्र पर डाका डालने का यह प्रयास इंडी गठबंधन के द्वारा किया जा रहा है। देश को बहुत सचेत और सावधान रहने की आवश्यकता है।
Meanwhile, there have been allegations and counter-allegations in Bihar between Tejaswi Yadav and Bihar Deputy Chief Minister over alleged 2 voter ID cards.
ये लोग कितने हरिश्चंद्र हैं, पूरा बिहार और देश जानता है कि जंगल राज का युवराज जिस तरह से अपने कलंक को दूसरे को भी कलंकित करने का खेल खेलते हैं, इनको माफी मांगनी चाहिए और सफाई देनी चाहिए कि इस तरह के झूठा आरोप कतई नहीं लगाना चाहिए।
2 एपिक नंबर, 2 अलग अलग विधानसभा में, उम्र भी अलग अलग, कैसे हो गया भाई? और चुनाव का मानना है कि बीएलओ गए हैं और बीएलओ ने हर एक लोगों से मिलकर के साइन दस्तावेज में फॉर्म में कराया है। तो यानी इन्होंने किया होगा, तो गलती किसकी है? अगर विजय सिन्हा जी ने किया है दोनों जगह साइन, तो गलती इनकी है।
With upcoming elections and ongoing parliament session, the political battle is only getting hotter.
Let's shift our focus, viewers. Breaking news now coming in. Anti-terror operations have entered day 3 in Kishtwar, and the Republic has accessed an exclusive footage of forces explored opening of cave in Dole. And this is the cave in which the terrorists were hiding, and now it has been exploded by the security forces. Terrorists were hiding in 20 feet long cave in the cliff. Breaking news coming in, viewers. In terms of the anti-terror operations in Kishtwar, it is the 3rd day of the operations, and public has accessed these exclusive footage of the forces exploding opening of a cave in Dole, and this is that particular cave in which the terrorists were hiding, and now it has been exploded by the security forces. It is a 20 feet long cave in the cliff is what we are able to understand, where the forces have successfully fired and they exploded the entire cave, and reportedly there were terrorists who were hiding in that 20 feet long cave. My colleague Gursimran is joining us at this point in time to give us more details. Gursimran, it is the 3rd day of the operations in Kishtwar, and we have accessed those exclusive footage of forces exploding open of the cave where these particular terrorists were hiding. Help us with more details on that.
See, as we speak, the opening of the cave has been exploded using the controlled IED explosion that was carried out by the troops of the Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police. Now, as we speak, the forces are now entering this cave. Since this cave does not have a much wider opening, it is roughly a 3.5 feet opening from where the forces are being inducted into the operation site, into the place where the terrorists are suspected to be hiding. Since these 2 terrorists are highly trained terrorists because they have been active for a longer period of time, because they have been identified from the terror group Hizbul Mujahideen, and they are Riaz and Mudassir, and these they have been involved in the terror attacks in the past as well, and as we speak they are well aware of the topography of this very area. So now the security forces are moving and taking every step with the due precaution, but the special forces that have been inducted in the operations, they are advancing to the location of the terrorists where they are believed to be hiding. See, because this is a hideout of some length is beyond 40 feet, earlier it was believed to be some 20 feet, but now as the forces have advanced, they got to know that there is a further further more cave deep inside this one. So that is why it is taking time for the operations. The senior officers of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, Indian Army, all are on the ground, and the forces are trying to ensure that as early as possible this operation is completed, because we have seen the operations going into days and then the collateral damage coming into being. This time the forces are in no mood of taking any collateral damage, and that is why step by step they are moving forward to the location. They want it to be completed, but there is no adventurism that they are resorting to. They are taking their time to move a step ahead, because this is one of the trickiest operations. Inside a 3 feet wide and some 40 feet long cave, the operations are underway in the Dool area of Kishtwar.
All right, Gursimran, appreciate you giving us all the details there. We will be continuing to track the updates that come in. But viewers, it's time to take a short break. And coming up on the other side, after Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has called out bully Trump, saying India will never bully other countries. We'll also get your inputs and details on the Delhi-bound Air India flight that made emergency landing in Chennai, with several MPs on board, called it a harrowing journey. Stay tuned. We will be right back after this short commercial break.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
Donald Trump turned transactional, turned tactical, turned mercurial, and changed minute by minute, hour by hour, become like a kaleidoscope, forever shifting, forever changing his tune. You see, if you understand the other countries' grand strategic design, the overall strategy, the American governments used to take out a strategy, national security strategy paper in every administration that laid out what it planned to do and what were its priorities, etc., etc., and it helped the rest of the world to cope or to either align itself or to protect itself from the consequence of such politics. But the simple fact is that how can you strategize in the long term if Donald Trump is going to turn everything topsy-turvy? Everything will be on a minute by minute mood, whim basis, whimsical basis. That would breed international anarchy at the time of a multipolar order. And this instability, this lack of long-term planning, strategic planning, etc., would be very disruptive of the global order. Extremely disruptive. It could lead to massive long-term conflicts. Whatever it is, we found Donald Trump almost pushing India into the Russia-India-China triangle. Pushing, literally kicking India that side, because 25% tariffs on India, he singled out India for humiliation. 25% tariffs, 25% more, 50% tariffs now because you are buying oil and gas and you are buying weapons from Russia. For God's sake, give us a break, because we get them cheap. They are useful for our economy. You are also buying uranium and rare earths from Russia. Does that not help the Russian war chest against Ukraine? Only Indian money helps it. I mean, there were hypocrisy galore. So when we found all this happening, India had no option but to realize the score, to concede what is reality. We would like to be friends with America. That's a given. Who would? But if there is such a price to pay in terms of our sovereignty, in terms of our strategic autonomy, in terms of India now once again a country of 1.4 billion people becoming a colony of the United States, I don't think that will quite happen. And it is rather unrealistic of Donald Trump to imagine that that will happen in the 21st century, that the 21st century will go back to the 18th century of colonial conquest. That's not happening any longer. So India has made an outreach to Russia. The Indian National Security Advisor is now presently in Moscow, and he has given us the welcome news that in this month, maximum next month, September, President Putin will be visiting New Delhi for the annual summit dialogue. Before that, President Putin, Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping will be meeting in Beijing for the Shanghai SCO summit. There will be one-to-one meetings between the Indian PM and the Russian President. So things are quite clear. We can also, pay back your compliments if you try and
Viewers, breaking news coming in. The Indian Army will conduct naval drills in the Arabian Sea, and at the same time, Pakistan Navy has issued a notam announcing its own exercises in its territorial waters. The overlapping schedules points to heightened military activity in the strategically significant Arabian Sea, a key route for maritime trade and crucial to the region's security. The exercises are positioned approximately 60 nautical miles from each other, and the Indian Navy is all set to display its naval might today at the Arabian Sea. As per the notam issued, the Indian Navy will conduct its maritime drills off the coast of Porbandar and Okha in Gujarat. And stay tuned, viewers. Coming up on the other side, more news and updates as Asim Munir threatens from the United States soil. Addressing American audience, Munir says he will destroy half of the world if threatened. And we will also be tracking the anti-terror operation that has entered day 2 in Kishtwar. 2 to 3 terrorists likely to be trapped, and posters of 3 terrorists, including Hizbul commander, have been put out by the Kishtwar police.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको मजेदार बने। Joining us today from Mumbai is Ratun Lahiri. Ratun will help us decode the ongoing trade war, so to say, between India and the US. Ratun, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV.
Thank you, Pranav. A pleasure to be here.
Okay. Ratun, as we speak, Donald Trump has earlier today announced that there will be no further negotiations, or he has said that the negotiations have been called off as of now, as we speak. What do you make of this?
I think it's rather unfortunate. It is also unfortunate that we should find ourselves, in this situation, with the United States. Actually, one of India's greatest allies, and the United States should consider India to be one of its greatest allies. A bustling democracy, a country on the rise, 1.4 billion people, the diaspora, the Indian American diaspora in the US contributing so much, to their educational, their business and their political life. And to, if you had even asked me a month back, I couldn't even in my dreams have imagined a scenario as we are seeing today. It's very, very unfortunate.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking at 9:30 a.m. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, India is sending a very strong message to Donald Trump, this amid the tariff hike. It was the Prime Minister yesterday who gave a very strong statement over the quote-unquote dead economy jibe of Donald Trump. Today, it is Union Minister Nitin Gadkari. We're getting you all those statements and much more on this edition, but first a quick check of the headlines. After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari sends out a strong message to Donald Trump, calls out the bully.
एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है।
India flight makes emergency landing in Chennai. Air India flight, I beg your pardon, makes an emergency landing in Chennai. Several MPs on board call it a harrowing journey. Karnataka Haryana, Maharashtra Election Commission sent notice to Rahul Gandhi, asked to provide documents to inquire into allegations that have been made. Asim Munir threatens from the United States soil, addressing American audience. Munir says will destroy half of the world if threatened. Kishtwar anti-terror operations enter day 2. 2 to 3 terrorists likely trapped. Posters of 3 terrorists, including Hizbul commander Jahangir Saruri, put out by the Kishtwar police. Earthquake of magnitude 6.1 strikes Turkey. About a dozen buildings collapse. One person is supposed to be killed. We start this edition with a horrendous case that has come to light from Delhi NCR region, this one specifically from Noida, where in a horrifying incident, a daycare in Noida, a 15-year-old girl was allegedly beaten and bitten at the daycare. The bite marks were found on the child's leg and the doctors confirmed the injury as well. The CCTV captured the assault in which daycare staff is seen slapping the 15-month-old child, hitting her with a plastic belt and biting her. Complaint has been registered by the parents in this regard and action is yet to be taken on the lady that you see on your screens. Akhil is joining us on the broadcast right now from the National Capital. Akhil, talk to us about what was the motive of the woman that we see on our screen. She was at the daycare hospital. We believe she was a nanny. Was her mental condition not stable to have committed this act? Because what we're talking about here, Akhil, is a 15-month-old child who was brutally bitten, who was thrown on the floor and for no fault of hers.
Well, that's right, Tanisha. If you see, a horrendous case has come to light from Noida, one of the prominent societies in Sector 137. If you see, in Sector 137, if you talk about the societies which we know so far, that Logix Blossom County, Purvanchal Society is there. Apart from that, if you see, Paras Tiara is there. So this incident has come forward from Paras Tiara Society, where at a daycare, a 15-month-old toddler was basically beaten and bitten as well by the staff So right now, the information that we have received from the toddler's parents that the bite marks were also found on her thighs, and it's clearly visible on the CCTV footage that we have recovered. And in that CCTV footage is pretty clear that if you see the woman who's the daycare staff at that daycare center can be seen beating that toddler. Apart from beating her, you can see that visual. It's pretty clear. She was basically lifted
All
her
right,
up.
Akhil, please stay with me. Yes, Akhil, stay with me because I'm also being joined by Priyank Kanungo, the former NCPCR chief. Mr. Kanungo, very good morning to you. A very, very horrific case has come to light from Noida. A daycare, it's happened inside a daycare hospital. You, as a former NCPCR chief, what are your comments on this that has come to light?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Mr. Kanungo, very good morning to you. There's a horrific case of a daycare center that has come to light from Noida. 15-month-old was bitten, was thrown on the floor. Your first comments on that. All right, we seem to have lost that line with Priyank Kanungo, the former NCPCR chief, but we'll try connecting with him again. Meanwhile, my colleague Akhil continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Akhil, has there been any formal complaint that has been registered by the parents or by the daycare hospital? And what is it that the parents are now saying? Why did the incident actually happen?
Not been clear so far, because if you see last night what we have seen that this incident took place, and after that the baby was taken to a nearby hospital, which is the Felix Hospital. There her treatment was going on, and after that when she recovered from that initial injuries, then she was taken to her home by the parents. And after that, what we have seen that the parents, the kid's parent basically reached to the Sector 142 police station where
yes, Akhil, I have to cut you short on that. Yes, Akhil, I have to cut you short on that. Please stay with me because I'm also being joined by Priyank Kanungo, the former NCPCR chief. Mr. Kanungo, a very good morning. Very horrific case that has come to light from Noida. A 15-month-old child thrown on the floor, bitten by the daycare staff. What do you have to say on that? Your first comments.
Actually, the state governments and the district administration in many cases are not following the guidelines prescribed by the union government. And the government of India has already prescribed guidelines. The agencies of government of India prescribed the guidelines to manage and regulate the creches and the play schools. However, there is a requirement to strict implementation of the guidelines. So these kind of mishaps and these kind of incidents can be prevented.
Right. Kanungo sir, one more question before I let you go. What do you think would be the possible reasons that this lady could have committed such a crime? Because it is, what we're talking about here is a 15-month-old child that has been brutally assaulted. Do you think the mental condition of the lady could be one of the reasons, or was there any ulterior motive?
I must say the entire safety security mechanism of such institution need to be checked, and the district administration should ensure that such kind of incident should not happen in future. The establishments employing female employee in more than 50 number need to establish a crèche. So the community crèche facility should also be introduced in such type of towns like Noida, Faridabad, Gurgaon, where the IT industry and the service sector industry are working and many female employees are working there.
Right.
So the state government should adhere with the laws and the prescribed guidelines. So these kind of incidents can be prevented.
Right, sir. Kanungo sir, thank you very much for speaking to Republic this morning. Akhil continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Akhil, like you were saying, has there any formal complaint been registered in this regard? Have the parents filed any complaint, and what are their statements, if any?
Has already been launched at Sector 132 police station of the Gautam Budh Nagar. And in this case, what we got to know from the police sources that the accused maid has already been arrested by the Gautam Budh Nagar police team. And right now, her interrogation will continue. And in that interrogation, things will become clearer that what was the exact motive behind beating that 15-month-old toddler. Because if you see, a 15-month-old toddler cannot hold grudges against that maid. So it might be a possibility that the maid over there, the staff of the daycare, might have some grudges against the parents of that toddler. So these things will come out in the investigation. For that, we'll have to wait and watch and get some official reactions from the Gautam Budh Nagar police team. But so far, the complaint has already been brought in connection with the case again under the proper sections against the maid and the daycare head as well. So for that, we'll have to wait to get the police version.
Right, Akhil. Stay with me. I'm also being joined by Brinda Adige, an activist. Ms. Adige, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. A very good morning to you. Early this morning, a very horrific case that has come to light from Noida. What are your first comments after you've watched the video?
Horrific, horrendous, atrocious. A nation that is called the youngest nation in the world is unable to protect its children. We must hang our heads in shame. The first responsibility, of course, again lies with the state. We know that creches are supposed to be mandatory in both in informal and the formal sectors, but it is far and a few creches that are available. So most parents are forced to put them into these private creches, but no action takes place. Today we are seeing this on your channel, but you and I know that you have brought out these kind of cases across India so many times. Not one person has been penalized or punished. In this particular case, of course, that perpetrator is a juvenile, and so she will be tried by the JJB, but that's it. The management is never pulled up. Nothing is done to shut down something like this and give a warning to others. Our laws, our constitution provides for the state government and the city municipal corporation to take action. They can in fact license these kind of creches so that licensing somewhere regulates them to some extent. It may not be too much, but to some extent it can be regulated. It comes both within the Department of Women and Child as well as Social Welfare. It comes within the municipal corporations. Now nobody is taking action shows all of them are in connivance. They are all complicit in this absolute violation of child rights that India is a signatory to. But we want to ask these questions. Of course, we will ask parents, why are you not checking? Why are you not doing background check? In this age and time, a lot of it goes by saying, I know about so-and-so. They have started a creche. They are very good family. They are very good people. So everything goes by that. No licensing. Now, it is time for us to start licensing. Digital India cannot be so far behind saying we cannot license or regulate creches, especially because children beaten at this age carry that wound and that scar for the rest of their life. Then what is the point of us screaming and shouting, saying, so much of violence, so much of crime, so much of rape? We are responsible for it. The state is responsible for it. Not taking care of its children today.
Absolutely. Brinda Adige, thank you very much for sharing your insights on that. Very hopefully a strict action will be taken on the daycare center as well as on the lady that has been seen assaulting the 15-year-old. With that, we move on to some other stories that we're tracking, and this one is from the national capital, where Chief of the Australian Army, Lieutenant General Simon Stewart, lays wreath at the National War Memorial. Chief of the Australian Army, Lieutenant General Simon Stewart, has laid a wreath at the National War Memorial. Ishan, my colleague, joins us live on the broadcast on that. Ishan, please share more details on the Chief of the Australian Army being here in India. What are his other itineraries?
The Australian chief is visiting India. He will be visiting General Upendra Dwivedi during his visit. This visit comes in light of the recent exercises that India has conducted with Australia, especially Talisman Sabre and Austro-Hind. These exercises were part of strengthening cooperation between India and Australia and other members of the Quad as well. The visit of the Australian chief is remarkable because this will provide a first-hand opportunity to coordinate between the army chiefs of the both countries. Lieutenant General Stewart is going to be visiting General Upendra Dwivedi later in the day, and that meeting will be held at South Block.
Right, Ishan, thank you very much for getting us those details. With that, we move across to some other stories that we are getting. After Rajnath Singh, it is Union Minister Nitin Gadkari who has called out the bully Trump. Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has criticized countries that engage in dadagiri or bullying on the global stage, attributing their behavior to economic strength and technological superiority. He emphasized that the need for India to boost its exports, reduce imports and strengthen its science and technology sector to become self-reliant. Further, he added that if India gets a better technology and resources, we will not bully anyone because our culture teaches us that the world welfare is paramount. Listen into that statement by the Union Minister Nitin Gadkari.
हमारे देश की प्रगति और विकास का जो दर है और 3 गुना बढ़ेगा और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो। हमारे कोई इसमें हमने ये नहीं कहा कि मेरा कल्याण पहले करो, बाद में विश्व का कल्याण करो।
Today it is Nitin Gadkari, and just yesterday it was Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who took a veiled dig at Donald Trump, saying some boss is jealous of India's growth trajectory. Listen into that very strong statement by the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh.
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं। भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है और बहुतों के द्वारा यह कोशिश की जा रही है कुछ ऐसा किया जाए ताकि भारत में भारतवासियों के हाथों से जो चीजें तैयार होती हैं वह दुनिया के देशों में जाएं तो उन देशों में बनने वाली चीजों से वह महंगी हो जाएं, ताकि भारत की धरती पर भारतवासियों के हाथों से बनी हुई चीजें जब महंगी हो जाएंगी तो दुनिया के लोग उसे नहीं खरीदेंगे। यह कोशिश की जा रही है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
And meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also took a veiled dig at the United States President Donald Trump's description of India as quote-unquote dead economy, asserting that the country was progressing towards becoming one of the world top 3 economies. Adding a public event in Bengaluru, Prime Minister also said that the momentum India has gained stems from a spirit of reform, performance and transformation backed by clear intentions and honest efforts. Here's that statement.
Days after US President Donald Trump described India a dead economy, and Rahul Gandhi agreed with him.
Yes, he's right. I mean, everybody knows this, except the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister. Everybody knows that the Indian economy is a dead economy. I'm glad that President Trump has stated a fact. पूरी दुनिया जानती है कि Indian economy is a dead economy.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi hit back hard and hailed India's fast-paced growth.
आज भारत दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी है। पिछले 11 इयर्स में हमारी इकोनॉमी 10वें नंबर से टॉप 5 में पहुंच गई।
Addressing a public event in Bengaluru, Prime Minister Modi said that the momentum India has gained stems from a spirit of reform, performance and transformation backed by clear intentions and honest efforts. Prime Minister Modi also made a massive push for self-reliance and urged the youth to lead the zero-defect, zero-effect manufacturing vision.
और मेरा आग्रह है हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स जीरो डिफेक्ट, जीरो इफेक्ट के स्टैंडर्ड पर टॉप क्वालिटी के होने चाहिए। यानी बिना डिफेक्ट वाले प्रोडक्ट हो और उन्हें बनाने का नेगेटिव इफेक्ट पर्यावरण पर भी न पड़े। मेरी अपेक्षा है कर्नाटका का टैलेंट आत्मनिर्भर भारत के इस विजन को लीड करे।
Referring to the recent Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister said that the entire world has witnessed the new face of New India as the armed forces destroyed terrorist hideouts across the border.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में भारतीय सेनाओं की सफलता सीमा पार कई किलोमीटर भीतर आतंकवादी ठिकानों को नेस्त नाबूद करने की ताकत और आतंकवादियों के बचाव में उतरे पाकिस्तान को कुछ ही घंटों में घुटनों पर लाने की हमारी क्षमता पूरी दुनिया ने नए भारत के इस स्वरूप के दर्शन किए हैं।
He credited India's indigenous defense capabilities and the Make in India initiative for the swift success of Operation Sindoor.
हमें मेक इन इंडिया में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में भी बेंगलुरु और कर्नाटका की प्रेजेंस को और मजबूत करना है।
Prime Minister Modi's remarks come amid escalating trade tensions with the US. US President Donald Trump doubled tariffs on Indian goods to 50% last week.
Time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get you the details of how Air India has admitted to a technical problem on a flight in which Congress MPs were travelling. Another huge face-off in the making. India and Pakistan to hold separate naval drills in the Arabian Sea. Getting you the inside details on that exercise sharp at 10 a.m.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Donald Trump turned transactional, turned tactical, turned mercurial, and changed minute by minute, hour by hour, become like a kaleidoscope, forever shifting, forever changing his tune. You see, if you understand the other countries' grand strategic design, the overall strategy, the American governments used to take out a strategy, national security strategy paper in every administration.
Thank you for staying with Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, we get you the story about how 5 journalists, including a prominent correspondent of a foreign media, Anas al-Sharif, were killed in an Israeli airstrike on a press tent outside the Al-Shifa hospital, and this happened in the Gaza city. The Israeli military has confirmed it targeted all al-Sharif, claiming that the killed journalists were terrorists allegedly heading a Hamas cell. That's the big claim that Israel government has made. Remember, 5 foreign journalists have already been killed, and this is a huge escalation in the Israel-Hamas war. Israel says that the journalists that they have killed belonged to the terrorist group. Anas al-Sharif, 28, was among a group of 4 Al Jazeera journalists and an assistant who died in the strike on a tent near Shifa Hospital in the eastern Gaza city. Gaza officials have confirmed the same. We learned that there are evidence that Israel claims that they have got to back their claims that this journalist belonged to Hamas and was helping the Hamas. Al-Sharif was the head of a Hamas cell and was responsible for advancing rocket attacks against Israeli civilians and IDF troops, is what the Israeli military said in a statement, citing intelligence and documents found in Gaza as evidence. Now, journalist groups and Al Jazeera has denounced the killings. The other journalists killed were Mohammad Kurek, Ibrahim Zahir and Mohammad Nuful, Al Jazeera said. A press freedom group and the UN expert previously had warned that Al-Sharif's life was in danger due to his reporting from Gaza. The UN special rapporteur Irani Khan said that last month that Israel's claim against him were unsubstantiated. Time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get you the details of the terror operations that have entered day 2 in the Kishtwar region. A terror hideout as well has been busted. Also after the break are the details on that international story from Turkey where a 6.1 magnitude earthquake has hit the northeastern province.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Joining us today from Mumbai is Ratun Lahiri. Ratun will help us decode the ongoing trade war, so to say, between India and the US. Ratun, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV.
Thank you, Pranav. A pleasure to be here.
Okay. Ratun, as we speak, Donald Trump has earlier today announced that there will be no further negotiations, or he has said that the negotiations have been called off as of now, as we speak. What do you make of this?
I think it's rather unfortunate. It is also unfortunate that we should find ourselves, in this situation, with the United States. Actually, one of India's greatest allies, and the United States should consider India to be one of its greatest allies. A bustling democracy, a country on the rise, 1.4 billion people, the diaspora, the Indian American diaspora in the US contributing so much, to their educational, their business and their political life. And to, if you had even asked me a month back, I couldn't even in my dreams have imagined a scenario as we are seeing today. It's very, very unfortunate.
True.
And very short-sighted, if I may add.
Absolutely. I mean, is Trump in any way jeopardizing the historic ties that India and America had developed over years prior to post the MTCR, the Missile Technology Control Regime, wherein we actually saw that US denied missiles to India, US was closer to Pakistan, and then we had this amazing decades wherein India and US were getting closer as allies. Is he jeopardizing the historic ties?
I would think so. But, today, as I look back,
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है।
After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari fires the Dadagiri jibe on Donald Trump amid tariff tensions with the United States. Beaten, bite, marks on body. Horrendous video shows assault on a toddler at a Noida daycare. Parents file complaint. Air India admits technical problem in flight on which Congress leader was travelling. Says technical fault on Air India flight caused problems yesterday. Another huge face-off, India and Pakistan to hold separate naval drills in the Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. Election commissions from Karnataka, Haryana and Maharashtra send a notice to Rahul Gandhi, ask him to provide documents to inquire into the allegations that he's made. AIADMK warns the VCK leader on his remarks on MGR, says VCK leader will disappear from political landscape if he does not stop criticism on MGR. And 5 journalists killed in Gaza strike. Israel says one was a Hamas terrorist. The Israeli military confirmed that it had carried out the attack. Very good morning, viewers. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. The top story that we are tracking for you is a breaking news story coming in from Tamil Nadu, where AIADMK General Secretary EPS has now warned VCK leader Thirumalavant that if he continues to criticize former and late Chief Minister M.G. Ramarao, he might disappear from the political landscape. And earlier, Thirumalavant had made a comment stating that MGR played a role in bringing Brahmanism into Dravidianism by making Jayalalitha joined AIADMK. Now, his comment has snowballed into a major controversy, and both the AIADMK as well as the BJP have condemned his statement. All right, Sharda, my colleague, is now joining us for more details. Sharda, this entire controversy, really the statement by the VCK leader snowballing into a major controversy there, and a warning coming in from the AIADMK. What is the statement now from the AIADMK and the BJP, and any remarks that the leader has retorted?
No, Thirumalan on Friday, because you see the election campaigns now are running. Each and every party is making sure to form an alliance. The AIADMK has been calling on to VCK, but the VCK says that their alliance with the DMK has been strong, and the VCK leader has constantly been telling that he would not join hands with ADMK because his alliance with DMK is stronger. And in this while is when he added that DMK is working as a Dravidian party totally, whereas the AIADMK lost track when the former and late Chief Minister MGR made the former and late Chief Minister Jayalalitha join the party because being a Brahmin, that's against the Dravidian politics, and that's what the VCK leader pointed out. And later, when multiple clashes came about his speech, he started immediately saying that people were only against the DMK when it comes to Brahmanism, but they accepted Jayalalitha as the AIADMK leader, and that the AIADMK was a party that lost its balance as a Dravidian party, is what the VCK leader said. And now that statement made by the Thirumalan was taken very wrongly by the EPS factor, and the AIADMK is now stating that the leader which should make sure what he speaks, and also stated that if he continues to make on remarks like this by MGR and Jayalalitha, he would soon be leaving the Tamil Nadu political landscape, is what the AIADMK is lashing out at.
All right. Thank you so much, Sharda, for all those details there. And viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. And that is that we have more news coming in. And that is a day after the Munir's nuclear war threat from the American soil. Now, Indian Navy is all set to display naval might today at the Arabian Sea. And at the same time, Pakistani Navy has issued a NOTAM announcing its own exercises in the territorial waters. Now, these overlapping schedules point to a heightened military activity in the strategically significant Arabian Sea, which is a key route for maritime trade and crucial also to regional security. And these exercises are positioned approximately 60 nautical miles from each other. Indian Navy all set to display its naval might today at the Arabian Sea. And as per the NOTAM issued, the Indian Navy will conduct its maritime drills off the coast of Porbandar and Okha in Gujarat. So there are naval exercises that are planned. But India and Pakistan navies are going to hold these drills in the Arabian Sea at the same time. And remember, these developments coming in weeks after the military escalation and India's Operation Sindoor, and Asim Munir, a statement from the American soil, a threat really there by Asim Munir. All right, we are joined in by Major General K.K. Sinha, who's a defense expert. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. Major General Sinha, if we look at the entire developments now, this is a very, very strategic area, Arabian Sea. And now the navies of India and Pakistan holding separate naval exercises at around the same region. How do you look at the entire development, and how should India really, these drills are happening just miles apart. So how will India send a strong message to showcase first its new naval supremacy, and that also that any threat in the Arabian Sea will be met with an overwhelming force?
Good morning and Jai Hind. Your question is regarding the naval blockade and the naval in the maritime domain, what India is doing, especially on our western coast. When we look at it, especially the important areas of the Gujarat area, which is adjoining to Hyderabad area and Karachi of Pakistan, we are doing a massive exercise, and this joint exercise, which has got which is designed of blocking the naval floats, and we have seen this thing actually done during the Operation Sindoor. In Operation Sindoor, there were more than about 36 of our assets, so naval assets, which were there, including submarines which were there under the water. And very effective blockade was there. Should the Pakistan would have gone, the Navy would have been retaliated that way. But Operation Sindoor has not stopped. Operation Sindoor halted for the time being, paused for the time being. And anything can be possible. The way Pakistan, along in United States, is getting the some support, especially a twice visit of Munir from the soil of United States, threatening India that he will destroy India starting from the east, then come to the west and all aspects. We have never seen that absolutely a rogue general who has been elevated to a field marshal, and he is being encouraged by a nation which is power and a strategic partner of India, and making a statement, and it gets a pass over there, and there is getting a big applaud. Not less than he's getting encouraged. I can't say applaud, but he's getting encouraged by the even the Central Command, CENTCOM of United States of America, who is responsible to look after the West Asia, including Afghanistan and Pakistan. General Karala's terrible party on which he has gone the second time to the United States of America and making a threat like this. I think this type of exercise has to be done more frequently, and it has to be with the full punch. And collusivity with Bangladesh, which he is talking about when he talks about the eastern side, and Bangladesh flexing its muscles, saying that the landlocked part of Northeast, and they are the guardian of the sea in this area of Bay of Bengal. We have to do something that side also. And mind you, we have got God has given us the peninsular shape for the Navy with the 2 island flanks, and then the aircraft carriers. We have got a very effective maritime power in this area when we talk in the Indian Ocean region. Even we have got, maritime power which we are projecting it into the Indian Ocean region. Even up to Cyprus we have gone. When you see in the Persian Gulf. So I think it is a very apt exercise, and we must do it with a design. It is not an exercise that then pulled out from one of those war rooms, came and then we are playing. We are playing with a design, and it has to be given a message to anyone who is looking, thinking that India, will not retaliate. India is the older India where the strategic concerns, we give it past. This is the message should go very, very clear. One last thing I would like to say. The Prime Minister Modi, when after the operations all meeting, he has told the naval chief that your turn will come. And I'm highlighting and underscoring again what I'm saying. That Prime Minister Modi has told the naval chief that your turn will come. I think that is the good indication to your media that the world should listen. And that is what exactly our intentions are.
Right, Major General. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your views on that big story that we are tracking. And remember, these maritime exercises are happening at a time after Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir issued a chilling nuclear threat, not just to India, but to half the world. Now, this alarming statement comes during his second visit to the United States, and mind you, and that too, in just 2 months. And for the first time ever, a foreign military leader has used the US soil to threaten a third country with nuclear consequences. Watch this report.
Months after India's heroic victory over terror state Pakistan, its army chief issued nuclear threat to India and even extended the threat to half the world. This time, the threat was issued from American soil. While he was hosted to a private lunch at the White House by US President Donald Trump during his first visit, on his second visit, Munir issued the nuclear threat. This is the first ever nuclear threat known to have been delivered from the soil of the United States against a third country. Munir, who came out of the shadows amid soaring tensions between India and Pakistan, further raked up the Indus Waters Treaty issue. Munir said that we will wait for India to build a dam on Indus, and when it does, we will destroy the dams.
Our stance, government stance on Kashmir is absolutely clear. It was our jugular vein. It is our jugular vein. We will not forget it. And we will not leave our Kashmiri brethren in their heroic struggle, what they are waging against the Indian occupation.
Ziaul Haq gave form to this particular doctrine of 1,000 years war. And someone added that you should add this 1,000 cut into it. And similar kind of venom was spewed by General Asim Munir against India and Hindus. Speech just few days or weeks before what happened in Pahalgam.
The man behind Pahalgam attack, man who spewed venom against India, the man who is issuing nuclear threat not just to India but to half of the world. But Trump gave him a clean chit and praised him.
In your meeting today with the Chief of Staff of the Pakistani Army, did you talk about Iran? Did that come up? Did you can share from that meeting?
Well, they know Iran very well. Better than most, and they're not happy about anything. It's not that they're bad with Israel. They know them both, actually, but they probably, maybe they know Iran better. But they see what's going on, and he agreed with me. The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just, ending the war.
But in India, we set the record straight on how our forces decimated Pakistan's terror bases and air bases.
I'm talking about fighter aircraft from S-400. We have at least 5 fighters confirmed kills and 1 large aircraft, which could be either an Elint aircraft or an AWNC aircraft, which was taken on at a distance of about 300 kilometers. This is the actually largest ever recorded surface-to-air kill.
This time, I think that is Pahalgam 25. It was wide and deep where we hit the heartland. This was the first time we hit the heartland, and of course, our target was the nursery and the masters. And like I told you, and this has never been done, and even Pakistan was not expecting that the heartland will be hit, and that's what came as a shocker to them.
India's Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi went a step further to troll Asim Munir's promotion.
If you ask to a Pakistani whether you lost or won, you say, my chief has become field marshal, we must have won only, that's why he's become field marshal.
Pakistan's economy has been in shambles for the past decade and is sustaining on global loans. And yet, US administration struck a deal with Pakistan in which Washington will work with Islamabad in developing the South Asian nation's oil reserves. Trump announced 50% tariffs on India, and not only this, Trump took a dead economy jibe on India. But setting the record straight, Prime Minister Modi gave a strong counter.
आज भारत दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी है। पिछले 11 इयर्स में हमारी इकोनॉमी 10वें नंबर से टॉप 5 में पहुंच गई। हम बहुत तेजी से टॉप 3 इकोनॉमी बनने की ओर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh took pot shots at Trump in a veiled attack.
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है।
Trump's vendetta with India is becoming personal, and his obsession with Nobel is getting real. Blinded by his zeal to match Obama's Nobel Peace Prize, Trump is hitting a wrecking ball at the India-US relationship. Will Trump's free hand to Munir for Peace Prize put half of the world's peace at stake?
And viewers, after Rajnath Singh, now Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has also called out bully Donald Trump. And Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has criticized the countries that engage in dadagiri, that is bullying, on the global stage, attributing their behavior to economic strength and technological superiority. He emphasized the need for India to boost its exports, reduce its imports, and strengthen its science and technology sector to become self-reliant. He added that if India gets better technology, better resources, India will not bully anyone because our culture teaches us that world warfare is paramount. Let's listen in to what exactly Nitin Gadkari said.
हमारे देश की प्रगति और विकास का जो दर है और 3 गुना बढ़ेगा, और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो। हमारे कोई इसमें हमने ये नहीं कहा कि मेरा कल्याण पहले करो, बाद में विश्व का कल्याण करो।
And Union Minister Rajnath Singh also made a veiled dig at Donald Trump, saying that some boss is jealous of India's growth trajectory. And this after Donald Trump called India a failed economy. Listen in.
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। और बहुतों के द्वारा यह कोशिश की जा रही है कुछ ऐसा किया जाए ताकि भारत में भारतवासियों के हाथों से जो चीजें तैयार होती हैं वह दुनिया के देशों में जाएं तो उन देशों में बनने वाली चीजों से वह महंगी हो जाएं, ताकि भारत की धरती पर भारतवासियों के हाथों से बनी हुई चीजें जब महंगी हो जाएंगी तो दुनिया के लोग उसे नहीं खरीदेंगे। यह कोशिश की जा रही है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
Let's get you some more news from across the nation. Citizens across the country are proudly joining the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, displaying the national flag from their homes as a symbol of patriotism. Delhi is set to launch a high-tech e-waste processing plant inspired by Norway's Revak facility. The upgraded plant will handle 1.1 lakh tons of e-waste annually using eco-friendly methods. It aims to reduce pollution, recover valuable materials and replace unsafe informal recycling with a former circular economy system. Telangana Deputy Chief Minister Bhatti Vikramarka, along with other state ministers, inspected the Devadulla Lift Irrigation Project. This project, aimed at providing irrigation to drought-prone areas, is now set for completion by March 2026. The project is among the largest lift irrigation schemes in Asia and is expected to benefit farmers across multiple districts. India and Pakistan are set to conduct separate naval exercise in the Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. India and its Navy will operate in the western sector while Pakistan will hold drills in its territorial waters nearby. The development follows the recent military escalation between the two nations, including the retaliatory strikes by India in May after the Pahalgam terror attack. We have big breaking news coming in from Andhra Pradesh. Now, a horrifying ragging incident has emerged from a junior college in Andhra Pradesh's Palnadu district, where visuals are showing 5 second-year students brutally assaulted a first-year student inside a hostel room. Now, the victim was slapped, he was kicked, he was given electric shocks with a live wire, and the entire assault was filmed. And the video has gone viral, triggering a public outrage. 3 accused now have been arrested and a police probe is right now underway. Let's get all the updates. My colleague Riyanka is joining us from the newsroom. Riyanka, we can see these horrifying visuals there. How this young boy is being assaulted there by the other college students. Just give us more details. How the incident unfolded, what kind of injuries really did the victim sustain, and whether authorities were alerted before or after the video surfaced? Like an extremely brutal case of ragging has come to light from Andhra Pradesh, where a youth was brutally injured and attacked by several other youths. And at this point in time, what we also understand that although there are several notices given in colleges for anti-ragging campaigns, yet another incident coming in light from Andhra Pradesh's Dachepalli Government Junior College, that is from the Palnadu district. And these were basically the second-year students who had gone ahead and attacked the first-year inter student. So a very, very astonishing and a shocking case of ragging coming into light. 5 people had taken the student to the BC hostel is what we understand. They went and attacked him. They also gave him an electric shock. That is the most shocking part of this entire assault that has taken place. In fact, during the entire assault, the video was also filmed. That is also quite shocking, which is coming to light. And in fact, they also, the other youths for the second year, they also threatened to kill the first year student who was ragged, and they were also asking him to not go and complain about the entire scenario. If he does it, he will be killed by the seniors. That is what was threat issued to him. So at this point in time, very, very crucial details coming in. We have to still ascertain in in fact, what steps have been taken by the authorities. But as we know that there are several anti-ragging campaigns that are being run in colleges across the nation. But this particular incident coming in live from Andhra Pradesh does send shockwaves across the nation.
Absolutely. Really shocker coming in from Andhra Pradesh. A ragging horror there. Fresher assaulted there. And viewers, we'll take a very short break right now. But coming up ahead, Air India admits technical problem in a flight on which Congress leader B.C. Venugopal was travelling and says technical fault on Air India flight caused problem yesterday. Also coming up ahead, election commissions in Karnataka, Haryana and Maharashtra have sent a notice to Rahul Gandhi and have asked him to provide documents to inquire into the allegations that he has made against the election commission. All the details on those big stories and much more coming up after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
One of the only questions people asked us here in the media, and you would go outside of office, and when you meet people in public, at functions, at events, even at home sometimes, they would ask you that question, did we really lose jets? Who lost jets? How many jets did Pakistani Air Force lose? Now, there is a number to it, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time, it's official, and you can't contest these numbers. The Indian Air Force has gone on record saying 5 Pakistani fighter jets were shot down along with one plane which is meant for advanced warning and air surveillance. And AWACS system planes were shot down along with 5 jets. 5 jets were brought down by the S-400. That's a big statement. I have Major General Sudhakarji joining us on this edition of the podcast on republicworld.com to put this in perspective. General Sudhakarji, thank you for joining us, sir. This is a big statement. It just ends.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है और अभी तो देश में जिन जिन विषयों पर चर्चा हो रही उसका नाम न लेते हुए विश्व में हम अनेक प्रकार की समस्याओं का सामना भी कर रहे हैं और इन सब समस्या का उपाय एक ही है, वो है साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, नॉलेज। अगर इस क्षेत्र में नॉलेज जो पावर है उसका उपयोग हम करेंगे और कर रहे हैं तो मुझे लगता है दुनिया झुकती है, झुकाने वाला चाहिए, ये हमारे देश की। अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते हैं इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है।
Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari fires the Dadagiri jibe on Donald Trump amid tariff tensions with the United States. Beaten, bite marks on body. Horrendous video shows assault on a toddler at a Noida daycare. Parents file complaint. Air India admits technical problem on a flight on which Congress leader KC Venugopal was travelling. Says technical fault on Air India flight caused problem yesterday. Another huge face-off. India and Pakistan to hold separate naval exercises in the Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. Election commissions in Karnataka, Haryana and Maharashtra send notice to Rahul Gandhi, ask him to provide documents to inquire into the allegations that he's made against the Election Commission. AIADMK warns VCK leader on his remarks on MGR, says VCK leader will disappear from political landscape if he does not stop criticism on MGR. And 5 journalists killed in Gaza strike. Israel says one was Hamas terrorist. Israeli military confirms that it had carried out the attack.
You're watching live and breaking at 10:30 a.m. with me, Tanisha Avasthi, ladies and gentlemen. There is a huge war of words that has broken out, an all-out war between the Election Commission and Rahul Gandhi. Remember, the opposition is all set to take out protests today. 300 members of parliaments with 25 parties together marching towards the Election Commission office. That continues to remain our top story. But first, we shift our focus to some breaking news that's coming in. This is in regard with Air India mid-scare technical issue that happened yesterday. Remember, this was a flight that was carrying Congress member of parliaments, along with which one of them was Congress leader KC Venugopal. Now, KC Venugopal yesterday has claimed and said that there was a near-death experience when he was on the plane, that there was another plane on the runway when their flight was supposed to land. He's taken Air India. He's questioned, in fact, Air India and asked an inquiry to be put out against what actually happened. He's tagged DGCA, he's tagged the Ministry of Civil Aviation, demanding answers. And we have the latest statement from the Congress MP himself, who's demanding an inquiry into the case, saying that Air India is lying. Air India, meanwhile, has also issued a statement. We'll get you that. But first, let's listen into what KC Venugopal, the Congress Member of Parliament, had to say on the case.
There should be an inquiry on that issue. Unfortunate incident happened yesterday. This was announced by the pilot only, that there was another aircraft is in the runway when we are going to land it. This is announced by pilot, none other than that. I spoke to DGC also yesterday night itself. Let them have an inquiry, proper inquiry.
Air India came out with a statement. They said that.
That's what I am telling. That was a lie. Air India is lying that. It was announced by captain only.
All right, Harsha is joining us on the broadcast on that. Harsha, there are allegation versus allegation that is taking place. On one hand, while Air India has admitted to the lapse that took place on their flight. They have actually gone ahead to say that there was no case of a different flight on the same runway in which the flight where Congress MPs were there was supposed to land. So there is a war of words, version versus version that has now come out. KC Venugopal demanding an inquiry. What are your sources in the Civil Aviation Ministry telling you? What was the case all about? And is Air India accepting the fault that the Congress MPs are alleging on it?
Tanisha, have we ever seen Air India accepting its fault? No, never. Every time there's a technical malfunction, every time there's an issue, Air India always releases a statement by stating that we are taking care of the negligence which was there, but it was not Air India's fault. Something went wrong with the aircraft. But in this case, it was a very dangerous situation, Tanisha. I'll break it down for our viewers to understand. So there was the fault and malfunction in the weather radar radio communication, which is set up between the pilot and between the ATC, and that malfunction was in the weather radar and radio communication. That means the pilot was circling aircraft continuously in the air because he was given wrong landing direction by the aircraft because the weather radar was faulty. The technical snag majorly was in the weather radar, and if weather radar and the communication between the ATC is not set up, then that's a very dangerous situation because aircraft can land anywhere and the pilot will never get to know whether there's any substitute, any other airline, any other flight on that particular runway or not. In this case, the weather radar was not working, and therefore the landing command which was given to the pilot, the runway, the command which was given, in that particular runway there was already an aircraft which landed and the fuel was dumped in that particular runway. So a big mishap, a very dangerous situation. There were 5 members of parliament in the aircraft along with Congress MP KC Venugopal. All the leaders were coming from Delhi, from Trivandrum to national capital. The flight was diverted to Chennai. It was very important for a safe landing of all the passengers because it was around 9:15 p.m. at night. There was massive turbulence. The weather was not good, and also the weather radar was faulty. There was no place to land at Delhi airport because communication which ATC established with the pilot gave authority to land the aircraft at the runway where already an aircraft was landed. So if that particular aircraft would have landed at that runway, then both the aircrafts would have collided, and it would have led to a dangerous incident and a massive mishap, and the situation would have gotten out of hand of the pilot. But the skill of the pilot let the aircraft not land there. That aircraft was diverted to Chennai, and it landed at Chennai airport at around 11:30 p.m. at night. Back to you.
Right. Harsha, one more question before I let you go. In the Twitter post that the Congress MP has put out, he has tagged DGCA and he has tagged Civil Aviation Ministry, and he's demanded answers on it. Keeping that in mind, has the Ministry of Civil Aviation or the DGCA taken cognizance of the incident? Have they pulled up Air India yet?
Because a preliminary report has been shared by the airline to the DGCA. The DGCA has sought an entire report on it. Only the preliminary report till now Air India has given to the regulatory body, but more than that, nothing. Because we very well know, Tanisha, that DGCA, after getting the preliminary report, nothing major happens to the Air India, not the airlines are pulled up. Every time there's a meeting, Air India is asked to maintain to take the responsibility to maintain the aircraft. But what we see, the reality on the ground is much different what actually the passenger exactly are facing. So that's the truth here. So regulatory body has asked for the investigation, but the report of the investigation, whether it will be out or not, and what precautions and safety measures is Air India going to take, that we very well know as shared by the spokesperson of Air India in the statement. So we can say that the attitude of Air India towards the passenger safety is very bizarre and astonishing to see. Back to you.
Absolutely, Asha. Thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly moving forward to some other breaking news that we are tracking this one is from the political arena, where Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar has questioned the Election Commission, says who is the Election Commission to even give a notice to Rahul Gandhi? He has gone ahead to support Rahul Gandhi's claim and allegations against the Election Commission, where the Congress Member of Parliament, remember, had claimed time and again a vote theft that took place in the Lok Sabha elections 2024. Congress Member of Parliament Rahul Gandhi alleges that these benefits were given by the Election Commission specifically to the NDA government, to the BJP government, so that they could have an edge in the elections. This is a very huge claim that Rahul Gandhi has claimed and has put out. Remember, just few days back, the visual on your screen are of this press conference that Rahul Gandhi had held, where it was a full-fledged presentation that he had got, a 40,000 page, in fact, claiming that these 40,000 pages contains the list of quote-unquote fake voters that have been entertained by the Election Commission. Many parties have backed him, from the TMC to the Samajwadi Party to even the DMK. And today, in the same regard, 300 member of parliaments from 25 opposition parties will be marching from the Makar Dwar of the parliament to the Election Commission headquarters in the national capital against the Election Commission's decision of the SIR. Remember, the SIR and the vote theft are the two issues that are ruling the parliament as well right now. On one hand, while the opposition claims that there have been a vote theft in the Lok Sabha elections, in the state elections, why is it that the Election Commission is not taking anything into account? And with that, ladies and gentlemen, remember, over 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties will march from the Parliament to the Election Commission of India headquarters in the national capital to protest against the alleged vote theft allegations in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Security for the same has been beefed up. Here's a report on that.
We are outside Transport Bhavan. As you can see, I'm going to request my VJ to show you the 7 layers of barricading. These are the preparations that the Delhi police has done. There are 7 layers of barricading done to control the crowd that is going to come out, as we know that India bloc is set to hold a protest march because Rahul Gandhi has been repeatedly making claims that there was a large-scale voter fraud in 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And he has also been objecting against the special intensive revision of the electoral roll in Bihar. And he, along with around 300 MPs from 25 parties, are supposedly going to start their protest from right here. And this is exactly what preparations, as you can see, there are a lot of police officers, they are getting up to control the crowd that is going to come out any moment now. And this is the Sansad Marg, the road that the MPs, the protest march is going to take. From here, they're going to start from here, they're going to take the Sansad Marg, and now they're going to end outside the Election Commission of India headquarters. As we know that fresh notices from the State Election Commission boards of Karnataka, Maharashtra and Haryana, fresh notices have been sent to Rahul Gandhi asking, so what is the basis of his claims that he's been making about the large-scale voter fraud? They've asked him to present some kind of evidence. What is the backing? What is the documented evidence behind his claims, giving proofs about the claims that he's been making? This is exactly the preparation for the protest march that is supposed to happen, the road that they're going to take, which is going to end outside the Election Commission of India. We'll continue showing you the entire protest march, who's going to come, the road, the route, everything, the same route of Sansad Marg to Election Commission of India, from Transport Bhavan to Election Commission of India.
And there's more breaking news that's coming in the same regard. The Election Commission versus the opposition, an all-out war. Akhilesh Yadav has now defended the opposition, questioning the Election Commission. He says that this is not the first time that EC has been asked questions. He says that fingers have been raised many times in the past as well, and especially with regard to the elections in Uttar Pradesh. After Rahul Gandhi, after DMK and TMC, it is now Akhilesh Yadav accusing the Election Commission of India, the poll body in India, of repeated failures and EC being unable to answer the questions that have been raised by the opposition. This time he's claiming that even the Uttar Pradesh elections were rigged. Listen in to that statement of the Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav. Okay, we'll get to that statement in a short while from now, but that's a huge claim that Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav has put on the Election Commission, saying that the Uttar Pradesh by-polls were rigged. and that it was done deliberately by the Election Commission to favor and side with the BJP to make them win. One after the other, back to back, 25 opposition parties raising several questions on the top poll body of India, the Election Commission of India. The Election Commission, remember, has given a very sharp rebuttal to Rahul Gandhi, the main man responsible for raising fingers at the Election Commission, saying that if the opposition parties, if the leader of opposition has the proof to substantiate his claims on the Election Commission, that he must furbish them or else apologize to the nation. All right, shifting our focus to more breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with how a disturbing visual has now come to light of a man carrying a dead body on a bike in Nagpur. The man was carrying the dead body of his wife on a bike who was declared dead in an accident. After not receiving any help, the man unfortunately had to carry his wife's body on the bike. Heart-wrenching visuals there on your screen from Nagpur. The visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, are from Nagpur in Maharashtra, where a man is carrying the dead body of his wife. And this is not because he was denied help, but because he found no help even after pleading. Remember, this video is a heart-wrenching video, has been recorded by the person who was traveling in the car behind him. Man carrying the wife's dead body, taking it to the crematorium, only because after the wife was declared dead, there was nobody to help her, to take her to the crematorium ground. Here's a quick check of the other stories that we are tracking in Bharat in 2 minutes. Citizens across the country are proudly joining the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, displaying the national flag from their homes as a symbol of unity and patriotism. On Sunday, Union Minister and Gujarat BJP President C.R. Patil, along with State Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi, took part in the campaign, reinforcing the nationwide spirit of togetherness. The national capital is all set to launch a high-tech e-waste processing plant inspired by Norway's Revak facility. The upgraded plant will handle 1.1 lakh tons of e-waste annually. Using eco-friendly methods, it aims to reduce pollution, recover valuable materials, and replace unsafe informal recycling with a formal circular economy system. Telangana Deputy Chief Minister Bhati Vikramara, along with other state ministers, inspected the Devadula Lift Irrigation Project. The project, aimed at providing irrigation to drought-prone areas, is now set for completion by the year 2026 in the month of March. The project Devadula is among the largest lift irrigation schemes in Asia and is expected to benefit farmers across multiple districts. India and Pakistan are set to conduct separate naval exercises in the Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. India's Navy will operate in the western sector while Pakistan will hold drills in its territorial waters nearby. The development follows the recent military escalation between the two nations, including the retaliatory strikes by India in May after the Pahalgam terror attack. Some more breaking news that's coming in. Anti-terror operations have entered day 3 in Kishtwar. Republic has now accessed an exclusive video footage of the forces that had exploded the opening of a cave in Dhool in Kishtwar. This is the same cave in which the terrorists were hiding and now has been exploded by the security forces. Terrorists were hiding in 20 feet long cave in the cliff. The same has been busted by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Exclusive visuals of the same are on your screen right now. The cave that you see will explode in some moments from now. There's a smoke that can be seen coming. The same cave was used as a hideout by terrorists. Remember, 2-3 terrorists have been trapped in the Kishtwar region. Terror operations have entered day 2. Gursimran is joining us live on the broadcast on that. Gursimran, talk to us about the identity of these terrorists. We learned that the operations have entered day 2. There are 2 to 3 terrorists that have been trapped. What are the identity of these terrorists?
See, the terrorists that are trapped are believed to be from Hizbul Mujahideen, and they are Mudassir and Riyaz as per the information that is flowing in. Right now we are in the Dool area where the operations are underway, and the terrorists are taking the advantage of one of the caves that is there. These are the natural caves that are acting as a hideout for these terrorists, and the terrorists are still hiding in the area. Now the special forces of the Indian Army, after carrying out multiple explosions at the opening of this cave, are now entering this very cave. What we are getting to know from the officials that the operations are in advanced stage, but since this is one of the toughest areas where the operations are being conducted, because it is roughly a 3 feet wide cave where the operations are to be conducting, and that's why it is taking time. There is no collateral damage that the forces opt to take, and that's why they are moving inside the cave slowly. The special forces of the Indian Army have already been inducted into the operation. That means the specialized troops are being used for these kind of operations. This is probably the first such operation that is being carried out inside a cave in the Jammu and Kashmir Union Territory. So that is what is taking time, but for now the forces are hopeful that they will be able to neutralize these both terrorists very soon.
Right. Gursimran also talked to us about how far have the security forces reached in getting hold of these terrorists. The operations have already entered day 2. Have any breakthrough been achieved by the security forces yet? We learn the visuals that you've accessed exclusively show a hideout, a cave in which the terrorists use as a hideout has been busted yet. But has any terrorist been nabbed yet?
See, so far no terrorist has been neutralized. That is what we can confirm after speaking to the multiple officials in the Indian Army as well as Jammu and Kashmir Police. The forces have advanced at least to 20 feet inside this very cave, but when they reach this 20 feet area where it was believed that the cave will end somewhere close to this, but now the cave is almost double the size the forces have expected. So being the darkness, they have to move very carefully because the terrorists are inside the cave. They might use any of the hideout or any of the debris as a cover to fire on the security forces, and that is why every single foot is taking half an hour to hours time for the forces to advance, because it has to be done with a due precaution, otherwise it will be a collateral damage, and the forces are not in a mood of any adventurism when it comes to this very operation, because the terrorists have been trapped. They will go nowhere. It is only a matter of time when the forces will be in a position to neutralize these terrorists.
Right, Gursimran, thank you very much for getting us those details. Shifting our focus to some other stories that we are tracking from South, and this is about the illegal betting app case where Rana Daggubati, we learn, has already reached the Enforcement Directorate office. Rana Daggubati appears before the Enforcement Directorate, and this is in connection with the illegal betting app case. The actor has been appearing before the Enforcement Directorate in Hyderabad as a part of an ongoing investigation into the alleged illegal promotion of online betting platforms. This comes after actors like Prakash Raj and Vijay Deverakonda were also summoned and questioned in the same case. The Enforcement Directorate, ladies and gentlemen, is probing 29 celebrities and influencers under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, the PMLA, that is based on an initial case by the Cyberabad police. After being questioned, Vijay Deverakonda had then stated that online gaming apps are licensed, that they pay TDS, GST and are sponsors for several international and national games, but he has never promoted any online betting app. A claim and a defense that has been given by other actors as well. But however, we learn that the Enforcement Directorate is yet to find any violations of FEMA or PMLA, but will continue to record their statements from all summoned individuals before revealing further details. Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a very veiled dig at the United States President Donald Trump's description of India as a dead economy, asserting that the country was progressing towards becoming one of the world's top 3 economies. Addressing a public event in Bengaluru yesterday, the Prime Minister said that the momentum India has gained stems from a spirit of reform, performance and transformation backed by clear intentions and honest efforts. Here's that statement that you need to know about how India is countering Donald Trump's false claims on India's economy.
Days after US President Donald Trump described India a dead economy, and Rahul Gandhi agreed with him.
Yes, he's right. I mean, everybody knows this.
except the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister. Everybody knows that the Indian economy is a dead economy. I'm glad that President Trump has stated a fact. पूरी दुनिया जानती है कि Indian economy is a dead economy.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi hit back hard and hailed India's fast-paced growth.
आज भारत दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी है। पिछले 11 इयर्स में हमारी इकोनॉमी 10वें नंबर से टॉप 5 में पहुंच गई।
Addressing a public event in Bengaluru, Prime Minister Modi said that the momentum India has gained stems from a spirit of reform, performance and transformation backed by clear intentions and honest efforts. Prime Minister Modi also made a massive push for self-reliance and urged the youth to lead the zero defect, zero effect manufacturing vision.
All right, it's time for us to now step into a short break. After the break, we'll get you the inside details of a massive face-off that is brewing today with India and Pakistan set to hold parallel naval drills. Also coming up after the break are the details and live from the spot of the daycare where a 15-month-old was thrown, bitten and slapped by the nanny. Monster nanny has been caught on cam.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। One of the only questions people asked us here in the media, and you would go outside of office, and when you meet people in public,
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
very good morning. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. The top story that we are tracking for you is the protest march that the Indie bloc leaders are going to begin today. And this is led by Rahul Gandhi over the Bihar's electoral exercise. That's a big story that we are tracking for you. Let's also take a look at the other big stories in the headlines.
अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है।
After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari fires the Dadagiri jibe on Donald Trump amid tariff tensions with the United States. Another huge face-off, India and Pakistan to hold separate naval drills in the Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister dares Election Commission, says EC doesn't have power to issue notice.
Exactly, there should be an inquiry on that issue. Unfortunate incident happened yesterday. This was announced by the pilot only that there was another aircraft is in the runway when we are going to land it. This is announced by pilot, none other than.
Air India admits technical problem on a flight on which Congress leaders were travelling. KC Venugopal demands probe. Beaten, bite marks on the body. Horrendous video shows assault on a toddler at a Noida daycare. Parents file complaint. And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in. A horrifying incident coming into light from a daycare center in Noida. A 15-month-old girl child was allegedly beaten and bitten at the daycare. The owner of the daycare and attendant has been booked. Now, bite marks were found on the child's legs, and the doctors confirmed the injury as well, that these are the bite marks, the human bite marks. And the CCTV captured the assault in which the daycare staff is seen slapping the 15-month-old child, hitting her with a plastic bat and biting her as well. So these are the shocking visuals coming in from a daycare center in Noida. Now, the victim was beaten, she was assaulted, and remember, it's just a 15-month-old baby. And now the accused has been arrested in the case, and police are carrying out investigations. All right, Akhil, my colleague, is now joining us for more details. Akhil, what more details do you have? You understand that the teenager lady who was taking care of the child has now been arrested by the police. But any more details emerging of why such assault was being done by a teenager on just a baby, which is a 15-month-old child that we're talking about here?
Well, a shocking incident has come to light from Sector 137 Paraschiara Society. You can see the visual over here right now. I'm just standing outside Sector 137 Paraschiara Society. This is tower number 18, where this unfortunate incident took place, in which what we have seen that a toddler, a 15-month-old baby who used to come over here at this daycare center, where this unfortunate incident took place, where a daycare staff has basically physically assaulted that baby, that toddler. Right now, I'm just going to enter into that daycare center where this incident took place. Here you can see this is the floor area, and in this tower there are 4 different houses. And if you see the brazen attitude of the owner, she was running a daycare center and without proper instructions from the authorities. Here you can see this is 0001. This is the house where we are standing. This is right now has been closed. Here you can see this is written over here, Blip Preschool and Crèche. And number is also given over here, the Foundation of Life say thank you to show that you are grateful. So these are the visuals that we can bring you from this very daycare center. So here an unfortunate incident took place in which what we have seen that a staff member of this very daycare center physically assaulted, and apart from that, not only she started beating that baby. Apart from that, she also bite her on her thighs as well. So in this case, Gautam Budh Nagar police team has registered an FIR after the parents have lost in connection with the case a complaint with them. And if you see at sector 142 police station, we have confirmed this, and the information that we have received that just few moments back, the main accused in this case, who has also been identified as a daycare staff, she's also a minor. So it raises eyebrows, a big question on the part of administration of this daycare center as well, that how did she got employment over here being a minor as well? How did she got employment at this daycare center? So it raises question on that part itself, on the administration, the AOA of this society as well. So the latest development that we are breaking right now, that the main accused in this case, who has beaten that minor 15-month-old toddler, has been detained by the Gautam Budh Nagar police team. Back to you.
And Akhil, we understand now the police is also carrying out an investigation on whether this daycare center was also had a license as well, because in the video we can clearly see that the child is continuously crying. So it is very difficult to understand how come the other staff members and the owner of the daycare just didn't pay attention to whatever was happening inside the daycare center.
Well, absolutely. If you see, these things will come out as a part of the investigation by the Gautam Budh Nagar police team. Because if you see, there is no proper, as of now, it seems that there is no proper licensing of this daycare center, because it was being run from a private flat. This is the flat from where I am showing you the visuals just outside this very flat. This is 0001. This is the house. This is the residential complex. Inside this very residential complex, from a private apartment, you can see this is 0001, this is 0002, this is 0003 and 4. So these are the apartments from where this one of the apartments over here, from where this private center was, daycare center was being functional. So it raises several questions on the part of the society administration as well. Apart from that, if you see, the AOA needs to answer this question as well, because the CCTV footages that we have recovered from this very flat clearly shows us that the minor in this case was brutally assaulted by the person who was basically the in charge of this facility center. And the further information that we have received also, that she initially, this incident not took place for the first time. The kind of information that we are receiving from security guards as well, that there were several other instances that has also taken place in the recent past. So that incident has not got highlighted, but this incident got highlighted, in which what we have seen that it's pretty clear on the CCTV camera footages that a 15-month-old toddler was brutally assaulted by the daycare center staff.
All right, Akhil, thank you so much for those details. You keep tracking those developments, so I will keep coming back to you. Thank you. All right, so these are the visuals that we are getting for you. These are, of course, very, very shocking visuals. And this is a 15-month-old baby who has been assaulted by the daycare staff member there. And the lady herself is basically a 16-year-old, a teenager, and herself carrying out this assault on a 15-month-old baby. All right, viewers, we have breaking news coming in. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has accused the BJP of transforming the Election Commission into a tool for poll rigging. Now, highlighting the incident in Bengaluru's Mahadevapura constituency, Stalin claimed that this is not just an administrative error, but a deliberate conspiracy to manipulate the people's mandate. Alongside Rahul Gandhi, who led a march to the Election Commission, now Stalin demands the immediate release of complete machine-readable voter rolls for every state and end to politically motivated voter deletions and an independent investigation into what he called this alleged subversion of democracy. So remember, these developments are coming in even as the India bloc is ramping up pressure in the national capital. All right, Sharda, my colleague, is now joining us from Chennai. Sharda, now, India bloc is ramping up pressure on the Election Commission in Delhi. And now we have Chief Minister Stalin also criticizing the entire exercise, the SIR exercise in Bihar, and questioning the democracy in the country as well. How do you react to that, considering the fact that, the elections are going to happen in the state and so far, opposition has not given any proof of their claims?
Right, Ashwara, the elections in Tamil Nadu for 2026 all set, and just 10 minutes down, we saw how the Bihar SIR confirmed that over 6 lakh people from Bihar have settled down in the state of Tamil Nadu, and over 3.5 lakhs already have voter ID in the state of Tamil Nadu. And now we can see Stalin against the government saying that the BJP is now seeing this opportunity earlier as an option to poll rigging. He also claimed that the Election Commission is acting accordance to the BJP and that they are not taking proper action. He also claimed that whatever happened in Bangalore was not a failure on the EC, but stating that the BJP is trying to make sure that he's rigging the votes from the state of Karnataka for supporting the BJP. And he also stated the same when it came to the state of Tamil Nadu. However, now EC has stated clearly that if the opposition cannot give us the proof, they cannot make a claim against EC like that. And as we can see, against the Indie bloc, DMK almost has 30 MPs from the state of Tamil Nadu and 39 MPs from the state of Tamil Nadu, along with Puducherry being in support with the India Alliance. Now we have to wait and watch if the Stalin government continues to blame on the EC and the BJP, or if they would be waiting for a proper report that the EC would be submitting soon.
All right. Thank you so much, Sharda, for all those details there. You keep tracking those developments. We'll keep coming back to you. And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from the national capital, where 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties, including Congress Party, TMC, Aam Aadmi Party, DMK, Left, RJD, and others are planning to march from the Parliament's Makar Dwar to the Election Commission office at the Nirvachan Sadan today. Now, they are protesting the special intensive revision of voter rolls and allegations of vote chori, that is vote theft. However, Delhi police has revealed that no permission has been sought for this protest, and that has raised the question on how this march will unfold. All right, let's get all the updates. Sambhavi is now joining us live from the national capital. Sambhavi, now we understand that Delhi police says that they have not given any permission for this particular protest, but we understand that the plan by the opposition party is there to march from the Makar Dwar in Parliament to the Election Commission's office. How do you see the things really unfolding today?
Well, we are right here at the spot where the protest is supposed to start. I'm going to ask my VJ to show you. The Delhi police has arranged all this. There are several layers of barricade, and the MPs are supposed to come from this road right here. We're outside Transport Bhavan. They're going to start their protest here from outside Transport Bhavan. 25 parties, 300 MPs, around 300 MPs. They're going to take this road of Sansad Marg. We are going to show you. They have just added this layer of barricades right in front of us to make way, around 5 minutes ago, to make way for all the MPs, for all their cars to move from here. And this is the road that they're going to take. This is around 600, 700 meters from Election Commission of India. Their protest is going to end outside Election Commission of India, and around 30 delegates from this entire protest march are going to go inside the Election Commission of India. As you can see, this is a barricade they've just now created. This was not here 5 minutes ago. This was all open for us to cover, but now the Delhi police has come and performed this barricade in front of us to let all the cars of MP to make way for the protest to come here. And we are showing you constantly the entire Delhi police.
Right.
This is.
Right, we can see these visuals from the national capital, viewers, and this is just outside the Transport Bhavan. We can see a very, very increased police presence there, as leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, is going to lead a protest march of the Indie bloc's MPs to the Election Commission of India headquarters today. Harsha, my colleague, is also now joining us live from the national capital. Harsha, we understand that this march of the Member of Parliament from opposition parties in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha are going to undertake this march, and we understand the Election Commission has also granted an appointment for an interaction today with them at 12 noon. What more details do you have?
So right now what we're learning from the parliament is that the Rajya Sabha has adjourned till 2 o'clock and Lok Sabha also have begun, but with a lot of disruption from the side of opposition party, as the opposition has already planned to start its protest march from Transport Bhavan to Election Commission of India. And also right now from where I'm standing, the opposition leaders will come out at around 11:30 and they will go towards Transport Bhavan. The way the police are standing right now, they will march from this side until the Transport Bhavan gate, which leads directly to the Transport Bhavan, directly to the Election Commission of India. And from here, they will be starting a march. And we have already seen, as Shambhavi was already showcasing, the tight and heightened security, which has already been done by Delhi police. The barricades have been put up everywhere. But the opposition is very adamant. They are rigid that the Election Commission of India will have to quit SIR, and the number of the people names who have been deducted from the list of the electoral rolls in Bihar, they will have to ensure that they are the voters are allowed to vote in Bihar. We already know that almost 65 lakh voters have been deducted, names have been deducted from the electoral rolls in Bihar. And this is the opposition strategy. They have already started their protest from the first of the monsoon session, which is still underway. Every day in the monsoon session, they had planned opposition protest, and every day it's happening, because of which the parliament is also not being able to function. None of the business of parliament is able to run, and that is the reason the Parliamentary Affairs Minister also stated multiple times that SIR is not the issue to be discussed in the parliament. Election Commission of India is the constitutional body. Its working can't be discussed in the parliament, and opposition have been rigid on the discussion. But today the opposition leaders are all set. We have shortly seen Priyanka Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, and all the opposition party leaders arrive here today. Akhilesh Yadav is also here. We'll be expecting and we'll be getting visuals from parliament where Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav, Sonia Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, all the top leaders of the opposition party will be marching from the parliament, from Magadhan of the parliament to the Election Commission of India. Already the Election Commission of India has given the time at 12 afternoon for the delegation of 20 leaders of the opposition party to meet and keep their word on the issues which they have raised regarding the SIR. Back to you.
All right, stay with us. We'll just come back to you. Let's go back to Shambhavi, who is also joining us from the national capital. Shambhavi, I hope we can hear you now. As you were mentioning about the very, very high police security that has been put up, and we saw those barricades also being put up. However, police insists that, they have not given any permission for the march. What more can you tell us about the situation there?
Absolutely, we will continue to show you the high level security, multiple layers, around 7 layers of barricades have been added. Now this is the way, you can see there's Makar Dwar and outside there's Transport Bhavan. All of us, we are here outside Transport Bhavan, and this is the way from where the MPs are going to come. The MPs, around 300 MPs from 25 parties, the India bloc, and one of the information is that they won't be carrying the banner of India bloc because they want to accommodate AAP. This is the way that they're going to take, they're going to come from here. This is the police officials. They are here since morning working on the security. They've just now added this barricade, this right in front of us, to make way for all the cars, for all the MPs to walk from here. This is the way, the Sansad Marg way. This is around 600-700 meters from Election Commission of India's headquarters, where the protest is going to stop, where the march is going to stop. And from around 330 delegates are going to go inside the Election Commission of India to talk about. And as Rahul Gandhi has been repeatedly making claims about how there's been large-scale voter fraud, and now today there have been 3 fresh notices sent to him from the state poll body of Karnataka, Haryana and Maharashtra, saying that you have to give us some proof, some affidavit that whatever claims you're making is backed by some evidence. And now this march is going to start from outside Transport Bhavan, go all the way 600-700 meters from Sansad Bhavan, and at Election Commission of India. Various MPs from TMC, DMK, Congress are going to be a part of this protest. They're protesting against their alleged large-scale voter fraud. And also they're protesting against the special intensive revision of the electoral board in Bihar. So we're going to see who is going to be a part of this protest. From where they start from here, we'll continue showing you the way, this exact way. As you can see, there's a lot of police, personnel. The barricades still exist. They've added the barricades now. These barricades did not exist 10 minutes ago. We were allowed to roam around and shoot, but now this has been added to let the MPs move from here, and they will go from here to Sunset Market to the Election Commission of India. Back to you.
All right, Shambhavi, stay with us. Let's go back to Harsha, who's joining us from Parliament. Harsha, now, speaking about the monsoon session of Parliament, we understand that this entire huge row over the SIR exercise, and that is causing all the disruptions in Parliament. But there's a huge legislative agenda also planned really for this entire monsoon session, and so far not even a single bill has been passed. Now, we understand there are 3 especially bills in Parliament. It's been in Lok Sabha that the government hopes to pass in the next week, because August 21st is the date of when the monsoon session gets over. So the big question, when will the legislative agenda really take place?
So till the time we have known that multiple times the BAC happened, and every time it has been conveyed by the speaker in the BAC that the discussion that could not be allowed. And right now behind me you will see that all opposition party leaders have gathered here at Makar Dwar. They have the placards, and also they have the caps also where they have written "Quit SIR." We can see the stairs of the Makar Dwar. And also all the opposition party leaders here who have gathered from CMC to Samajwadi Party to RJD to Congress to all the left parties as well. All the members of the opposition party are here. We can see at top of Priyanka Gandhi standing at the stairs in the Makar Dwar along with Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi as well. These are all the leaders who will start the march from the place where I'm standing, and the protest will begin in some time. And once the protest starts, they will straight go to the Election Commission of India. And these are the visuals very important to showcase that this entire monsoon session has been all about special intensive revision, which the exercise the Election Commission started. And also from August 1, also Election Commission stated that any party have any issue with the names and the rejections if they have to give, the BLAs were also told about it. They can give till 31st of August. But till now, what we have seen is that none of the opposition party leaders have gone or visited Election Commission of India. Today, the delegation will be visiting. But here what we are trying to showcase to our camera is that all the opposition party leaders have gathered. They have written here on the placard, "Good story." Some have written, "Why is he destroying video evidence?" Some have written, "Quit SIR." We see all the opposition party leaders wearing caps and holding placards in different colors. In fact, there are the state leaders as well, the MPs from Kerala, the MPs from Bengal as well. All are holding placards in their own languages as well. From the way to from this Makar Dwar of the Parliament, they'll be marching directly towards the Election Commission of India. However, we have seen that the security has been strengthened at each and every juncture of the Parliament. But still, what the opposition leaders have stated that they will march towards the Election Commission of India. They are not going to stop, and the demand is same. The demand is same that Election Commission of India should quit SIR. So these are the visuals what we are trying to showcase from our camera. Next, so the placards which each and every opposition party leaders are holding here. Already Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are here because of the disruption. The Parliament, as soon as it adjourned also, and it has been adjourned till 2 o'clock, what is important to know. And from here, the opposition leaders will be marching from Makar Dwar of the Parliament, will be moving towards Election Commission of India. So these are the visuals, because the opposition very well know that this year there's a Bihar election, and next year there's an election in West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. So it's very important that this exercise of Election Commission should not start India, and that is the reason why they have been protesting on it. And the entire monsoon session has gone in vain, we can say clearly, because 17 days and only 3 bills have been passed in Parliament. Right. The National Sports Bill, Income Tax Bill is yet to be passed because the Parliament is not able to run. And shortly they will start the protest march will also. So these are the visuals what we are showcasing from the Parliament factory.
Absolutely dramatic visuals there we can see from Parliament. So opposition really doubling down on its allegations as far as the SIR exercise is concerned, and the leaders like Akhilesh Yadav pinning the blame on the BJP, saying it's the Election Commission's move on SIR is unconstitutional. Let's listen in to what Akhilesh Yadav has said.
अगर वहाँ 2 वोट है डिप्टी सीएम के, यहाँ तो सीएम वोट लुटवा रहे थे, वहाँ तो डिप्टी सीएम के 2 ही वोट तो नकली निकले, यहाँ तो सीएम बूथ लुटवा रहे थे। कोई कल्पना कर सकता है कि बूथ लूटा जाएगा आपका, और वो भी सीएम कहेंगे तब बूथ लूटा जाएगा? आप बताइए, अयोध्या में जो शिक्षा विभाग के अधिकारी अपॉइंट करे थे, जो दूसरों को ड्यूटी दे रहे थे, वो कौन थे? इसी तरह मीरापुर में, कुंदरकी में जो कमिश्नर हैं, डीएम हैं, एसएसपी हैं, एसएसपी के अब वोट बढ़वाने के लिए अपनी फौज लेके घूम रहे थे। वो एसएसपी घूम रहे थे कि वोट बाहर मत निकलना घर से। क्या हमने आपने वो रिवॉल्वर नहीं देखी जिसमें महिलाओं पे रिवॉल्वर तान दी? तो इलेक्शन कमीशन सो रहा था क्या? भाई इलेक्शन कमीशन के इसीलिए तो हम सफ़ेद चादर देने गए थे। क्यों देने गए थे? तो जब अधिकारी ही अपराधी बन जाएंगे, वोट छीनने के लिए, तो ये कार्रवाई कौन करेगा? सरकार को कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए, इलेक्शन कमीशन को कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए। अधिकारियों को अपराधी न बनने दें। इलेक्शन कमीशन से हमारा निवेदन है और सरकार से भी ये निवेदन है।
All right, let's move on in the bulletin now. Security forces have launched a major operation in the Dool area of Kishtwar in Jammu and Kashmir, where terrorists are believed to be hiding in a cave. Now, this cave, approximately 20 feet long and located in a cliff, has been a focal point of the encounter. And here is how that terror hideout was busted.
It's day 2 of the Kishtwar anti-terror operation, and the security forces are ensuring that these 2 terrorists that have been trapped in the ongoing encounter, they are neutralized at an earliest. Right now we are reporting from the Dool area. From here the operation site is at distance. We are part of the outer cordon that has been led by the Indian Army. The troops of the Indian Army have been deployed in the outer cordon in such a manner that in case the terrorists try to break the cordon, they get no opportunity to sneak out and they are neutralized at an earliest. We are reporting from the Dool area where the operations are underway. It's the 2nd day. This upper area, this has the dense foliage, and that is what the forces suspect, that the terrorists that are still in the cave, they may try to get out and break the cordon to escape that very area, because this has been the modus operandi of this Hizbul Mujahideen group that has escaped the first encounter from the Chirchi area of the Nagseni in the Kishtwar district. But here the troops of the Indian Army with the sophisticated weapons in their hands, and they have taken the positions in such a manner that the enemy gets no chance, absolutely no chance.
Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar dares the Election Commission of India, says EC doesn't have the power to issue any notice. Also coming up ahead, opposition stages a big protest at Parliament's Makar Dwar over Rahul Gandhi's vote chori claims. Details on those big stories and much more after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आग और मसाला।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
One of the only questions people asked us here in the media, and you would go outside of office, and when you meet people in public, at functions, at events, even at home sometimes, they would ask you that question, did we really lose jets? Who lost jets? How many jets did Pakistani Air Force lose? Now, there is a number to it, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time, it's official, and you can't contest these numbers. The Indian Air Force has gone on record saying 5 Pakistani fighter jets were shot down along with one plane which is meant for advanced warning and air surveillance. And AWACS.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है और अभी तो देश में जिन जिन विषयों पर चर्चा
A very good morning, viewers. It's 11:30 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and forces have blasted open a cave which is suspected to be a terror den in Dool of Kishtwar as the operations enter day 3. We'll get you all that and much more from ground zero, but first a quick check on the headlines.
अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है।
After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari fires Dadagiri jibe at Donald Trump amid tariff tensions with the United States. Another huge face-off, India and Pakistan to hold separate naval drills in Arabian Sea on August 11th and 12th. Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister dares Election Commission saying EC doesn't have the power to issue notice.
Exactly, there should be an inquiry on that issue. Unfortunate incident happened yesterday. This was announced by the pilot only that there was another aircraft is in the runway when we are going to land it. This is announced by pilot, none other than.
After Congress MP demands inquiry into Air India runway scare, Air India admits technical problem in flight on which the Congress leader was travelling. KC Venugopal demands probe. Beaten and bite marks on body. Horrendous video shows assault on toddler at Noida daycare. Parent files a complaint. First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. The dispute over the tomb located in Abu Nagar area of Sadar Kotwali in Fatehpur district of Uttar Pradesh has started increasing. There were reports of people of the Hindu community climbing the tomb and started vandalizing it. People of the Muslim community have now started pelting stones. The situation remains very, very volatile. There you can see massive security deployment that can be witnessed on your screens.
वो आप तो तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं कैसे जो तनावपूर्ण स्थिति है वो यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रही है। इनकी किस तरह की मांग है, एक बार इनसे भी हम बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं, जानते हैं एक बार कि ये जो किस तरह की डिमांड्स है वो कर रहे हैं। एक बार इनसे पूछने का प्रयास हम करते हैं किस तरह की हम लोगों की केवल इतनी मांग है, हमको पूरा प्रशासन ऊपर भरोसा है, केवल जो झंडे लगे उनको जाने देगा। ये लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उनको समझा रहे हैं, पीछे गए लगातार प्रयास कर रहे हैं। देखिए माइक के द्वारा लगातार लोगों को समझा रहे हैं, माइक के द्वारा लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। मैं तस्वीरें आपको दिखाने की कोशिश करता हूँ। ये अनूप सिंह है जो कि एसपी है फतेहपुर के, अब वो लगातार इस तरह का जो प्रयास है जो कर रहे हैं कि लोगों को समझाया जा सके, लेकिन वो कहीं ना कहीं उग्र होते नजर आ रहे हैं। हमने उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करी तो उनकी साफ तौर पर डिमांड थी कि जो झंडा है उसको हटाया जाए वहां से, जिसके चलते जो प्रदर्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। और ये तस्वीरें हम आपको साफ तौर पर फतेहपुर से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां देखिए मकबरे को साफ तौर पर दावा किया गया है हिंदूवादी संगठन द्वारा कि वो एक मंदिर था और उस मंदिर को
Well, it's a war of versions, viewers, between two communities. While the Hindu community claims that the location where the tomb is present was a Thakurji's temple, but the situation has now escalated with the Muslim community members pelting stones. And there you can see the police were trying to appeal for calm, but the warring factions there refusing to let go of the matter. And what we understand is that this situation of tension arose after a claim was made that a tomb in Abu Nagar, Radia of Sadar Kotwali area of Fatehpur, is an ancient temple of Thakurji. This is what the Hindu side claims. And the BJP district president Muklal Pal claimed that this place is historically a temple of Thakurji which was converted into a tomb by the invaders. Symbols like the trident and lotus flower are also present inside the tomb, which are signs of Hindu temples and are not found in tombs. Now this is the version that the Hindu side has presented before the police, and after the situation went out of control, the minority community members resorted to stone pelting. Several members of the other community have been injured, and after reports of stone pelting emerged, we have the police also there trying to appeal for calm and peace. But the warring factions are refusing to let go of the dispute. It's a dispute over a tomb. It's a war of versions, while the Muslim side claims that this is indeed a tomb that belongs to their community.
संगठन वो लगातार मंदिर के अंदर प्रवेश कर रहा है। देखिए ये तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं हम साफ तौर पर विजुअल। क्या
उधर देखिए
क्या हो रहा है, क्या हो रहा है
कैसे दंगा करने आ रहे हैं।
आप लोग के लोगों द्वारा भी डंडा लिया हुआ है हाथ में।
हम तो नहीं देखा भाई,
तस्वीरों में है जहाँ पर लोग डंडा लेकर के आए हैं।
कहाँ पे लिए थे डंडा?
यहीं पर खड़े लोग,
वो लोग तो लेके आए थे।
पुलिस शांतिपूर्वक प्रदर्शन को शांत कर रही है। यहीं पर थे वो लोग, कुछ नहीं लाए वो लोग, उनकी तस्वीरें वो लोग देखिए वो भूत शैतान चढ़ के क्या झंडा लगा। देखिए देखिए हिंदूवादी संगठन एक बार फिर यहाँ पर पहुंच चुका है। एक बार फिर यहाँ पर जो
Well, you heard one of the members of the minority community there justifying violence, saying that we picked up the sticks because the other side also resorted to violence, but nobody can take law into their own hands. This is a dispute that can be settled legally, but there you see the situation has gone out of control. Both the warring factions have resorted to violence, and what we understand with the pictures on your screens is the fact that the police in large numbers have arrived at the scene there, trying to resolve the dispute, trying to appeal for calm. There you can see additional forces have also been pressed in, and the police have arrived there with their riot gear. And what we understand is that this, because there was stone pelting that was also witnessed after the Hindu side claimed that the tomb belonged to their community, because historically they claim that there was a Thakurji temple here. And they also allege that there is proof of symbols like the trident, like the lotus, which are only found in Hindu structures. And this is the disputed location that we are talking about. There you can see in the center of your screens, that is the tomb, that is the alleged structure that has now become a bone of contention between the two sides. And what we understand is that the Hindu side claims that this was historically a Thakurji temple, which was then raided and then converted into a tomb by the raiders back in the past. And now the Muslim side claims that this is indeed a tomb that belongs to their community. And when situation escalated, they picked up stones, lathis, and the violence escalated. It spiraled out of control between the two warring factions, and still the situation remains very, very grim. The police there trying all options. They're trying to appeal for calm. They're trying to hold a dialogue, but the warring factions are refusing to let it go. In fact, just to give you a quick recap of what exactly happened, earlier in the day, the minority community members claimed that the tomb was vandalized by the Hindu side. Meanwhile, the Hindu side claims that this tomb belonged to their community because historically, according to them, there was a Thakurji temple here. And to give us more insights, we have Akanksha joining us live from the newsroom. Akanksha, this is a war of versions that has now escalated into a full-blown violence. Tell us about what's happening on ground zero and what is the administration doing to restore normalcy.
Absolutely, Deepak. In fact, we are getting the first and exclusive visuals from Fatehpur in Uttar Pradesh, where you can see that the tension is high. We can see that the police has barricaded that entire area, and there's a ruckus over an old structure in UP's Fatehpur district that has now become the center of the dispute, with Hindu organizations claiming that, as you also pointed out, that it is a temple and it is a Thakurji temple is what the Hindu organizations are claiming, while the Muslim organization assert that it is a tomb. And there on the screen, you can see the pictures of the structure that is in the middle of this dispute, and the Hindu organization, in fact, are rushing inside that structure. And there was also a saffron flag that was, in fact, put there as well. Now, several Hindu organizations, in fact, yesterday they sought a permission from the district administration as far as the puja there is concerned. They had announced their plans to conduct puja at this particular place. They had argued that the site is a temple. Now, it remains to be seen whether that was allowed or not. On the other hand, the National Ulama Council had maintained that the building is a maqbara of Nawab Abdul Samad, citing that land records also identify it as such, with the tensions that are currently rising, and that is something that you can see on the screens as well. Police and local authorities have barricaded the entire area to prevent the clashes. Security has also been heightened, but these are the exclusive pictures that are coming in from Fatehpur in
यहाँ पर पाठ शुरू होने जा रहा है। हम उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। लगातार लोग आगे जाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जो पुलिस है वो उनको रोकने का प्रयास कर रही है। साफ तौर पर देखिए, हमारे दाहिनी तरफ देखिए ये मकबरा है और उसकी जस्ट बाहर जो भीड़ है वो देखने को मिल रही है। फिलहाल इससे पहले की तस्वीरें आपको दिखाएं तो कैसे जो दूसरे समुदाय के लोग थे उनको रोकने का प्रयास किया जा रहा था, लेकिन अभी की तस्वीरें आपको दिखाएं देखिए हिंदुवादी संगठन है वो यहाँ पर है और इनका कहना है कि यहीं पर बैठकर संवाद करेंगे। एसपी लगातार इन लोगों से समन्वय बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बातचीत का जो प्रयास है वो कर रहे हैं। भैया लोग बात कर रहे हैं, आप लोग क्या डिमांड कर रहे हैं?
अरे हमारा मंदिर है, पुरातन से हमारा ये मंदिर है जिसको आज अन्य समाज ने इसको किसी तरीके से परिवर्तन करने का प्रयास किया है। तो हम लोग अपना अपना मंदिर चाहते हैं। आने वाली जन्माष्टमी में इसमें भव्य कार्यक्रम करेंगे और पूजा अर्चना के साथ आज हम लोग यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं।
किस समय पहले आपको जानकारी हुई कि ये मंदिर है?
नहीं, जानकारी तो बहुत पहले से, लेकिन यहाँ पे आबादी हिंदू कम है इसलिए ज्यादा लोग आ नहीं पाए। और देख लीजिए प्रमाण आपको सामने दिखाई दे रहा है,
कमल दिख रहा है वहाँ पर कुछ है। अगर ये भगवान ना होता तो हम लोग को ना होता। आप अचानक आके हम लोग किसी के हक में जाते नहीं है, लेकिन हमारा जो हक लेता है उसको छोड़ते नहीं है।
लंबे समय से आप
Well, there you heard it from one of the members of the Hindu community claiming that there was indeed a temple here. And let me tell you the war of versions, viewers. On one hand, the Muslim side claims that this is the tomb of Nawab Abdul Samad, and documents they claim also prove that the land is registered under this name, whereas the Hindu organizations have claimed it to be a temple. And they have also announced plans to perform a puja here, parikrama here on August 11th, and sought permission from the DM to start the puja. And this permission was sought yesterday, and Hindu organizations are also adamant on offering prayers at this very location. They're talking about there being a Shiva temple at the tomb, and BJP has also appealed to thousands of people. The protest is being led by Mukhlal Pal, the district president of the BJP, the ruling party in the center and the state. Mukhlal Pal has warned the administration that on August 11th, that is today, he and the Hindu organizations will worship the shivling inside the tomb. Akanksha, get us the latest as far as the situation on ground zero, Akanksha.
In fact, what we're learning is that the Hindu organization, they had warned the district administration that today they will be going to that specific structure that you can see on the screen that is in the center of the entire dispute, and they will worship the shivling that is inside the tomb. A BJP leader also threatened that if administration stops the member of the organization, then there will be a movement, and that is something that you can see on the screen. Tensions are high in Fatehpur in Uttar Pradesh.
प्रशासन द्वारा जो झंडा है उसको हटाया गया है और आपको अपनी बाईं तरफ तस्वीरें दिखाएं तो देखिए यहाँ पर जो दूसरे समुदाय के लोग हैं वो भी एक के बाद एक जो भीड़ है वो एकत्रित हो रही है। तमाम लोग ऐसे हैं उनमें जिन्होंने अपने चेहरे पर जो गमछा है, रुमाल है, उससे ढक रखा है। लेकिन वहीं अगर मैं अपनी दाहिनी तरफ आपको तस्वीरें दिखाऊं तो देखिए भारी मात्रा में जो हिंदुवादी संगठन है वो यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके हैं और लगातार जो स्थिति है वो तनावपूर्ण यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रही है। पुलिस द्वारा लगातार इनको समझाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है कि यहाँ पर भीड़ को एकत्रित ना हो। लेकिन आपको बता दें आज सुबह ही जिस तरह का आह्वान किया गया था, आप देखिए किस तरह से जो मकबरा है उसके बाहर बैरिकेडिंग पूरी तरह से पुलिस ने लगा रखी थी कि किसी तरह का जो विरोध प्रदर्शन है वो यहाँ पर ना हो। लेकिन भारी संख्या में जो हिंदुवादी संगठन थे वो बैरिकेडिंग को गिराते हुए और अंदर आ पहुंचे हैं, जिसके बाद लगातार जो प्रदर्शन है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। दोनों ही तरफ से जो लोग हैं उनकी भारी भीड़ इकट्ठा है। साफ तौर पर उनकी जो डिमांड्स है वो है, जहां पर हिंदुवादी संगठन का साफ तौर पर ये कहना है कि ये मंदिर की जगह है और यहाँ पर गैर कानूनी तरीके से जो मकबरा है उसको बनाया गया है, जिसके बाद उनका जिस तरह का आह्वान था कि वो अपनी जगह को वापस लेंगे। वहीं दूसरी तरफ अगर बात की जाए तो एक समुदाय का ये कहना है कि ये जो प्रक्रिया है ये गलत है, जिसके चलते वो लोग भी अपना विरोध प्रदर्शन जो है वो कर रहे हैं। आपको मैं तस्वीरों से दिखाऊं तो देखिए मकबरे के जस्ट बाहर ही भारी मात्रा में हजारों की तादाद में जो पुलिसकर्मी है वो तैनात हैं और जो भीड़ है उसको समझाने का प्रयास लगातार किया जा रहा है। उनको इस तरह का जो संदेश है वो दिया जा रहा है कि यहाँ पर किसी तरह से जो माहौल है उसको खराब ना किया जाए, जिसके चलते खुद एसपी जो फतेहपुर है अनूप सिंह वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है और बराबर अनाउंसमेंट करके लोगों को समझाने की जो कोशिश है वो कर रहे हैं। लगातार लोगों से संवाद बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जो भीड़ है वो कहीं ना कहीं इस चीज को मानने को तैयार नहीं। और तस्वीरें आपको साफ तौर पे दिख रही हैं जहां लगातार देखिए जो नारेबाजी है वो चल रही है। भारी मात्रा में जो लोग एकत्रित हैं, झंडे आपके खुद देख सकते हैं, भगवा झंडे यहाँ पर लगातार लोग लेकर के आए हैं। और इतना ही नहीं, जो बाहर से भीड़ है, सैकड़ों की तादाद में जो भीड़ है वो बाहर भी अभी मौजूद है। और उसके बाद तमाम ऐसे लोग जो अंदर आ चुके हैं और उसके बाद लगातार प्रयास कर रहे हैं मकबरे पे जाने का, जिसके बाद पुलिस उनको रोकने का बराबर जो प्रयास है वो कर रही है। मैं तस्वीरों में आपको दिखा सकता हूँ कैसे यहाँ पर जो भारी भीड़ है वो देखने को मिल रही है। लगातार लोग हाथों में झंडे लेकर के यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और उसके साथ ही अंदर जाने के जो प्रयास है वो कर रहे हैं, जिसके बाद पुलिस द्वारा उनको समझाया जा रहा है। खुद एसपी मौजूद है जो लगातार अनाउंसमेंट कर रहे हैं। देखिए, सुनिए, लगातार हो रहा है कि आप सुरक्षित होकर के अपने घर जाइए। पुलिस इस पूरे मामले को देखेगी, लेकिन लोग इस चीज को मानने को तैयार नहीं और यहाँ से हटने का जो वो प्रयास है वो पुलिस करा रही है, लेकिन लोग यहाँ से हटने का नाम नहीं ले रहे हैं। भारी मात्रा में यहाँ पर लोग एकत्रित हो चुके हैं। पुलिस के लिए भी बड़ी चुनौती बनी हुई है कैसे इन लोगों को जो हैंडल है वो किया जाए, लेकिन बराबर जो अनाउंसमेंट है उसके द्वारा इनको समझाने का कोशिश की जा रही है। लेकिन साफ तौर पर ये लोग हैं जो इस बात को मानने को तैयार नहीं है और उनका दावा है कि वो जो मकबरा है उसके अंदर जाने का जो प्रयास है वो लगातार कर रहे हैं। बैक टू यू।
All right, so these are the, in fact, exclusive visuals coming in from Fatehpur in UP, where you can see that the tensions are high. In fact, this is a dispute over the Maqbara versus temple that has erupted in UP's Fatehpur. And the structure that you can see on the screen is an old structure that is in the center of this dispute, with the Hindu groups claiming that it's a temple, it's a Thakurji temple. And on the other hand, the Muslim organizations are saying that this is a maqbara, it's a tomb of Nawab Abdul Samad, citing that they have land records to substantiate this claim that have in fact come in. But what we're learning is that yesterday, in fact, the Hindu organizations, they had reached out to the district administration saying that on August 11th, that is today, they will be going to this place. They will be attempting to hold puja inside the temple as far as Shivling is concerned. And BJP leader had also threatened that if the administration stops the worship, then there will be movement, and that is something that you can see on the screen. In fact, what we're learning, as you can see on the screen as well, members from Hindu organization tried to go inside this old structure that you can see, and now that entire area has been barricaded by the police. There's a heavy deployment of police at that very particular spot to control the law and order situation there on the ground. But definitely the tensions have risen there, with the police and the local authorities barricading that entire area. They're trying to make these members of the Hindu organization understand that they need permission to conduct the puja. So it remains to be seen whether now this case will be taken up legally, whether there will be a challenge as far as Maqbara versus temple dispute is concerned. But there on the screens you can see these are the first and exclusive visuals only on Republic TV that you can see of tensions in Fatehpur in UP, not too far from the capital Lucknow.
That's right, Akanksha, and if it takes the legal route, then the ASI will also be roped in to understand the structure, the historical significance. The findings there, the symbols that they claim are present inside this particular structure, because the Hindu side claims that there is a trident, there are symbols of the lotus, and there is a shivling as well. This is a big claim made by the Hindu side, and like Akanksha was mentioning, if this takes a legal route, then the ASI could also step in to understand the structure, to get the findings. And Akanksha, as far as this dispute is concerned, help us understand the claims made by both the sides, just for our viewers to understand what this dispute is all about.
In fact, those who are joining in, this is for their clarity. In fact, this is a maqbara, a tomb versus temple dispute that has erupted in UP's Fatehpur district. And for the clarity of viewers, this is not too far from capital Lucknow in UP. Now, as far as this claim is concerned, the Hindu organizations have stated that this is in fact the temple of Thakurji. And to substantiate their claim, they have said that there are in fact different tridents, the lotus mark that are present inside this very tomb. And similar claims, in fact, Deepak, we have seen coming in as far as the Gyan Vapi case is also concerned. The Krishnan Janam Bhoomi is also concerned. That in those cases as well, the claim is that there is a presence of the structures inside, of the motifs inside, and the similar claims has been made by the Hindu organization in this case as well. But on the other hand, however, the National Ulema Council has maintained that the building is a maqbara, a tomb of Nawab Abdul Samad, citing that they also have land records to substantiate substantiate the same. And in fact, they have also sent a letter to district magistrate requesting that administration to not tamper with the historical nature of the tomb. So in the view of the growing controversy and the tensions, the district administration has sealed the entire area, and that is something that you can see on the screens as well. That entire area has been barricaded by the police. There is a heightened security to control the law and order situation, and as you can see, the police is trying to make the members of Hindu organization understand that they need to seek permission to enter this historical tomb that you can see on the screen, and that is in the center of this entire dispute. You can see that the members of Hindu organizations, they barged inside this old structure, and some of them also have saffron flags in their hand as well, and recording the entire entire thing that they have gone inside, and they also have mobile phones in their hand as well. They are saying that this is a Thakurji temple, and there are motifs present inside, that of lotus, of trident, to show that this is in fact a Shiva temple. And we'll continue to track this story very closely. Tensions are rising in UP's Fatehpur district, not too far from UP. The entire area has been barricaded by the police to control the law and order situation. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
One of the only questions people asked us here in the media, and you would go outside of office, and when you meet people in public, at functions, at events, even at home sometimes, they would ask you that question: did we really lose jets? Who lost jets? How many jets did Pakistani Air Force lose? Now, there is a number to it, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time, it's official, and you can't contest these numbers. The Indian Air Force has gone on record saying 5 Pakistani fighter jets were shot down, along with one plane which is meant for advanced warning and air surveillance. And AWACS system planes were shot down along with 5 jets. 5 jets were brought.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Let's get started.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है और अभी तो देश में जिन जिन विषयों पर चर्चा हो रही उसका नाम न लेते हुए विश्व में हम अनेक प्रकार की समस्याओं का सामना भी कर रहे हैं और इन सब समस्या का उपाय एक ही है, वो है साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, नॉलेज। अगर इस क्षेत्र में
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajure. Let's start with the breaking news coming in from UP's Fatehpur, where tensions are rising, and there on the screen you can see In fact, these are the visuals coming in from the national capital, where you can see that the protest is going on over the vote theft charge that has come in from Rahul Gandhi. There on the screen you can see the MPs there climbing onto the barricades, and this is happening in the national capital after Rahul Gandhi's big charge as far as vote theft in Karnataka, UP and Maharashtra is concerned. As many as 300 MPs are there on the streets, and they're marching towards the Election Commission of India, and there on your screens you can see they're climbing onto the barricades because the police has said that they do not have permission whatsoever for this protest that they are carrying out. Let me go across to my colleague Shambhavi, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Shambhavi, what is the situation on the ground? We can see that parliamentarians are trying to climb over the barricades. They're trying to move towards the Election Commission. Give us the ground details.
Well, you can see right now the crowd is pressing in closer. The chants are getting louder as the MPs are moving forward towards the Ashoka Road. It's getting quite packed in here. You can see several women MPs are standing on the barricades, constantly chanting "Modi chor hai, Modi chor hai." Now you can see there are several other senior MPs who are standing on the barricade with the help of their fellow. And it is getting quite packed in here. Security personnel are trying to create a corridor, but the marchers and supporters are pushing in. This is exactly the kind of high energy that the Indie bloc was talking about. There are hundreds and hundreds walking together from Parliament to the Election Commission. Even amid this crowd surge, the leaders are continuing to hold their placards high and raise slogans about vote chori nahi chalegi, vote chori nahi chalegi. There has been some argument with the police personnel as well, because the MPs are constantly refusing to get down. They're now approaching this stretch. The crowd is picking up the pace and they're almost rushing towards the EC. Security is tightening up here, and there is a bit of a bottleneck ahead because the MPs are, again, even after requests from the police officers multiple times, they're refusing to get off from these barricades. You can see the multilingual banners, Hindi, English, Bengali, or Tamil, they're all waving above the crowd, and some MPs are also holding hands to make sure that they're not separated in this rush. They're helping each other to climb on the barricades. The barricades, the same barricades that Delhi police had arranged near outside the Transport Bhavan to prevent exactly this kind of situation, but as we can see, this could not be prevented. We'll try to get closer to the front. Whereas it's, as you can see, all the MPs are now trying to press through this Sansad Marg. You can see several MPs are still standing on the barricades, marching about the repeated claims of Rahul Gandhi. There are also several people who've been claiming that Rahul Gandhi, tum sangharsh karo, hum tumhare saath hain, who have managed to come on this side of the barricade, constantly chanting. Very senior MPs, they're still refusing refusing to get off from the barricades. You can see police people actually helping. We'll show you actually helping them to come down from the barricades. That Mahua Moitra was just 10 seconds ago standing on the barricade and screaming that Modi chore, along with a lot of. I'll ask my teacher to show around and many other women MPs who were standing on the barricades, clamming, and then claiming that Modi chore hai. Janardhan. Affirming Rahul Gandhi's repeated claims about the vote chori, about the agenda of their protest march. There has been kind of a bottleneck here where the MPs have stopped and they are continuing the chanting. The police has asked them to move ahead towards the Sansad Marg and proceed towards this 600-700 meter stretch towards the election commission of India. But you can see that they don't have any intention of moving from here anytime soon. There's several senior age MPs are, with the help of many 6-7 young MPs, they're helping them stand on the barricades and chant all kinds of about how Modi government is just trying to use this SIR as a way to remove the vote of the poor people. They said vote SIR to bahana hai, garib logon ka vote hame hatana hai. This is the chant that they're actually chanting continuously. This, as you can see, this is kind of a bottleneck created here. They have been here for the past 10 to 15 minutes now. They were just rushing towards the barricades with the placards and they started climbing the barricades and chanting, clapping, refusing to get down. And now we will show you, we'll be again continuously showing you. We are going to continuously show you, we're going to move, we're going to try to move closer to the barricades. How still there are several MPs who are arguing with the police officers. Police officers are asking them to please move ahead because the crowd has gotten out of the control as Delhi police had prepared a 7-barricade system here outside Transport Bhavan to prevent just exactly this situation. But as you can see, the situation has gotten seriously out of the control. This is the stretch and the crowd is picking up pace. A lot of rushing, pushing is going on here. Now security is trying to have more police officers and RAF personnel have joined here. They are trying to increase the security. They're negotiating with the MPs to please go ahead with the stretch that they have to take. We'll again show you the...
All right, so there on the screen you can see that this is a protest that is happening in the national capital. As many as 300 MPs from the opposition parties and from 25 parties is what we are learning. They are in fact marching towards the election commission, but they do not have any permission. So Shamvi, coming back to you once again, we are learning that election commission in fact wrote to Congress leader and member of parliament Jairam Ramesh granting him the appointment for 12 o'clock. It's 12 o'clock already. Will the Congress party go to election commission or will this protest outside, in fact, the parliament continue?
Absolutely. 30 delegates from this huge crowd of around 300 MPs are going to go inside ECI for the meeting for the appointment that ECI has said, and Delhi police continuously said that the MPs did not get permission to do this, to go ahead with the protest march, but the MPs allegedly said that they do not need Delhi police's permission to hold this protest march. As you can see, still there's a lot of hostility on the other side of the barricade. I request my PJ to show you a little bit how they're still arguing with the police personnel continuously for the past more than 15 minutes now. The police personnel have been requesting them to please move ahead with their march on this stretch. And let me tell you, this is just mere 600-700 meter. As you can see, there's a lot of chanting going on this side of the barricade as well. Some MPs have managed to come on this side of the barricade and they're constantly chanting Modi Chor hai, Modi Chor hai. We will show you the visuals here. There are a lot of people who've managed to come this and still chanting about the alleged vote chori that the India bloc, 25 parties, around 300 MPs have come and they are protesting. Some of them have managed to climb the barricades and come on this side of the crowd, and they're now protesting. They're saying vote chori nahi chalegi. They're continuously chanting. There's still MPs. Now you can see there's still people who are trying to climb on the barricade. They're trying to come. More people are trying to come on this side of the barricade while climbing it. You'll see several MPs are still on the barricade. Women MPs have just now, a short while ago, they have come down. They were right here on the barricades, screaming, chanting their support for Rahul Gandhi. There were several MPs who were chanting, clapping, saying, Rahul Gandhi, tum sangharsh karo, hum tumhare saath hai. Several MPs from around 25 opposition parties, including TMC, DMK, Congress, a lot of parties. You can see multilingual banners here with all kinds of banners. They're here protesting against the alleged repeated claims of Rahul Gandhi of the alleged vote chori in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And they're also protesting against the SIR, the Special Intensive Revision of the Electoral Code going on in Bihar. They are saying that this is just a way of the government to remove the votes of poor people. They're just a way of removing the votes of poor people. SIR is just a reason that they're giving. SIR to bahana hai. You can see now more people are trying to climb the barricade. Let me tell you, it's been around 20 minutes now. The crowd is still here. They were supposed to start from here and complete a long 700-600 meter of stretch towards Election Commission of India. But they have been still here, climbing on the barricades, screaming, clapping, chanting, fighting with the police personnel, and refusing to move ahead from here towards the Election Commission of India for the 12 p.m. meeting that the Election Commission of India had actually given the time to Jairam Ramesh. And from 300 MPs from 25 parties, there are going to be 30 delegates going to be inside the Election Commission of India. Still, you can see a lot of police personnel are requesting them again and again, trying to negotiate that this is time that they should move. But they refuse to come. They refuse to come on this side of the stretch and begin their protest. There's a very tight bottleneck here. Supporters are cheering them on. The chants of vote chori band karo are getting even louder. Security forces are clearly on alert. They're pushing and shouting right at the barricade point. As you can see, the visuals, this is just the stretch just before the turn from the Ashoka Road, where Delhi police had earlier said that no formal permission was given for the march. But now they're constantly negotiating, and all of this energy here of the MPs screaming and showing their support to Rahul Gandhi of his alleged claims, which, by the way, the State Election Commission boards of three, Karnataka, Haryana and Maharashtra, have now called Rahul Gandhi out and asked them to give some kind of proof and evidence to support his claims of the alleged vote chori that has been claiming. He has been given 10 days to give some sort of evidence, to sign a memorandum under oath to show what evidence he has. And now Rahul Gandhi has 10 days to show, does he actually have any evidence of the alleged vote chori that he's been saying that he is with 300 MPs from 25 parties of opposition here since the past 20 minutes outside Transport Bhavan, refusing to move from here, refusing to get out and begin the stretch of 700 meters to Election Commission of India. Back to you.
Absolutely. In fact, high drama is unfolding in the national capital. Those are the live pictures coming in from Sansad Marg, not too far from the Election Commission of India office. It's hardly 1.5 kilometer. And the opposition leaders, 300 of them from 25 parties, they want to march towards the Election Commission. But the police says that they do not have the permission at all. And you can see that the visuals of Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav trying to climb onto that barricade. In fact, what my colleague Shamvi has told us that there are 7 layers of barricades that have been put to stop the opposition leaders because they do not have any permission to carry out this march to the Election Commission office. But on the other hand, now just a while back, Jairam Ramesh from the Congress party, he said that this is a peaceful march. Then why is police stopping them? But ruckus there on the streets of the national capital. Shamvi joins us from the ground from Sansad Marg. Shamvi, keep showing us the visuals of the protest that is currently underway. What are the demands of the opposition parties?
Absolutely, we're going to show you the visuals of how the MPs, around 300 MPs from 25 parties are now sitting on protest. They're asking for They're asking for transparency in the electoral board. They're saying that SIR should not be proceeded with. The special intensive revision of the electoral board in Bihar, we should not go ahead with it. They're saying that there has been alleged vote chori in 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And this is, you can see a huge crowd of MPs. Now they were on the barricades earlier, just 5 minutes ago, and now we're going to try and move towards the barricades to show you the visuals even more clearly, to show you how they are sitting in protest. This is a change in the pace. They were now, just a few minutes ago, on the barricades, clapping, chanting, trying to come on this side of the barricade, arguing with the police personnel when they were asking to please proceed, won the trench towards Election Commission of India. But now all of them, they are sitting down, protesting. Then now you can see after and just today the State Election Commission of Karnataka, Maharashtra and Haryana have sent fresh notices to Congress leader Rahul Gandhi asking for over his repeated claims of large-scale voter fraud. And now they've given him 10 days to submit proof to back his allegations, the allegations for which 300 MPs from 25 parties are now here. Since the past 22-25 minutes, they've been sitting on that side of the barricade. They've been trying to climb, chanting, clapping.
Absolutely. So major ruckus there in the national capital. You can see several MPs there, including Rahul Gandhi, Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav. They're on the ground raising up 2 issues. First is of the Bihar crowd and secondly of the vote theft. Now shifting our focus to Uttar Pradesh, where there are high tensions because of the clashes, in fact, that has taken place. What we're learning so far is that there is a dispute as far as tomb versus temple is concerned. There on the screen, in fact, we will show you the structure which is in the center of.
ये जिला अधिकारी हैं, ये वो लोग हैं जिनसे मौजूद यहाँ पर जो लोग हैं उनसे बातचीत कर रहे हैं और उनको इस तरह का प्रयास कर रहे हैं समझा कर कि वापस जाएं। जो भी इस पूरे मामले में कार्रवाई हो प्रशासन द्वारा की जाएगी, लेकिन खुद कानून को अपने हाथों में ना लें, जिसके चलते लगातार जो अपील है वो की जा रही। मैं कोशिश करता हूँ जिलाधिकारी से बात करने की। सर, किस तरह की अपील लोगों से की जा रही है? तो देखिए जिला जी।
All right, so there on the screen, these are the visuals coming in from UP, and the location is Fatehpur, where there's a dispute over tomb versus temple, an old structure that we will be showing you in just some time. That is in the center of the dispute. The Hindu organizations are saying that that's a Thakurji temple, and they also have proof to substantiate their claim. They're saying that there are motifs inside that temple, that of lotus, trident, and that the land as well as the structure belongs to the Hindu organization. On on the other hand, what we're learning is that the National Ulama Council has maintained that the building is the tomb of Nawab Abdul Samad, and saying that they have the land records to substantiate their claim. But earlier today, those are the visuals and the first and exclusive visuals that we are showing to you on Republic TV of the Hindu organization
के द्वारा जो बैरिकेटिंग है उसको लगा दिया गया था, चूंकि कहीं ना कहीं जो संगठन के द्वारा इस तरह का आह्वान किया गया था कि भारी मात्रा में जो भीड़ है वो मंदिर की तरफ कूच करेगी, क्योंकि उनका दावा था कि जो मकबरा है ये मंदिर है, ठाकुर जी का मंदिर है, जिसको लेकर के लगातार इनके द्वारा इस तरह का आह्वान किया था कि आज 11 अगस्त को यहाँ पर जो भारी मात्रा में भीड़ है संगठन की वो पहुंचेगी, जिसके चलते यहाँ पर पुलिस प्रशासन द्वारा बैरिकेटिंग्स लगा दी गई थी, बल्लियां गाड़ दी गई थी ताकि लोग यहाँ ना आ पाए, और बाहर रोड से ही जो बैरिकेटिंग थी वो लगा दी गई थी ताकि लोग अंदर ना आ पाए। लेकिन आपको बता दें, बैरिकेटिंग को दरकिनार करते हुए भारी मात्रा में जो लोग थे वो अंदर आ गए, और उसके बाद यहाँ पर जो प्रदर्शन है वो देखने को मिला। साफ तौर पर दोनों समुदाय के लोग आमने सामने देखने को मिले, लेकिन पुलिस के द्वारा लगातार संवाद बनाकर दोनों को समझा बुझाकर अपने अपने घरों में जाने की अपील की जा रही थी, जिसके चलते अब से कुछ ही देर पहले जो भीड़ है उसको यहाँ से हटाया गया।
I'm joined by Acharya Pramod Krishnam. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. हम विजुअल्स देख रहे हैं यूपी के फतेहपुर में, जहाँ पे हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस का कहना है कि ये जो टूम स्ट्रक्चर है, जो मकबरा है, वो एक टेम्पल है और उनके पास प्रूफ है कि अंदर लोटस और ट्राइडेंट के सिंबल्स भी हैं। आपका इस पे क्या कहना है? All right, we'll try and reconnect that line with our guests, but those are the visuals coming in from UP, not too far from the capital city of Lucknow.
ये जो उनके द्वारा लोग हैं भारी मात्रा में एकत्रित होंगे और उसके बाद इस मकबरे की तरफ कूच करेंगे, जिसके चलते लगातार सारे सोशल मीडिया पे इस तरह की पोस्टें थी, जिसके बाद प्रशासन अलर्ट पर था। लेकिन प्रशासन को कहीं ना कहीं एक भारी चूक इसमें माननी जाएगी कि
All right, let me once again go back to Acharya Pramod Krishnam. सर, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद। हम अपने व्यूअर्स को विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं फतेहपुर से, जहां डिस्प्यूट है मकबरा और टेंपल के बीच में। हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस का कहना है कि उनके पास प्रूफ है कि ये एक ठाकुर जी का टेंपल है। आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस चीज पे?
भाई ये तो आप ज्यादा जानो, आप जानो दोनों चीज नहीं, आपका कैसे आगे? हेलो,
हाँ जी सर, बोलिए, आपकी आवाज आ रही है। सर, आपकी आवाज आ पा रही है, बोलिए। All right, we'll try and reconnect that line, but tensions are high in UP's Fatehpur. There on the screen you can see heightened security to control the law and order situation. As we've been telling you, the Hindu side says that the structure on your screen is a temple.
के जरिए लोगों को पहचाना जा रहा है कैसे जो लोग उग्र हो रहे हैं। कहीं ना कहीं जिस तस्वीरों में हमने देखा लोगों के हाथों में लाठी डंडे थे, वो कहीं ना कहीं इस पूरे जो क्षेत्र का माहौल है उसको खराब करने का प्रयास।
All right, let me once again go back to Acharya Pramod Krishnam. सर, हम जैसे आपसे पूछ रहे थे, हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का कहना है और बीजेपी लीडर्स भी हैं जो कह रहे हैं कि ये जो मकबरा है फतेहपुर का, ये एक टेंपल है और अंदर लोटस के मोटिव्स हैं, ट्राइडेंट है। आपका इस पे क्या कहना है? All right, we'll continue to show you visuals coming in from UP's Fatehpur. There on the screen you can see heightened security there with the Hindu side saying that this is a Thakurji temple. On the other hand, the Muslim side is saying that they have land records to show that it is one of their tombs that belong to Nawab Abdul Samad. But there on the screen you can see the police and local authorities are there on the ground. They've barricaded the entire area. But what we are learning is that the Hindu organization yesterday reached out to the district administration seeking permission to conduct prayer at this very location. They wanted to conduct the prayers here, saying that this is a temple, this is a Thakurji temple, and there is a shivling inside. And in fact, let me go across to Vinod Bansal from VHP. हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद सर। हम विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं, एक मकबरा वर्सेस टेंपल का डिस्प्यूट है जो अब यूपी में शुरू हो गया है। हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का कहना है ये टेंपल है और मुस्लिम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का कहना है ये टूम है। सिमिलर चीजें हमने देखी थी ज्ञानवापी और कृष्ण जन्मभूमि में भी। आपका इस पे क्या कहना है?
देखिए, बात यह कि जो सच्चाई सामने नजर आ रही है, लोगों को दिख रही है, उसको इग्नोर कैसे कर सकते हो? और इसमें विवाद किस चीज का? लोग पूजा के लिए जा रहे हैं, वो उत्पाद के लिए नहीं जा रहे। पूजा का अधिकार सभी को है। और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, देखिए, वो ये विरोध करने वाले कौन लोग हैं जो भारत माता की जय का विरोध करते हैं सिर्फ ये कहकर कि हम बुत पूजा नहीं करते। वही ऐसे बुत बना करके, जो मजार बना करके और उनकी पूजा करते हैं और करवाते हैं समाज से। आखिरकार क्यों? जो वो भारत माता की जय नहीं बोल सकते, वंदे मातरम नहीं बोल सकते, बुत पूजा के नाम पर तो ये मजार क्रिएट करके और उसको चादर चढ़ा करके उसको फूल चढ़ाना और उस पर धूपबत्ती चढ़ाना, उस पर पैसे चढ़ाना, ये कहाँ तक लॉजिकल? अभी मुझे बताया कोई इस्लाम का क्या था कि क्यों, क्या इस्लाम में ये जायज है? क्या जब जायज नहीं है तो ये नाजायज ये जो इमारतें क्यों खड़ी कर रखी हुई? आखिरकार ये मकबरे क्यों बनाए गए? इसके ये सब धर्मांतरण करते हैं। और सामने सामने जब हिंदू समाज को दिख रहा है तो मंदिर है हमारा, इसमें कोई डिस्प्यूट है नहीं, तो बेसिकली उनको पूजा से क्यों रोका जा रहा है? ये रोकने में क्यों व्यवधान हो रहा है? अभी मैं जानना चाहूंगा आखिरकार कि ये जो समाज के लोग हैं वो शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से, हम पूजा के लिए जा रहे हैं, कोई पत्थर फेंकने नहीं जा रहे जैसे वो करते हैं। ये पत्थर फेंक ब्रिगेड नहीं है हमारी हिंदुओं की, न ही हम किसी तरह का किसी के अधिकार क्षेत्र में कोई अतिक्रमण करते, लेकिन पूजा के अधिकार से अगर को वंचित करके उसको कोशिश करेगा, उसमें विवाद क्रिएट करेगा, उसमें पत्थरबाजी करेगा, ये तो ठीक नहीं है ना। ये कैसे कोई एक्सेप्ट कर लेगा? ये चीजें उनको समझनी पड़ेगी। और अब देखिए इस समय जो शासन प्रशासन है वो चौकन्ना है और वो हमें आशा है कि उस पर जरूर उस पर कोई कठोर निर्णय लेगा। और जो इस्लामिक जिहादी तत्व हैं जो देश विरोधी गतिविधियों में लिप्त रहते हैं, जो बार बार इस्लाम को शांति का धर्म कहते हैं, तो वो आखिरकार उसको प्रूव करें ना किस तरह का है ये। आखिरकार ये क्यों उत्पात मचाते हैं, क्यों हमारे मंदिरों को कब्जा करते हैं, क्यों उन पर अवैध मजारे बना करके और उसको जबरदस्ती उसको महमंडित करने की कोशिश करते हैं। मैं चैलेंज करता हूँ जितने भी इस्लाम के सेक्ट हैं वह जाकर के एक बार पूजा करके दिखाए ना, मजार क्यों बना रखी है? ये सारे मजार भारत के ऊपर, भारत की पवित्र पावन माटी के ऊपर एक कलंक है जिस तरह से इन्होंने बनाई है। वो धर्मांतरण करते हैं। हिंदू समाज अगर अपने मंदिर की पूजा नहीं करेगा तो कहाँ पर करेगा? और पूजा से क्यों वंचित किया जाए भाई? मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ आखिरकार जो लोग इसका विरोध कर रहे हैं, इसको उत्पात कह रहे हैं, उनको समझना पड़ेगा आखिरकार ये क्या ये उत्पात है, तो फिर आखिरकार वो पत्थरबाज क्या है, आतंकवाद क्या है? पैगंबर के नाम पर जो सरतन से जुदा की गैंग चलाते हैं उनको ऊपर क्या है? आज त्योहार का समय है, ऐसे मौके पर अगर हिंदू समाज अपने आराध्य देव की पूजा करने के लिए जाता है तो उसको रोकने का कोई औचित्य नहीं बनता ना जी। और आप देखिए कि उस पर भी पत्थर फेंकते हो आप, ये तो ठीक नहीं है। इसको सबको समझना पड़ेगा कि आखिरकार ये जो मानसिकता है वो मानसिकता एक समाज विरोधी और देश विरोधी मानसिकता है जो हमें अपने पूजा के अधिकार से वंचित करती है। और एक और बात बताऊंगा आपको, मैं देखिए हम पूजा के लिए जाते हैं, कोई अपने लिए पूजा नहीं करते। हम सर्वे संतु निरामय की बात करते हैं, हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की बात करते हैं, उनके भी कल्याण की बात करते हैं। हम तो सबके कल्याण की बात करते हैं ना जी।
Right. So the truth should come out is what Vinod Bansal, VHP spokesperson, has to say. Thanks so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. Now there on the screen, we are showing you the live visuals coming in from UP where the tensions are high because of the Maqbara versus temple dispute that is currently ongoing. Heightened security there to control the law and order situation.
नहीं, कोई प्रदर्शन या अराजकता करना चाहते हैं। ये कर्नाटक में गए थे, 2 दिन पहले रैली करके कुछ विषय उठाए। कर्नाटक की चुनाव आयोग की जो ऑफिसर है उन्होंने कहा अगर इसी विषय को आप कहना चाहते हो तो आप एक एफिडेविट के माध्यम से बताओ।
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
Our collective desire is to see a fair and representative global order, not one dominated by a few. That quest is often articulated as political or economic rebalancing.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
Clashes in Fatehpur in UP over disputed mosque structure, heavy police deployment there.
कब से लोकतंत्र में लोगों का विश्वास हो गया, इनके मुंह से ये शब्द शोभा नहीं देते हैं।
UP Assembly session begins from today. UP Chief Minister fires scathing attack on Samajwadi Party. 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties marched from Parliament to the Election Commission headquarters in the national capital over Bihar survey and vote theft charge. Beaten, bite marks on body. Video that has come to the fore as far as assault on toddler in Noida is concerned. Parents have filed the complaint.
अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी।
After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari files Dadagiri jibe at Donald Trump amid the tariff tensions with the United States. Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajure. Let's start with the breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court as far as the dog menace is concerned. Supreme Court has passed a slew of directions to Delhi NCR states, MCD and DMC to deal with the menace of stray dogs and order creation of dog shelters across the cities. Supreme Court orders authorities to pick up all the stray dogs in Delhi NCR region from all the localities within 8 weeks and put them in the dog shelters, and no stray dog will be released back. This is a big, in fact, the order that has come in from the top court, an order that has been given to the Delhi NCR state. That means to the national capital, UP, Haryana as well, MCD and DMC to deal with the stray dogs and order creation of the dog shelters across the city. What the top court has stated that all the localities within 8 weeks, they will be picking up the stray dogs and put them in the dog shelters. They will construct more dog shelters and no stray dog will be released back now. In fact, Supreme Court was hearing a suo motu case on the stray dog menace and the attack on children, and it came down heavily on the authorities and rejected all the intervention pleas. Let me go across to Rhythm Bhardwaj, who's been tracking this story. A scathing remark that has come from the Supreme Court directing the Delhi NCR states, NDMC, MCD as well, to crack down on the stray dogs, make the stray shelters as well and put them all there. Give us more details about what happened in this case today. All right, we seem to have lost that line with Rhythm Bhardwaj, but if you can hear me, tell us what happened in this case today. We're learning is that the Supreme Court was hearing a suo motu case on the stray dog attacks on children. What happened in this case? All right, we'll try and reconnect that line with our colleague there who's been tracking all the details as far as this big breaking news is concerned. The Supreme Court has passed a slew of directions to the Delhi NCR states, that is UP, Haryana and Delhi, to deal with the menace of stray dogs. Let me once again go back to Rhythm Bhardwaj. Tell us what happened in this case today. We're learning that the Supreme Court was hearing a case on the stray attacks on children. Give us more details.
Let's remember that this is a story that has been picked up by Republic TV. It's been a campaign that has been clearly followed at Republic TV that has been speaking about how stray dogs children and people on the streets. The Supreme Court was hearing this case suo motu. The bench, Justice Pardiwala and Justice Mahadevan, was hearing this matter. There have been amicus and the senior advocate in this case who have suggested that streets should be stray dog free. Justice Pardiwala has said now, it's time now for action and not talk. All these so-called animal lovers, will they be able to bring back those children who have given their life? A very important observation from the Supreme Court. After hearing every side and listening to also the Solicitor General of India appearing for the National Capital Region, he has now said very stern steps need to be taken at the earliest. Now, these are the orders that the Supreme Court has given, which I'm going to be reading out now. A Supreme Court, so the headlines right now, the Supreme Court passes an interim order on action that needs to be taken to make our streets dog-free. The NCT of Delhi, MCD and New Delhi Municipal Corporation directed to immediately make dog shelters. Report about creation of infrastructure. This will be monitored. Their sterilization needs to be done. The second point, the Supreme Court says they have to begin for 5,000 dogs in the next 6 weeks. The NCT, Delhi, MCT, NDMC shall at earliest start picking up stray dogs from all localities. They have to do this by creating a force. They very clearly mentioned infants and young children not at any cost will any more fall prey to rabies. This action should inspire confidence. They can move freely without fear of being bitten by stray dogs. The MCD and the NDMC and the Noida and Gurugram authorities are also directed to maintain a record of daily stray dogs they have captured and they have detained. It is futile if this exercise is done and not a single stray dog should be released. And if we know this has happened, we will take stern action, the Supreme Court says, coming down very heavily on so-called animal lovers who don't care about really respecting the court order when they are saying we need to protect our infant and children. They've also said create a helpline within 1 week so that all cases of dog bites and rabies are reported. Action will be taken within 4 hours to pick up the dog after complaint is received, and any action of individual or organization coming in the way will be met with stern action. They've also said there needs to be availability of vaccine, and a major concerned authority concerned is directed to put detailed information. They've said any individual who will try to not do this scrupulously will be viewed with contempt of the court. So let me simplify this for our viewers. The Supreme Court hearing this case on its own will. Suo motu means on its own will against the stray dogs attacking children in the streets has come down very heavily on so-called animal lovers who say no, stray dogs should continue to be on the streets. The bench of Justice Pardiwala has said that now is not the time to talk but to act. Who's going to take care of the children who have given up their lives because of bites and by these stray dogs? The order clearly says there have to be dog shelters, there have to be sufficient personnel for the sterilization of the dogs who would be detained there and not released in public places. It has to be monitored by CCTVs. They say let's begin with 5,000 dogs in the next 6 weeks. Orders have been given to the NCT, MCD, NDMC. They've also said infants and young children not at any cost should fall prey to rabies. And I also want to clarify that as this case is happening, one of the most important things that the SC has said is who is going to protect these children? Are all these so-called animal lovers, will they be able to bring back those children who have given up their lives? This is the big story that we are breaking right here on Republic TV, because someone needs to be accountable. There are so-called animal lovers who keep trying and moving the Allahabad High Court and the other courts, not realizing that there is a Supreme Court that has taken suo motu action here. We've seen the kind of stories where we've seen children have been hurt, children have been bitten. There are horrifying images, disturbing videos which we've seen where children have been, left without any help when stray dogs have bitten them, and therefore the Supreme Court in its order says appropriate authorities of Noida, Gurugram, MCD, NDMC are directed to maintain a record of the daily stray dogs that are captured and detained. What is important is without this entire exercise would go futile. Not a single stray dog should be released, and if we know this has happened, we are going to take stern action. They said create a helpline within 1 week. All cases of dog bites and rabies are reported. Action should be taken within 4 hours to pick up a dog after the complaint is received, and any individual, any organization coming in the way, there will be strict action that will be taken against them. I think this is the most important thing, because we always have these so-called animal lovers who always try and hinder the work of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has said we're going to come down very heavily if anyone does this.
Absolutely, and this is the biggest remark that has come in from Supreme Court, and this time Supreme Court has said, Rhythm, that this it is the time for action and not talk. So Supreme Court is in fact not taking it lightly, and it wants no laxity on behalf of the states as well. The biggest ever remark that has been made by Supreme Court, because we see many such cases come to the fore, and people move the courts, the local courts and the high courts of the state as well. But now this is the biggest remark that has come in from the Supreme Court, that this is a time for action and not talk.
Oh yes, absolutely. And the Supreme Court order that has been passed today also clarifies any hindrance by an individual. They have clearly warned here, any individual that will try and come in the way, they will be putting them to action. They will try and ensure, SC warns them that we will put you in contempt if you try and, do not do what we have said because you think you are animal lovers. So this is, I think, the most brilliant order coming from the court. I would say it's much more. This is a court order. The court has given out great details as it warns these people that you cannot get away by simply saying that you are animal lovers. It is time for action. And the reason we've seen the kind of hurt, bitings that children have been getting, that the way they've been mauled by the stray dogs, and this time the Supreme Court has had enough. All these animal lovers who try and come to the Supreme Court and they say that these stray dogs need to be protected, their rights need to be protected. The Supreme Court puts a stop to that. They say this is the time to act. We reject all these intervention applications. It is not the time to when you want to shoot, don't talk. This is what they said. All these so-called, and I want to rephrase that. The Supreme Court said, all these so-called animal lovers, will they be able to bring back those children who have given their lives? The Supreme Court also heard the Solicitor General, who expressed grave concern about the issue in question. Solicitor General Mr. Tushar Mehta was there. He said very stern steps need to be taken at the earliest, or it could be too late. Keeping all this in mind, these orders have been passed by the top court.
Absolutely, and every time we see this debate between pro-street dog lovers and those who are against feeding of the stray dogs, that the pro one say that it's our right and the other one say that, you cannot feed them in public. Now that fight has now been done away by the Supreme Court with this massive observation and a big observation that Supreme Court has given as far as this case is concerned, Rhythm.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I also want to make it clear that the Solicitor General of India also appeared before them. And he also said some very stern steps need to be taken at the earliest, otherwise it would be too late in the day. It is not something that the Supreme Court is talking about without listening to all of them who've appeared before them. After listening to everyone, the Supreme Court passes an order. After hearing all the sides, they have directed and given directions to the NCT, the National Capital Territory of Delhi, the MCD, the New Delhi Municipal Corporation, also including Gurugram and Noida authorities have been given directions. What are the directions? Make dog shelters. Report about the creation of the infrastructure. Have sufficient personnel for sterilized dogs who should be detained there. Have CCTVs there. Start with 5,000 dogs in the 6 weeks. NCT Delhi, MCD, and NDMC shall at earliest start picking up stray dogs from all localities. Ensure infants and young children not at any cost should fall prey to rabies. This has to inspire confidence. Should be allowed, the infants and young children should be allowed to move freely without fear of being bitten by stray dogs. The MCD and NDMC and appropriate authorities of Noida and Gurugram are directed to maintain a record of the daily stray dogs they have captured and they have detained. It is most important not a single stray dog should be released, and they have warned, if we know that any stray dog has been released, we will take stern action. 3 times in this order, they have said if there is any hindrance by an individual or an organization, because we do know certain organizations try and hinder the court's work, they said we will view this as contempt of the court, which is the highest words the Supreme Court can say against any organization that wants to go against them. They said create a helpline within 1 week so that all cases of dog bites and rabies are reported. Action has to be taken within 4 hours to pick up the dog. And any organization coming in the way will have stern action taken against them. Availability of vaccine is a major concern. Authorities should be putting out detailed information of vaccines that are available.
Absolutely. And if you look at the data, in fact, Rhythm, over 37 lakh dog bite cases were reported just in 2024. In fact, and that's a huge number, 37 lakh dog bites with 54 deaths which were caused due to rabies. So for those who are just joining in, could you once again tell us the remarks, the observations that were given by the Supreme Court today as far as the street dog menace is concerned? Rhythm?
Let's first clarify that this is not the Supreme Court only just passing just passing remarks or oral observations. The Supreme Court took cognizance of a suo motu case, after which it has passed an order. So this is not a Supreme Court observes. We need to say SC order. We need to change that and say SC order. The Supreme Court hears the suo motu case on the stray dog attacks in New Delhi. Then the Supreme Court has ordered. Everything I'm saying is an order of the Supreme Court, which has more legal ramifications and seriousness than just observations. It is not Supreme Court strong observations only, it's Supreme Court's strong order coming down heavily on authorities. We need to explain to our viewers this is not just SC observe, this is SC order. Safety of infants is important. If the court is ordering this, that contempt of court action will be taken against anyone who tries to hamper the work of the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court has made 5-fold orders that the Supreme Court has said after hearing the Solicitor General also that it would be late in the day if we do not take stern actions, and the Supreme Court has said, they also said, in fact, Justice Pardiwala, have you seen the classic good, bad and the ugly? When you want to shoot, don't talk. It's not the time to talk, but act. All these so-called animal lovers, it is time to stop this and to act. So this is very strong order from the Supreme Court that is coming in. SC orders and SC comes down heavily. The Supreme Court, Justice Pardiwala says, have you seen the classic good, bad and ugly? It's time to shoot, don't talk. I think this is a marvelous order from the Supreme Court, which they have now just passed this.
A suo motu case on the stray dog attacks on children came down heavily on the authorities as well. Thanks so much, Rhythm Bharadwaj, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now shifting our focus to UP, where the tensions are high. In fact, as far as the All right, so these are the visuals coming in from Fatehpur in Uttar Pradesh, where you can see massive deployment that is there in place, and in the center of this dispute is the structure that you can see on the screen. Now there's massive in fact, tension that is there in the area. The Hindu side is saying that this area belongs, this structure that you can see on the screen belongs to the Hindu organization. It is a temple, it is a Thakurji temple, while on the other hand, the Muslim side says that it is in fact a maqbara, and they have the land records to substantiate the same. And these are the visuals coming in from Fatehpur, not too far from the capital city of Lucknow. And there on the right hand side, you can see how the entire area has been barricaded by the police, and they're trying to make the Hindu organization members understand that they need permission to enter inside the premises of this old structure that we are showing to you. But earlier today, there was ruckus on the ground in Fatehpur city. To my colleague Gaurav, who's reporting live from that spot. Gaurav, हमें बताइए अभी ग्राउंड सिचुएशन क्या है? हम देख पा रहे हैं कि बैरिकेड कर दिया इस पूरे एरिया को. क्या कुछ टेंशन थी, क्या कुछ क्लेम्स है हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के, और अभी क्या सिचुएशन है ग्राउंड पे?
बिल्कुल, आपको बता दें स्थिति अभी सामान्य है. मैं अपनी अगर दाईं तरफ तस्वीरें आपको दिखाऊं तो देखिए, जो मकबरा है वो ये है. यहाँ पर ही पूरी भीड़ जो थी वो सुबह से इकट्ठा हुई थी, जिसके बाद जो माहौल है उसको खराब करने का जो प्रयास है वो किया गया था. लेकिन फिलहाल पुलिस ने जो भीड़ थी उसको एकत्रित करके और उसको गांव से बाहर निकालने का जो प्रयास है वो कर लिया. और फिर भी अभी तमाम ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको पुलिस ने बराबर जो गांव के बाहर एग्जिट पॉइंट है वहां पर रोक रखा है, मकबरे से दूरी पर किया हुआ है. चूंकि तमाम ऐसे जो हिंदुवादी संगठन थे जो सुबह मकबरे पर पहुंच गए थे, जिसके बाद से जो विवाद की स्थिति वो उत्पन्न हुई थी, और उसको चलते ही जो पुलिस प्रशासन है उसने तमाम लोगों को समझा बुझाकर यहाँ से भेजने का प्रयास किया. फिलहाल आपको बता दें, इस वक्त हमने जब एसपी फतेहपुर जो है अनूप सिंह, उनसे बात की तो उनका साफ तौर पर कहना है कि ड्रोन के जरिए तमाम लोगों की वीडियोग्राफी की गई, उनको पहचाना गया जिन्होंने जो माहौल है उसको खराब करने का प्रयास किया था, जिसके चलते उनको पहचान कर उनके ऊपर जो कार्रवाई है वो सख्त सख्त जो की जाएगी. उसके बाद ही आपको बता दें कुछ लोग ऐसे भी थे जिन्होंने झंडा जो है वो फहराया था, जिसके बाद जो कार्रवाई है वो यहाँ पर अब कुछ ही देर में देखने को मिलेगी. चूंकि प्रशासन का साफ तौर पे कहना है कि ऐसे लोगों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा जिन्होंने भी जो माहौल है उसको खराब करने का प्रयास किया था. तमाम नारेबाजी हमने देखी, किस तरह से जो पुलिस से भिड़ंत थी वो भी देखने को मिली. और मैं अपने अगर पीछे विजुअल दिखाऊं तो देखिए साफ तौर पर भारी भीड़ अभी भी यहाँ पर इकट्ठा है, लेकिन जो मकबरा है उससे काफी दूरी पर है ये लोग, और पुलिस ने इनको यहीं पर रोक रखा है. इससे आगे जाने की इनको अनुमति नहीं है. फिलहाल सुबह से ही जिस तरह से देख रहे थे, हिंदुवादी संगठन ने एक तरह का आह्वान किया था कि सुबह जो मकबरा है वहां पर पहुंचने का, भारी संख्या में लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे थे, जिसके बाद लगातार जो पुलिस प्रशासन था उसने लोगों को रोकने का प्रयास किया. तमाम लोगों को समझा बुझाकर यहाँ से जो वापस है वो भेजा गया है. लेकिन आपको बता दें अभी भी इस पूरे मामले में कुछ लोगों को चिन्हित किया गया है पुलिस के द्वारा, जिन पर सख्त कार्रवाई की बात कही जा रही, जिन्होंने इस पूरे मामले में, चूंकि प्रशासन सुबह से यहाँ पर बैरिकेडिंग लगाकर इस रास्ते को रोका गया था, लेकिन उसके बाद भी पुलिस की बैरिकेडिंग को तोड़ते हुए तमाम लोग ऐसे थे जो कि मकबरे तक पहुंच गए थे. और उसके बाद ही जो दूसरे समुदाय के लोग थे वो भी यहाँ पर एकत्र हो गए, जिसके बाद जो स्थिति थी वो तनावपूर्ण हो गई, जिसके चलते पुलिस ने और प्रशासन ने दोनों को समझा बुझाकर यहाँ पर शांत रहने का और यहाँ से जाने का जो आगाह है वो किया था. और उसके बाद तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूं जिस तरह से आप देखिए कि अभी भी लोग ऐसे हैं जो कि आगे जाने का प्रयास करें, लेकिन जो प्रशासन है वो इनको यहीं पर उनको रोका हुआ है, उनको मना किया गया है कि आगे ना जाए, और साफ तौर पर
करके शुल्क का भुगतान करने से परहेज किया.
All right, so these are the visuals coming in from UP where the tensions are high. In fact, what we're learning is that the entire area has been barricaded, and there you can see that this is the old structure that is in the center of controversy. Now, the Hindu organizations are saying that this is a Thakurji temple, and there are lotus motifs that are also present inside. Gaurav, my colleague, has been reporting live and exclusive from that spot since morning. Gaurav, हमें बताइए, दो तरह के लेटर लिखे गए हैं हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का कहना है कि हमें पूजा करने की परमिशन चाहिए। अब मुस्लिम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का भी कहना है कि वहाँ पे ये जो स्ट्रक्चर है इसको हटाया ना जाए। इस चीज़ को लेकर भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को एक लेटर लिखा गया है। इस सब के बारे में हमें डिटेल्स दीजिए।
देखिए, बिल्कुल जिस तरह से इस बारे में हमने जब डीएम से बात करने की कोशिश करी गई तो उनका साफ तौर पे कहना था कि इस पूरे मामले में दोनों तरफ से जो शिकायतें आई हैं उनकी जांच की जा रही है। लेकिन जो आज फिलहाल स्थिति थी, जिस तरह से 2 दिन पहले से यहाँ पर आह्वान किया गया था कि जो मकबरा है उसको लेकर के संगठन का दावा था कि वहां पर 11 अगस्त को सुबह पहुंचकर पूजा अर्चना की जाएगी, जिसके बाद यहाँ पर बैरिकेटिंग लगाई थी। भारी मात्रा में यहाँ पर पुलिस को तैनात किया गया था, लेकिन तमाम बैरिकेटिंग्स को और पुलिस प्रशासन को दरकिनार करते हुए भारी मात्रा में जो भीड़ थी वो कहीं ना कहीं मकबरे तक पहुंच गई। और यहाँ पर उसके बाद जिस तरह से हमने विजुअल्स देखे कैसे जो पुलिस से भिड़ंत थी वो लोगों की देखने को मिली, और उसके बाद ही जो दूसरे समुदाय के लोग थे वो भी यहाँ पर आ गए, और उसके बाद पुलिस लगातार उनको प्रयास करके यहाँ से हटाने की कोशिश करती रही। और फिलहाल जो स्थिति है वो सामान्य देखी जा रही है। लेकिन आपको बता दें, इन दोनों तरफ से जो शिकायतें हैं उसकी जांच खुद जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट है वो कर रहे हैं, और खुद जो एसपी हैं उन्नाव के अनूप सिंह, उनका जो फतेहपुर के एसपी हैं अनूप सिंह, उनका साफ तौर पर यह कहना है कि इस पूरे मामले में ड्रोन के जरिए निगरानी की जा रही है, और तमाम ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको चिन्हित किया गया है, जिनके द्वारा जो स्थिति है उसको माहौल को जो खराब करने की कोशिश की थी, उन पर सख्त कार्रवाई जो है वो की जाएगी। बैक टू यू।
एब्सोल्युटली। सबसे बड़ी बात यहाँ ये बनती है कि अगर कल हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने ये लेटर लिखा था डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को कि वो पूजा करना चाहते हैं शिवलिंग की, वहाँ फिर भी वहाँ एम्पल सिक्योरिटी क्यों नहीं थी, ये क्वेश्चन काफी लोग पूछ रहे हैं। और दूसरा कि अभी क्या इस केस पे डिटेंशन हुआ है किसी का, किस पे फिलहाल फोकस है पुलिस का इस पूरे इन्वेस्टिगेशन में?
देखिए, बिल्कुल फिलहाल पुलिस ड्रोन के जरिए कुछ लोगों की पहचान की गई है, उनको पहचान कर उनके खिलाफ जो कार्रवाई है उसकी बात कही गई है। और वहीं इस पूरे मामले में कुछ लोगों के पास से जो डंडे हैं और तमाम ऐसी चीजें थी जो बरामद हुई, जो कि पुलिस ने अपने कब्जे में ले ली है, और ऐसे लोगों की पहचान की जा रही है, उनके खिलाफ एक्शन की बात तो पुलिस कह रही है। लेकिन फिलहाल अभी इस पूरे प्रकरण में किसी को भी पुलिस के द्वारा डिटेन नहीं किया गया है।
एब्सोल्युटली। बट एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, जब भी ऐसा कोई केस आता है गौरव, तो लीगली इस चीज को परस्यू किया जाता है। क्या हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस क्या अभी कोर्ट जाने की कोशिश करेंगे इस पूरे केस को लेकर? क्योंकि उनका भी दावा है कि अंदर लोटस मोटिव्स पाए गए हैं, ट्राइडेंट के सिंबल्स हैं अंदर, क्या वो कोर्ट जाएंगे?
देखिए, बिल्कुल इस पूरे मामले में एक बड़ा सवाल है आपका। इस पूरे मामले में अगर बात कही जाए तो पहले जिस तरह से 11 अगस्त को यहाँ मकबरे पर पहुंचकर आह्वान की बात की जा रही थी, इसको लेकर के पुलिस प्रशासन को पहले ही उनसे एक समन्वय बना के बात करनी चाहिए, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं वो समन्वय उनका स्थापित नहीं हुआ, जिसके चलते आज जो तस्वीरें हैं वो देखने को मिली। हिंदुवादी संगठन जिस तरह से सुबह पहुंचा और बैरिकेटिंग्स के बाद भी वो अंदर आ गया, कहीं ना कहीं जो आपसी समन्वय था वो नहीं स्थापित हुआ, जिसके चलते इस तरह की विवादित स्थिति जो है वो देखने को मिली। फिलहाल इस पूरे मामले में जिलाधिकारी के पास दोनों के पत्र आ चुके हैं, और दोनों ही जो पत्र हैं उनकी जांच की जा रही है। इस पूरे मामले में जांच करने के बाद जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट का आदेश होगा वो इस पर आएगा। लेकिन उसके आदेश आने के पहले ही जिस तरह से 11 अगस्त को आह्वान के साथ ही आज भारी मात्रा में लोग यहाँ पर पहुंच गए और तफरी का माहौल मच गया, नारेबाजी होती रही, जिसके चलते भारी पुलिस बल को यहां पर तैनात किया गया, और उसके बाद ही लोगों को यहां से हटाने की जो प्रक्रिया है वो की गई। तमाम लोगों को समझा बुझाकर यहां से वापस भेजा गया। अभी भी अगर मैं आपको तस्वीरें दिखाऊं तो मेरे पीछे देखिए, साफ तौर पर भारी मात्रा में गांव की जो भीड़ है वो यहां पर एकत्रित है। पुलिस द्वारा हालांकि उनको वहां पर रोका गया है, लेकिन अभी भी तमाम लोग ऐसे हैं जो यहां पर आने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, चाहे वो बात की जाए हिंदुवादी संगठन की या दूसरे समुदाय के लोगों की बात की जाए, दोनों ही तरफ के जो लोग हैं वो यहां पर आने का प्रयास लगातार कर रहे हैं, लेकिन पुलिस के द्वारा उन दोनों को ही अपनी अपनी जगहों पर रोक दिया गया है।
Gaurav, keep tracking those details. In fact, this tomb versus temple dispute has escalated in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Continue to track that story. And with this, we're taking a very short break. We'll be right back with much more updates. We'll tell you about in fact, the protest that is underway in the national capital. 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties are marching from Parliament to the Election Commission headquarters. And also on the other side, another huge face-off, India and Pakistan to hold separate naval drills in Arabian Sea on August 11th and 12th. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. at the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।